Oh, welcome to Warsaw, guys. We are here at the calling. I'm Romain. This is Erika. You probably know Erika by now. She's been in all the casts in Europe for these big events. How are you, Erika, this morning?
I am very well. I woke up early this morning, bright and shiny, and I've been looking forward to this event for so long. Ever since they announced calling Warsaw, I'm so excited.
I couldn't sleep this morning.
No
I
way.
think I woke up at 5 and I was like, okay, I can't wait to go to the venue and to check out the place and to check out the guys, what the players are playing, to go into the alleys, to see the excitement. It was very, very cool to see everybody and to meet everybody again. Very exciting. So we'll be helping you to follow all the action today, and there will be lots of action. I've seen lots of this guy with only one arm, you see? you know, the one I'm talking about? Yeah.
The one.
Lots of this guy today. Kind of expected, I guess.
Kind of expected. I mean, we saw a huge surge of Kayo coming out through the PQ season. He is the most gathered living legend points throughout the whole PQ season. So we expect to see a lot of him shining up here in Calling Warsaw today.
Yeah, this is the last big event of the season, of this heavy hitter season. Then we're going to enter the Misvel hype season. It's incoming very soon. The road to Tokyo is next week. So, this is going to be the story of the day, basically. How to beat KO, or basically you have to either play KO or beat KO.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's any KOs out there that is going to have some special tech to maybe figure out the mirror a lot better, because you're going to probably expect to see a lot of the opponents playing the same hero as you are if you're on the KO today. So having to see a little bit more special tech, maybe some
innovation at the end of the season, something very spicy to change everything and to shift some matchups.
Exactly. Are you running the cast bones? Are you not running the cast bones? There seems to be two camps there on who is favoring having no misses or as few misses as possible in the deck. Sometimes the Blood Rush Bellows are like a necessary evil in order to be able to push this extra damage over the top in order to have those big turns with KO. But it's also misses, right? So if you go into your Wild Rise and you pull those Blood Rush Bellows, can sometimes be a really good or really bad feats bad moment.
Yeah, it is a very strong deck, but when you have those misses, it feels absolutely devastating, and you're like, yeah, I haven't done anything wrong. It's just variance is not on my side, and there's nothing you can do.
And that's typically how the aggro decks looks like. You have a lot of variance to play around, and that also depends on how much variance you want to put in your deck. Like all those misses is also adding to you being able to go over the top. Like the cast bones adding more punch into your next turn, the Blood Rush Bellows adding more punch to your turn, and so it's all a matter of balance in order how you want to play out your game. And also we have the famous scab skins that can also sometimes be a knack in your turn.
Yeah. So are you more on the beaten trackers plan? Are you more on the scab skins plan? That's also interesting. That's also a very important choice in some of these matchups.
Yeah, do you want that extra block that scab skins provides, or do you want the more reliable extra added action point from the beaten trackers? That is also going to be a huge favorite I'm going to see here today and see how that plays out. We of course have the sash, the new chest piece that is coming out. We have the new blue rogue shots that's coming out in the new Kayo armory deck that is being very, very popularized, and it's like a mainstay in almost any deck right now. But the sash still remains a discussion on how popular that is versus the old-fashioned tunic that all the brutes of old has been running.
But it's all these very important decisions all the time. When you roll scabs, when do you break the sash? Is that the right moment to do it? And if you do it, are you 100% convinced that you're going to have a big turn? And if you don't, you've destroyed all the value of this sash. It can have an insane value, but if it doesn't, it's like it can be a very bad situation. You think it's actually still a discussion whether you play Finless Spring Tunic, or is Sash better in most situations?
I still see that discussion. I see people still favoring the old Spring Tunic because that can give you much more power over a longer game. But if you are facing a shorter game, probably in the mirror matchup, then Sash is probably your best bet in order to find those early turns and try to capitalize on that Sash, both for the blocking capacity or extra blocking capacity to make you stay healthy for a longer period or for the short term, and also having the Sash pop-off turn when you find those crucial points with the Blood Rush Bellows, and also with the Tunic, probably more for the longer games against opponents that wants to take it long, like the Fatigues and
Yeah,
the.
you
and
know
the like.
about those matchups because
Definitely.
you've been playing lots of Victor recently.
Yes, and not on the fatigue side of Victor. I see lots of those lists going around as well. I'm more of the aggro Victor. I like to play my clashes and try to
you're
win.
that kind of person.
Yes, and capitalize on those golden suns on the top from the clashing cards. It feels good.
Okay, well, that's Kayo. We'll go over some of the other matchups. Maybe we can take a look at the pricing today because that's some exciting stuff. Look at this. So the format, obviously, Classic Constricted. They will be featuring 8 rounds today, but look at that. So pricing, $7,500, a goal for the extended out Balance of Justice, and a PTI, obviously, for the second player, for the finalist, $3,500. A gold foil legendary as well. That can be very exciting. I don't know if you're more like the extended out Balance of Justice. It was, of course, one of the best that you can have, but there's some spice in these legendary black envelopes. So very excited to if the players that win them will be willing to open them on the spot and show us the good stuff that they got, and the PTI as well, all the way through the top 8.
So we're going to have the pricing for top 42, I believe. So even if you don't get the top 8, there's still good amount of prize money. I think there's $30,000 total for this event this weekend for the calling. So even if you go X2 and maybe you don't have the best scores going into day 2,
just play
you are
into day
still
2 all
in,
the way.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you're still in for good amounts of money if you make the top 40 and plus and beyond. And even better you get closer to the top 8, of course, there's more money in there for you. So the turnaround here today is about 400 plus people.
Yeah, I think we don't have the exact number yet, but last time I checked, it was 437. So might be a little over that, but yeah, maybe closer to 500.
Yeah, and the field is stacked. We saw that already yesterday with the small events that was going on yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, and also some people coming out from the United States. We have seen Michael Fang and Brody Spurlock
I've seen a guy
around.
called Brody. I've seen a guy called Michael Fang. I've seen a guy whose nickname is Lisan Al Gaib. I don't know if you know this guy, and maybe we'll see him a little bit later. But yeah, it will be definitely interesting to check out how all these guys perform. I've seen lots of Pro Tour winners. We've seen, I talked to Pablo Pintor earlier this morning.
Right.
I know what he's playing. I won't spoil it yet, but it's interesting. It's something you will definitely want to watch and maybe commentate on. So yeah. Who else do we have? I've seen Maximilian Klein as well. Yeah, the finalist from Pro Tour Los Angeles. So yeah, very exciting stuff for you guys.
Yeah, we saw a huge turnout in the Pro Tour Los Angeles that we had so many people from Europe in the top 8, and that makes me even more excited to go into this calling.
Only people from Europe on the top 8.
A couple of you Americans and such, right? But we had a huge turnout in the Los Angeles event, and it was so exciting to see. And so going into this event, it's going to be stacked. And I would personally be somewhat intimidated going into this field, so I'm not jealous of the people going into the tournament today. But I hope everyone is going to have a great time and play their best and come out on top. And we'll never know who is in that final top 8. Maybe there's some newcomers shackling about that is going to have their day this weekend.
People that never had a chance to shine, you know? I mean, I talk a lot on social media about the fact that I was very happy that Arthur managed to get to the top, because for a long time French players were a bit overlooked, I think, and I've seen lots of these guys and I've seen the progress that Arthur has made since last year, and it's been very, very cool to watch all these players grow together and play the best Flesh and Blood that they can play. And Arthur is just, I would say, the tip of the iceberg, but the French community is coming in strong, and there's lots of French players in the room today.
It's
and
a huge
I'm excited to
community
see
as well.
what they're doing. Yeah, it's been the progress has been huge in France, and it's very, very cool to watch.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome to see that the rise of the new languages are also like helping the population a little bit and more as well.
Yeah, I mean, Europe has been. It's been very hard to grow the game in Europe because it wasn't available in some of the languages, but now it's available widely. Most of the languages are, I mean, most of the game is localized in most languages, so it's been used for Italy, for Germany, for France, and for Spain as well. Very cool to watch, and all these players are now not have access to most of the cards, so it's definitely something exciting to watch for. So we're gonna have, well, let's talk about it, because let's spill the beans. Arthur Trehet will be in our first feature match. We know that he's playing Kayo, and his opponent, Döhrer from Germany, is playing Azalea. So let's talk about it right away. What's the matchup for Kayo into Azalea? Because if you can chain these big red in the ledger turns, like all these go again will be for nothing on Kayo's side. So is it favored for Kayo still into something like Azalea? I mean, obviously you don't pick up Azalea and go into an event like the calling if you don't feel like you have a good matchup into Kayo. You need to be prepared for that.
I was expecting to see a lot of Azalea this weekend because I think they can counter Kayo quite well.
Yeah.
They have all of these like stop blocks. You have the red in the ledger, as you already mentioned, but you also have these seek and destroy, and you have the inertia tokens that is on hit. So that can cripple Kayo quite a bit, because Kayo likes to set up for those big turns and set up for those big Blood Rush Bellows turns. And without an arsenal, you don't really get that explosiveness at the same rate that you do otherwise. So Azalea being able to like basically putting some crippling blocks in front of Kayo can definitely be in her favor. And if you find those early red in the ledgers, you can dominate them. That can be huge game breaker for what Kayo is trying to do.
Yeah, and let's see. I'm excited to see if Arthur brought some spice. I know that he trained a lot recently, but so obviously he talked about it at length when he was interviewed after his win at Pro Tour Los Angeles. He's been playing. He used to play Dromai. I mean, he's been playing Dromai for his whole career. He started playing Dromai at his LGS 1 year ago, almost to the day.
Okay.
And so he only played Dromai. So now obviously Dromai went to the Living Legend lands. He can't play her anymore, so he had to switch, and he had to change his plans, to change his way of approaching the game. So I know that he's very meticulous and very he likes to think about the value of the card, so maybe he found something. I talked to him recently, and I talked to him yesterday, and I haven't seen him this morning, but he told me that he was pretty confident in the deck, but he knows that there's some variance that can make it hard to overcome.
Definitely. So in an aggro matchup, as in any matchup, the variance is what's gonna be the hardest hurdle for you to combat in terms of like, do you roll the scabs? Do you play that Blood Rush spell load? Are you sure you're not going to miss it? And all of those things is going to play out. Same thing with Azalea. I mean, if you draw a full hand with only arrows, that's going to be a pretty mopey turn for you. And at the same time, with only non-attacks, there's not much you can do as Azalea.
Yeah, and it doesn't block too well. When you only have non-attacks in your hand, it's like 2 blocks a lot. Oh, let's go.
We are so excited
there
and ready
you
to go. First game of the Calling Warsaw.
The first thing I look at when I'm seeing these boards is the sleeves. I think it's something like, it's a way to either intimidate your opponent or make like, and look at these sleeves at your side. All different.
We see the sash and we see the scab skins.
And the scab skins, so he's on that plan, yeah.
Yeah, so we probably want to lean on the scab skins here for the extra block. So we have some ways to combat the dominated arrows that is going to come flowing from Azalea's corner. So that's probably a good choice in this matchup. And also the temper 3 block that you can get total from the Savage Slash if you need to is also a huge push to combat the dominated arrows.
And the fist bump to start this game. There you go, guys. First round of this Calling Warsaw. This is turn 0. It's probably Arthur starting because we don't see a counter on this. Oh, there you go. Well, Paul is starting then. I'm wrong.
No worries. We have an interesting dilemma here that we don't really know who is winning the die roll and who is going first. Yeah. So we just have to make some guesses.
So, probably, just loading his arsenal with the Boltyn shot. Unless you have a big dominated arrow, you're not supposed to be doing much on this first turn as Azalea, right?
Yeah, and that's almost the trickiest part. You have to, as we see here, we almost have to always blind Azalea and hope that we hit something in order to get that off.
Oh,
the first
there you go! This means a lot of damage on turn 1.
I'm getting deja vu feelings because this is what my Azalea matchup in my Pro Quest looked exactly like this, and it's a huge dominated arrow
you
coming
hate
through
to
here.
see it.
Double blood rot pox on hit, and
it will be 11 damage, dominated with 4 damage through the blood rot pox.
Now this it's a conundrum for Kayo, right? Because now it's like, is it worth cashing in that armor on turn 0? Is it possible for me to block this out in any capacity?
It looks like he wants to block at least some of it. He will get the Might token thanks to the Apex Bone Breaker, so that's something at least, but that still means lots of damage. Only 5 block on that attack, so already taking 6 on turn 0, which you never want to see happen.
This early on, no. Definitely not. And the Blood Rot Pox tokens are so vicious because you, of course, in Kayo don't run a tremendous amount of blues. It's a lot of the things that you want to use or capitalize on your turn in order to get those 6s out of your hand.
Yeah, at the most he'll be able to pay for 1 of those Blood Rot Poxes if you want, but if you want to have a turn, you can't afford to pay 4. There's no way.
It's too expensive.
To pay 6, sorry. But it is already a very difficult game for Arthur.
Very much so. A huge hit here from Paul, who is hitting that infecting shot there on the top with the blind Azalea. Tremendously good turn there. Or a good start.
Well, at least he can start with the wall ride. This is one of the dangerous ones because you don't see the card you draw, you don't know what's going on, and you can pick a non-hit.
That's what we call it, a wild ride, because you never know what's going to happen.
It is very wild. It is wild indeed. Let's see how wild it is. This always roll the dice. This is a hit. Nice. So it's an attack for 7 with this wild ride. And, well, this is the thing, right? You attack right away. You know that there's going to be lots of attacks. And maybe Arthur doesn't care about the damage because he knows that his output is so huge. And he's on the offensive now. So
losing that Bare Fangs on the roll, though, is quite devastating. I think he would probably hope to keep that one on and follow that up with the wild ride. Yeah. Bare Fangs, one of the strongest card that Kayo has at his disposal, getting +2 if you discard a 6 or higher. So it's coming in for 8 most of the time. It's a huge attack.
I think he had 2 knock the death whistles Paul had in his hand. So blocked with 1. Probably will try to keep the other one to chain another dominated row. Yeah, there you go. You can see it in his hand. But no, what's the follow-up? It would be perfect to have something like Cast Bones, right? Doesn't look like it does, so it might be only a claw attack.
Yeah, it looks like an Assaulted Battery and Mighty Wind-Up in his hand there, so probably gonna use claw, and then it becomes the question if he's gonna try, maybe if there's a yellow Mighty Wind-Up, he's not even gonna be able to pay off the Blood Rot Pox here. Unless he chooses to.
Oh, it does, so yeah.
It is
mitigate
blue.
Some of the damage, yeah, the Mighty Wind-Up used to...
So maybe a little bit of a saving grace there.
Yeah.
In order to draw that extra blue there.
It doesn't have an arsenal now, so it's a bit of an underwhelming first turn. We talk all the time about how explosive Kayo can be, but yeah, this is not one of these turns.
Yeah, imagine if you could keep that Bare Fangs, you could chain the Mandible Claw into that Bare Fangs and come up with a really big turn there. But that's the thing with Kayo, sometimes the variance is not on your side, and that is by turn cycle, sometimes on your side, sometimes not. So
Arthur should be on 32.
And we see the Blood Rush in his hand. So hopefully looking to capitalize on that.
Another lace with Blood Rot for Paul. And the knock, the Death Whistle, we saw it. So he'll be for sure dominating this next attack.
And Knock the Death Whistle having that reload option available as well. So you don't need to front load it with the Death Dealer at all. You can just play the knock, get whatever arrow it is that you want on top, place another card into your arsenal, and just Azalea into that. So we're going to see the red and the ledger coming up here.
This means sure damage, and not much Arthur will be able to do about it. So he'll only be able to attack with one card, which is really huge in this matchup. If Paul somehow can change these ready in the ledgers, he can have a definite advantage for the rest of the game.
Yeah, being in Arthur's shoes here with the Blood Rush in hand, I think that's quite okay, because if he's able to not get an inertia token or something that is going to keep him from not being able to arsenal, I think he's just going to be happy arsenaling the Blood Rush Bellow and just sending a 6 on his
you
turn.
block as much as you can now,
Yeah.
attack with 1 card, and then prepare for the big Blood Rush Bellow turn next. But it doesn't look like Paul wants to let him do that, you know? He's been chaining his big attack.
At the same time, Azalea is not the most comfortable here to block. The armor capacity that she has available to her is not great. You have the Skullbone Crosswrap, you have the Tunic, but that's only 2 block in total. Compared to Kayo, who has a tremendous amount of blocking capacity.
What we call a fridge, yeah.
Huge fridge. And so that is also
fridge.
playing out in his favor.
Yeah.
Especially combating this dominated arrows. So Azalea not going to be happy to block most of the turns that Kayo is going to send out over. So
we see that Arthur has a sandpacking, but it doesn't look like Paul will have an arsenal at the end of this turn, so not gonna matter too much. He has a very weird hand. It does, like, if he blocks with only one of these cards, he can't block with more anyway. It doesn't have much of a turn next turn.
yeah, you can't really block with the Wild Rod that he has there.
Yeah.
So
He
and you
only
don't want to
has-
block out the Blood Rush.
Definitely.
So your options are very limited here.
Yeah, he needs to block with the pack hunt.
In order to save the sandpacking, there's only yellow in his hand in order to send something
Yeah.
back. And the biggest item he has is that Wild Ride. But he has the Blood Rush in hand, so he doesn't really want to send the Wild Ride either. Because the risk is that he's gonna lose the Blood Rush.
Yeah.
You can't do that in this position. So question is if he's just gonna send a Mandible Claw here.
I think that's the only thing he can do, actually. And he won't be able to pay for the Blood Rod Pucks either.
We're going for the gamble.
Oh,
I'm here for it.
interesting.
I am so here for
there
it.
you
We're
go,
into the
Arthur. That's what I'm
50-50.
talking about.
Oh, this is so
This is
narrowing.
cool.
I would be shaking in my seat
This
right
is
now.
very cool. It doesn't show anything. See?
It is the Blood Rush.
Oh no, Arthur. Why did you do it?
It's coming in for 7. I mean,
Yeah, that was my token, so it's still 7 at least. And there's no arsenal on Paul's side, so
the Mandible Claw
Needed
for
to do
4.
something.
I mean, he's getting 3 more damage this way. The go again doesn't matter, but losing the Blood Rush here. Very
Well,
curious
it-
here. We're just gonna take it.
yeah, I think in any case you have to take it, right? You need to assemble a strong town now, and you've seen that Arthur just lost a critical piece of his game plan
Definitely.
to go wide. So, oh, and there's the Rain Razors. I think I see at least one Codex of Frailty. It will be an interesting turn. It's also the Tunic turn, so the Death Dealer will be activated thanks to... Oh, yeah. Okay, so the Boltyn shot is charged with the Sleep Dart pitched.
Oh, I love the Ravenous Rabble
Oh,
in the
yeah.
Azalea decks.
Very cool.
Being
Rabble.
able to both see what is on top and also chaining those Ravenous Rabble.
Go a little wider with
Yeah.
the Rabble.
Not having to use those arrows in order to get to go wide, basically.
Mhm.
So it's a great enabler for Azalea. Also great for Arthur here to have that arsenal on a...
Did you see the card?
I did not.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he showed it. So very
It's a
curious to see
mystery.
what he got. Yeah.
Imagine if it drew into another Blood Rush.
Oh, yeah. That would mean he's the chosen right, the chosen one, right?
Definitely.
He does. He
Big
is.
brain play.
We know he is, but it would prove it to the world. But yeah, you know, it shows that sometimes in these Kayo decks you have those misses, and when you lose one of your cards like that is on a random discard, it's absolutely devastating.
It's the brute life, for
you
sure.
know, yeah, you know that you need to embrace that life when you're playing brute, but so, it's still very hard to
It's hard to commit.
overcome. Yeah, I know I wouldn't be able to do it.
Same.
Some players are comfortable with that. I wouldn't want to put myself in like I roll the dice and it's 50-50 if I win or lose.
Definitely. It's much more of a lesser gambling addiction that I have in Victor in comparison. But
Oh yeah.
in Kayo's situation, it's much more of a win or lose situation every single turn.
It is only 3 damage on that Boltyn shot. You don't know what's coming next because obviously it can reload if it hits, but it's not that much damage, and I don't think Arthur wants to block that one. It's very difficult because if there's a strong arrow next turn, yeah, you can just stop the turn right there. We know that there's a run razors, but he doesn't. Oh,
Since
he plays around it.
Since Paul didn't block anything last turn, I think Arthur is smelling that something is fishy here. So I think he is reading Paul really, really well here. That is, there must be a pump of some sort that he has to combat here with only 2 cards left in his hand. It's absolutely a possibility, and he's reading it so well.
Yeah.
But that Codex follow-up is gonna come at him either way.
And with the Tunic resource, he can still play the red in the ledger and make it difficult for Arthur to come back. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's gonna come.
Obviously picking up the red in the ledger.
Codex of Frailty being such a strong card, also giving him a Ponder token to refresh his arsenal at the end of the turn is also
and the
so
Frailty
huge.
as well, which means that even if Arthur wants to attack with the claw or with the card that is in his arsenal, it will be that much weaker.
Yeah, it's already not a 2-card hand, and it's a Bare Fangs, I think I call it.
I think so.
And with his red in the ledger, I think it's fine to take 7 here, but it's still so much damage.
It is 7 damage. But you have to take it, otherwise you don't have a turn.
We're still saving our armor for a bigger turn, when we can save our hand and actually go a bit wider. With the red in the ledger, you really can't either way, so the on-hit here is not as relevant. It's just damage, but it's still a lot of damage.
He can't even play that sand packing, which could be great, because it means that either Azalea loses her arsenal, or, yeah, but you have to play the Bare Fangs. Has to hit, yeah. Big attack for 8. Creating a might thanks to Kayo's ability.
Still keeping that arsenal that we don't know what it is, so it's still a mystery going forward.
But you see, this is why this matchup is, I think, somewhat unfavored for Azalea, because even though it looks like Paul has dominated the game, the health totals are pretty almost even because of that armor.
True.
There's still lots of armor on Arthur's side. We know that you talked about it earlier, but there's only 2 points of block on Paul's side, so it's actually a bit more even than the health totals represent right now.
So we have almost 9 blocking capacity if we choose to go full in on the sash here.
Oh, Paul is playing the amplifying arrow.
Oh, I love to see that.
Yeah, very cool.
I think it was Brody Spurlock who popularized that one fairly recently.
We saw it last month, I think. Yeah, it was very cool to watch.
Also a great tech, because it's an arrow for 0, but if you just chain pumps into it, it can grow to a huge arrow at the end of it. So
with 4 pumps, you can have like 20 damage arrows or something.
For sure, and it's super scary to go in. And it's a 0-cost arrow. We love to see that in Azalea, who doesn't run a lot of blues. Maybe just the 3 knock the death whistle total in the whole deck. Some yellow Boltyn shots maybe.
Yeah, as far as sniping or so.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Not a lot of blues to talk about.
I don't think Paul is happy about what he sees on top. It looks like it's a difficult decision. Oh, yeah, I love these moments. So do you go for the blind Azalea? Does he have an arrow in his hand? That's the big question. Maybe he doesn't. Oh, he does. He has 3 of them, actually.
It looks like a premeditated Boltyn shot and the amplifying arrows. He had 2 amplifying arrows in his hand last time.
I think that's remorseless.
Oh.
Remorse,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So it will be Boltyn shot into Remorseless if the Boltyn shot hits. Probably.
Hope to maybe catch another pump there on the top
Yeah.
from the Death Dealer activation. Death Dealer being such a strong card, being
Oh,
able
it is
to
amazing,
draw
yeah.
from loading your arrow.
And for a very long time, Azalea was at the bottom of the tier list. Like, it was a consensual, like, one of the worst decks in the game. But now that she's coming in very strong, you realize the power of that Death Dealer card that's been there for forever. But now you realize how strong it is now that she has access to all these great pump spells with great on-hit effects, and also the Codex of Frailty, obviously.
Yeah, the codexes are so good. It's very hard to play around because Azalea is also presenting those inertia tokens that keeps you from having an arsenal, because having an arsenal going into a codex is basically keeping you from discarding something from your hand and having to arsenal something on force, basically. Then having something in arsenal is how you play around those codexes. But this Boltyn shot coming in for 10 here.
It's a lot of damage, but we
It's
see
a
that
lot.
Arthur has the second Blood Rush Bellow in his hand, so he wants to, he doesn't really want to block now. He wants to keep as many cards as possible, probably break the sash and go as wide and wild as possible, as Kayo can go wild.
It's really hard to read as well, because even if he blocks out this Boltyn shot to prevent the reload effect that is on hit, and also keeping him from getting those laces of inertia tokens hitting him as well, I think he's probably planning to go all out with his hand, so those inertia tokens probably aren't as effective as Paul wants them to be here. Anyway, I mean, even if you try to block out the Boltyn shot, as I mentioned, this could be a Codex of Frailty coming up here either way.
Oh. He's giving a lot now, but he has a very red hand. Only red cards.
Oh.
These two runners. I think that's. He had a third red card apart from the Blood Rush Bellow. We still don't know what's in his arsenal, obviously, but he couldn't do much right now. I mean, breaking the sash helps, obviously, but not a lot of go again.
Not a lot of go again, and also most of your things cost 2, so even with the sash activations, you still have to pay 1 for most of your stuff, so...
Oh, Arthur is a bit distracted because he put the scab skins in place of the sash.
Oh, they look kind of similar at the end of the day.
And the Remorseless coming in and making it very hard to go wide as well, so...
I'm a bit
Difficult
curious why he didn't
decision.
choose to block with a Scowling Flashback here. That would prevent him from coming in with that last arrow on this turn.
That would have saved lots of health.
Interesting.
Oh, there you go. He realized this mistake.
Now Azalea packing a punch here. Not known for going so wide, but I think Paul has been able to go wide every single turn thanks to those Ravenous Rabbles, this Boltyn shots.
Apart from that first turn, but he didn't need to.
A big dominated arrow is also good. It's
Yeah.
either go tall or
Good
go
enough,
wide, and
I
Azalea
guess.
does them both beautifully.
Yeah. I think Arthur feels like he's forced to block, but he doesn't want to do it. But he's like almost giving his cards now. Yeah, we will see this second Blood Rush Bellow go.
I would not be happy giving that up, but at the same time...
Yeah, but can you afford to take this one?
Exactly. So Paul doesn't have an arsenal, so that is at least some saving grace here from Arthur's perspective. So blocking out this Remorseless and just telling him, hey, please have another turn and try to go wide or try to go tall on me again without having that arsenal to start. Might be the way to go for Arthur here. So I think he's having a think on this one.
Yeah, I think you need to block it out. It is tough.
It's sad to lose that Might token,
now.
though.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to take extra damage for this Remorseless.
He takes it. Wow.
So question is if he's going to play out his Arsenal and then maybe Arsenal his Blood Rush, if that's what he's thinking.
He probably thinks that he can't win this one without the Blood Rush Bellow, so he definitely needs it. But it's... Wow. Oh, yeah, but this Command Conquer doesn't do anything, right? I mean, you're
That's
happy
sad.
taking 6 when you're Azalea. You don't have anything in your arsenal. Yeah, that's
It's for
that's
7,
a good
right?
card.
With the
Yeah,
my
it's for
token.
7, obviously.
Yeah, but
yeah.
still, no arsenal. It's just gonna
nothing.
be
Yeah,
happy town for
he's
Azalea.
happy going down to 14 now. Good weapon against Azalea, this Command and Conquer, unless she doesn't care about her arsenal and she doesn't have one. It's
Exactly, and the blocking capacity we know from Azalea's, most of her cards on the non-attacks blocks for 2, so it's most often very awkward to try to block these ones out. But if you don't have an arsenal, you don't really care about it. It's just damage at this point.
wow. So that's why he was really disappointed about having to block that one, lose his Blood Rush below, or just
Yeah,
letting it
losing
hit
that
and coming. Yeah.
was a tremendous, devastating turn from Arthur. But it was the 50-50 that he gambled for, and
But what? Yeah. I assume that you would want to Skull and Flashback that one if you know for sure that you're gonna have to Command and Conquer afterwards. Oh, he's still blocking. Interesting. This is totally unexpected, but it looks like he didn't have an arrow actually, so it makes sense. There was no arrow on Paul's side apparently.
we're turning the tide here. Arthur now
Oh,
probably is going to
this
face
is
an
when
arsenal
Variance
pass.
is coming back in your direction. Yeah.
Not much
Look
you can
at
do
this,
with a
yeah.
one-card hand.
And Paul is not happy about it. Look at that.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he had no arrow. Wow.
Oh, the field is wide open now for Arthur to make the biggest comeback we've
This
seen.
is the big comeback with Blood Rush Bellow. So now you crack the sash, right?
Probably.
We don't see. Yeah, we don't really see the cards, but it looks like it's one of
should
those
be
moments,
fine.
right?
Should be fine, but you probably play your Blood Rush out first and see what you draw into.
Yeah, because so far it doesn't look like he has any go again, right?
No, I didn't see any wild
Yeah.
rights. Yet.
Okay, you can't afford to miss this one because it's been
Yeah, you probably don't have any misses on this
game
one.
over. Yeah.
Clash of Agility.
Okay. That's okay.
We take those.
Oh, so no go again now.
Now is the question. Do we roll the
Do you
scabs?
roll? Yeah.
How much of a gambler do we think Arthur is? We already gambled on the Blood Rush Bellow. Do we think we have to?
He's the kind of guy who digs for a sigil of solace in the finals of a Pro Tour, you know? So, yeah, he knows he's out. He knows what he needs to do. The problem is that this Command and Conquer isn't even boosted by the Blood Rush Bellow, so it's just a CNC. And if you use a Blood Rush Bellow only to CNC, it's a bit disappointing. So I think, like,
We're at least going to see a Mandible Claw.
yeah, he can at least
For
attack
sure.
with the Mandible Claw first, but then
It's a question about the follow-up. Like, do we roll the scabs? Do we break the sash? How do we...
all these people that complain that Kayo is a deck that goes straight to the face and doesn't really think. Look at this game. How much Arthur has had to think about all his decisions so far.
What is the upside? What is the downside? If you
Yeah.
roll a scabs on one here, it's probably game over. So do you dare take that risk when you are not very much in the lead as you would hope to be at this point in the game?
Well, in any case, the first step is attacking with the claw. We know that he's gonna do it, but he can think about
Yeah,
it
sash doesn't
afterwards.
affect the claws. It's only attack
Yeah.
action cards, right? So the claw is still gonna cost you 2. We are
It
seeing the
does
scabs. We
roll.
are seeing the
Wow.
scabs.
There you go.
It's
Okay, it's a 4. Nice.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. Now
That's
we
what
can...
you need.
This is a
Okay.
huge... This is how Arthur makes the comeback. After that start, we're looking at a huge comeback
This
here.
is exactly what you want to see on the first round of a calling, you know?
This is so
exciting
exciting.
plays,
This is so
roll
exciting.
dice, and go wide. Go wild, my friend.
Now, how do we play this one out? For the Bear Fangs, you need to draw on this card.
Yeah.
With the claw,
But
you can still keep your 2
losing
action
the
points.
beast within, like discarding the beast within could be interesting.
Definitely. Definitely, for sure. I think we would try to keep that beast within for pitch, but with a sash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we
now
still
the
want
second
that.
decision is: does he break the sash now? Do you destroy it to make sure that you can afford to pay for everything?
Yeah, if you pay 2 for the mandible claws here, then you have nothing floating, and you can pay that beast within
Mm-hmm.
to continue the turn. Yeah, I don't see a better opportunity to break the sash than here, unless you want to keep the blocking capacity, but at the same time,
You still have 3 block, 2 on the flash bag,
definitely.
1 on the apex bone breaker, and in any case, Paul will have to block this turn.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure.
100%. Otherwise he's dead, so...
So what are we gonna do, Arthur?
Oh. Yeah, he wants to start with the bare fangs.
Draw and discard.
Okay, so it will be an attack for 10.
10 and 1 action point remaining. Can still come in with a mandible claws for another go again. So it's gonna come in for 5 plus whatever we get to keep out of this discard.
The best would probably be the CNC maybe to threaten this arsenal. Oh, there you go. So that's gone.
Yep. It doesn't get the +2 from the Blood Rush anyway. So I think that's fine. I think Arthur wants to try and get in as much damage as possible to try and equalize the life totals here and push Azalea a little bit more on the back foot, or Paul a little bit more on the back foot in order to get back into this game. And this is exactly what he needs to get things rolling in his favor again.
Lots of blocks again from Paul. Maybe after having a no arrow turn, he has lots of arrows this turn.
Yeah.
You see at least 1 on this. I didn't see what the other card was.
I think it was a 2 block because it took 5, so some type of non-attack. And now the claw for 5.
The claw for 5, the big claw.
The mighty one single claw. Kayo being a bit crippled, a bit only one claw. Reiner and Levia can go with the double claw. That's a little
Can
more
you
scary,
imagine this guy with 2 arms?
Nope.
I don't want to think about that, yeah. He's already scary enough.
When you first saw this hero, I was like, but you only have 1 claw. How scary can it be? And here we are.
Definitely scary. That's scary.
Now we finish things off.
Oh,
with the beast within.
Playing the beast within.
All right.
He doesn't want to. He wants to avoid losing any health as much as possible, probably. But that's still an 8
still
attack.
An 8, yeah.
It is big.
Now Paul.
Yeah. Still unhappy about having to block that one.
You can tell. What a huge turn. We're looking at 13 damage.
Yeah, but this
and
like,
a might token.
We talked about like this is what you sign up for when you're playing Brute. You have to roll dice, and this is what you sign up for when you're playing Azalea. Sometimes you can't attack because you don't have an arrow, and that's the thing. It can be very powerful, but it can be devastating when you don't have anything to attack your opponent with. That's exactly. I mean, that was the perfect moment for Arthur to come back.
Yep,
he had
definitely.
everything that he needed at that exact moment.
And he gets an arsenal. The pack hunt in his arsenal is also going to be super helpful moving forward.
Oh!
He's taking full tempo here.
Wow! This is huge!
Blocking 6, taking 2. Arsenal pass. Arthur is back in the game.
After having so many relevant cards, it looks like Paul didn't have anything to stop Arthur, so he decided to mitigate some of that damage, but wow! Okay, the sash is gone now. That's something at least for Paul.
Definitely. 1 block capacity less, but...
And there's an agile wind-up, so he'll be able to chain 2 attacks at least.
I think I saw pulping as well. That's also a very, very good card. Azalea, not packing a lot of defense reaction. I don't expect Paul to have a D-react in hand. And now...
Trying to find an arrow from the top of his deck. Reading the glide path.
Do we blind Azalea here? Or do we pass? We're looking to
He
pass.
passes.
No? Yeah. So now Arthur has full information. There's definitely no D-React in Arsenal, so that pulping
That pulping
is going to come in for 7
will be very
dominate
nasty, yeah.
with an absolute go again.
We see the run rough shot, this brand new card from the Kayo Armory deck. Very important blue, block 3, attack for 1. Attack for 6.
Yep.
Only 1 cost. Very, very strong card.
Very much so. Almost seeing play. Almost. It is seeing play in exactly every KO deck since
Every
the armor
single-
deck
yeah.
coming out. It's so good. Just having that 1 for 5. Chef's kiss.
Service Sash is like a very powerful card for sure, but run
But
rough
still-
shot is probably the most important one.
I think so, because the Sash still sees some competition with the Fienda Spring Tunic
Yeah.
over these longer games, but in this
But there
short-term
is no
games, as we
question that
saw,
run rough shot, yeah.
yes, it's very, very powerful.
So do you start with pulping now?
I don't see why not.
Yeah. You start with pulping,
Like,
you
the only
attack
thing-
with claw, and then you finish off with anything, and that's basically...
Should get you there.
Yeah. This is basically...
Like, the only thing that's scary here is that the pulping is draw discard, right? So you
Yeah.
could technically
You-
miss,
you
but we're
can
going
miss,
for the
yeah.
claw first. Okay.
Yeah, because he
So
has
we're
the
looking
agile
to
wind
discard
up.
exactly,
you
discarding the
can-
agile wind up in resolution phase in order to give it go again.
So it will be Mandible Claw, discard with the agile wind up, then probably attack with the pulping.
Interesting proposition
And
here.
if he keeps, if he has another 1 cost, what's... Oh, we saw that it was a pack hunt, right? In his arsenal.
Yep. Oh, we're blocking with the Skullbone here.
Why he feels that, yeah. Probably has to block with it anyway, but it's...
Paul is trying
it
to
will
keep
be
his
very
hands.
hard to not die on that one.
Yeah.
He doesn't know about the pulping, but we do. Yeah, he didn't
Just
realize that he
confirming
gave
how it
go
gets
again,
go
with
again.
the agile wind up. Yeah, it's all in the timing.
So maybe
Yeah.
Paul was just begging him, look, not having it. And so he thinks like blocking with the Scowling would give him the in to keep his whole hand in order to come back with a huge arrow, basically. But now he's looking at a turn that is much more scarier than just a mandible
There
claw for
you
4.
go, the pulping coming, so you don't want it to miss. Yeah, it's
There you
a
go.
hit. This is the clash of agility or might. It's agility.
And we have the
Attacking
follow-up in
for
Arsenal
3.
for this one.
Dominated. And it has go again if you can't defend with 2 cards, 2 non-equipment cards, so it obviously has go again now.
For sure.
And he will be able to attack with the pack hunt.
Like the only way to play around this pulping is if you have a D-React in Arsenal, and as we can clearly see, that is not the
Yeah.
case. So pulping will push 3 damage, or 2 if we decide to block with the Tunic here.
Paul going down to 2. And this pack hunt is coming.
And it's going to intimidate.
Intimidating, so it's over for Paul, I think. Only...
No, he gets to keep 2 cards, and he has a Tunic.
Oh yeah, he can.
So it depends
can
what he
lose
gets
the
to
tunic.
keep. It all depends on what he gets to keep.
If he only has 2 blocks.
Two blocks and Tunic is still keeping him in the game. Because that will
But
block
then
for
he'll
5.
be on the back foot for the rest of the game. I mean, there's no way
Absolutely.
that Kayo won't be able to change these breakpoints and make sure that he loses at some point. But yeah,
You could still whiff on a wild
look at
ride.
him shaking his head. He doesn't like what he sees.
If he has 1 0 block in hand, it's over. But if he has 2 any blocks,
Yeah, the fact that he's still thinking about it means that he probably has an out. He just doesn't like it.
no.
Yeah. So
You go down to
this is a block for
1.
5. Going down to 1, and you know basically that when you go down to 1 against most of these brute decks, there's a reckless swing that can't come anytime, so it's a very risky proposition. Like, I've seen some of these lists only run 1 reckless swing, but like there's always one,
There's always one.
at least one, and you can't afford to not
Most
play around
definitely.
it. But how can you play around it when you're at 1? You need to play anyway.
And you also have the agility and might token here, so a huge
Yeah, it will be a
comeback
huge turn.
We're going blind Azalea.
Yeah, you
What
have
can
to,
we
right?
possibly find on top to close?
Not a lace with frailty, for
He
sure.
needed to find an arrow, I believe.
Yeah.
I think it's another non-attack in his hand. What a turn of
Wow.
events here. Azalea looking
a couple
so
of
good.
Yeah, it didn't look like he could lose that one, but then he had no arrows, and then he had a very weak turn on the following turn when Arthur came with the Blood Rush below, so he had to block it all out, and now he's at 1 against one of the most impressive and most powerful decks, probably the most powerful deck in this metagame.
Yeah, I can see
Oh, look at this.
Paul is looking at the end of the barrel
and
here.
it will start, the Clash of Might, attacking for 7.
With go again.
7 with go again. Probably means that he'll have to block with at least 3 cards.
Exactly. Or
Oh,
2,
2
3
and the
blocks
tunic.
and tunic, yeah. But still.
It is very sad. Oh, he has a Rain Razor, so I think that's
Oh,
the
no.
end of the game. I
Oh,
don't think
no.
you can block. You won't be able to block it all out.
And even
It's another
that, you
6
have the
attack
pulping.
afterwards. Yeah, the
You
pulping
have to
is
dominate
coming.
it on the pulping.
Yeah,
It's
it will
done.
be dominating for sure.
It is so done. Arthur doing the comeback.
Yeah. And the pulping, and Paul knows that the writing is on the wall, and the writing says, dominate. There you go.
That
yeah,
is the fist bump.
Wow. Amazing
Wow.
comeback by Arthur. He seems to be very adept at this kind of thing, you know? I don't know if you remember the finals of Pro Tour Los Angeles, but yeah, he needs something like that, like a miracle.
A miracle, none less of. I mean, rolling that 4 on the scab skins and like debating whether you roll the 4 on, or whether you roll on the scab skin at all. Like, he had to make that one happen in order to come back into the game, and that's exactly what he did. What an exciting start of this Calling Warsaw event.
I think it's a good first game, yeah.
Definitely.
We witnessed something very, very nice to start the day off.
It's not a sigil,
It's not a sigil, but
but
it
it's
is
close.
Yeah,
It's
it is
so
pretty
good
close.
when these
so,
things happen.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes there's things like that. You know that there's these guys. They always get what they need at the right time, and
Yeah.
this is when you know that that you are against a very good player, because it feels like it's natural or a miracle. But since it happens all the time, it can't be just luck. You know your outs. You know what you have to play for,
Yeah.
and he blocked when he needed to. He kept his hand when he needed to. He got very low, but then he managed to get his opponent low enough that at some point, when he had an opportunity to come back, he did.
Yeah. The only thing is maybe the Scowling Flashback block would have been
Yeah, it might
preferable, but in the end, Arthur
it
just
worked
playing
out,
to his
so,
outs
yeah.
and
Who are we to judge?
getting
You know,
rewarded. Yeah.
It worked
You'll have to
out
ask
in
him
the end.
about that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I will be asking him about that, and maybe talk to him about getting his head more into the game, because that was a
And
bit
the
weird.
struggles of playing Kayo. Maybe
Yeah.
he has some insights now after playtesting this one for a while, I believe.
Yeah, so let's look about what happened during that Pro Tour Los Angeles win, because I think we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about it yesterday, and I rewatched this game all the time, the Pro Tour finals, and it's still as exciting as when I watched it the
One of
first
the
time.
best
And
games.
yeah, I mean the casting was amazing, so it made it all the more impressive.
Definitely.
It made it very, very cool. But yeah, this game was absolutely intense, and if you get a chance to watch it at home, go back on the YouTube channel, on the Fab official YouTube channel, and do yourself a favor and watch that game. It's absolutely amazing.
One of the best.
3 days of competitive play, 14 rounds of Swiss, and one of the most compelling top 8s flesh and blood play has ever seen have led us to one final match. There's a spilled blood in Maximilian Klein's hand.
Are you kidding me?
You would have to find exactly Sigil of Solace. It's the only out at this point.
What a call out. Sigil of Solace to keep him in the game. Here's the sink. Off the top.
You can't be serious! You cannot be serious!
5 is offered here, block 3. What's the last card? What's the last card in Max's hand? It's
Sigil of Solace. Game 3. Maximilian reaches.
It has to be in the swing. What else can it be? He's got one. It has to be an attack reaction.
He's hesitating on it. You don't hesitate if you have it.
And he's alive in this game! Are you kidding?
Burn them all at the ready. Max at 1.
Not a 1 in her hand. Not a 1. It's a grimace. A ruthless.
He showed a hand is extended! We're in the House of the Dragon! And at the head of the table sits Arthur Trehet, your Pro Tour Lost Angeles champion, with the most incredible cold shot I have ever seen!
Hi and welcome back to the calling in Warsaw. We've just seen Arthur Trehet. Congratulations, round 1 win. Oh God, round 1, like loads of nerves. Sort of like you got to get through this one first. Paul put you under so much pressure. He came out the gates, dominate. You don't show any emotion on your face. You're just like you're looking at all these 10 and 11 power cards.
Yeah, I knew I was in a bad position, and especially I did probably a miss block. I think I should have blocked with my Scowling Flashback earlier, and I didn't do it, so I got punished.
Yeah.
And then I was even worse in the game, and hopefully he bricked a hand
Absolutely.
with Azalea, which happens sometimes, but put me back in the game. And then on my Blood Torpedo turn, I was like, I think this, if I'm not rolling scabs and presenting 3 attacks this turn, I'm not going to win. So I was like, okay, I have to now. So let's roll, and I rolled.
That scab skin roll. I mean,
Yeah.
that was your first opportunity to actually get into the game.
Yeah.
And you showed no fear by picking that scabs up, because if that had gone horribly wrong, you just put yourself back in a position that you had been under for that entire game.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's a massively brave play. It was fantastic, but it brought you back into it. You used the sash sort of like with the Blood Rush turn.
Yeah.
And that was instrumental in bringing you back. And then everything was on the other foot. How are you enjoying the sash in practice?
Well, I think it's a great card, of course. I'm not sure in which matchups I have to put it in. But yeah, it's a great card. It combos. It gives a lot of armor. So in the race matchups, it's super good. I'm just not sure if on the long run, Tunic is better or not.
Okay, it'll depend on matchups, won't it?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what, we'll see that during the course of the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank
Grab
you.
a quick break before the next round. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
So let's bring you more of the show as we get ready for round 2.
us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here from Calling Warsaw. I'm Erica. I'm joined here by Carol, who's come all the way from New Zealand to help us cast this tournament this weekend. Super excited to have you here. How are you doing today?
I'm so good. It's been amazing being back on home turf, discovering what Warsaw has to offer, and it's honestly what a start to the calling.
What a
that first game was amazing. Honestly, from the get-go, I was kind of worried about Arthur's situation. You know, taking that first arrow, eating all these blood rod tokens. So, but he managed to stay calm, made a comeback, and eventually closed the game, which was awesome.
Yeah, it's really important in those situations to try to remain your calm, try to find your outs, try to place as smart as you can. Sometimes have to gamble a little bit, noticing when you have to maybe roll those scabs in order to find those outs.
Absolutely.
And taking the chances or taking the risks in order to get there in the end. So an absolutely amazing start of the day here. And we are going to keep rocking on. We actually have the meta report ready for you to go. So if we can get that displayed on the screen here. No surprises really. We see a lot of Kayo here. And any first takes when you look at this meta report?
Honestly, after the Armory deck came out for Kayo, I was actually expecting a lot more Kayos than the 102 present here. It's roughly, I think, around 21%, 22. I was expecting upwards of 30. So I do think that it really sets the tone for the day. It's kind of, we have seen players either commit to KO or try and find something that has a good game into KO. I feel like that is going to be the theme of the weekend. Now, there are some surprises for me here. Dorinthia at 55, second place. I do feel like seeing the Pro Tour, the success of Dorinthia over KO, I do think it kind of plays on people's minds as a deck to counter KO. Azalea, we've seen what Azalea can do against KO in the first game. So, and a lot of victors as well. Now, Erica, you're a big Victor fan. Can you tell me why people would be bringing Victor to this tournament?
I think from my personal perspective, he's super fun to play.
Yeah.
He basically can get so much leverage out of those clash cards in order to be able to draw those extra cards, in order to be able to block extra during those critical turns and still be able to pack a punch back with those Golden Suns coming in for 10 with those gold tokens and overpowered. It's a huge power turn for Victor with those clash wins going on top of that. And also, maybe not the best KO matchup. I will probably not be super happy to bring Victor into a meta that looks like this. But at the same time, as you already mentioned, we're not seeing that many KO. I mean, it's still the biggest chunk of the bunch, so to speak, in this meta. But playing Victor into the rest of the field, I mean, the Azalea and Dorinthia that is coming right up is probably pretty favored in from a Victor's perspective if you're on the Bindi Hatchet Dorinthia lists. And also the Prisms.
Yeah,
they're still
25,
lurking about.
That's quite a lot. And honestly, Prism is a very interesting choice because we've seen what the deck can do in calling Phuket. I think that with players like Vespa really showcasing the power of Prism and how much Prism can do from the very first turn of the game. We have the ALS loops, have the Heralds, and I feel like if you do think that you can take on KO a lot of these other matchups like Dorinthia, Victor, you have Kassai's and Kano's even. Those are amazing. So if you feel comfortable into KO, and I feel like a lot of Prisms do see it as this kind of 60-60 matchup, you could say, then it's a great pick, honestly.
Definitely. Can we talk about the Kanos for a second?
Sure, of course.
22 Kanos decided to show up at this event today. I mean, looking at the KO matchup, I would be quite scared playing Kano because Kayo can have so great turns and do so much damage. And as a Kano player, you want to try and keep things steady as soon as you find your puzzle pieces in order to pop off.
Yeah.
So super curious to see the huge amount of Kano players, but at the same time, Europe has been showing quite a lot of Kano fanism over the past couple of years.
And I want to shout out Samuel Braben, who won the Calling Birmingham. He was on Icelander then, and I think he's sticking to Wizards, and he is on Kano. And I hope to see players like himself that have seen success in Europe, European players, to kind of continue that trajectory further along the tournament. Kano, you have matchups like Dorinthia and Victor, which kind of give you that time to set up those big combo turns. It's not as easy, I think, against KO, which, as you said, is so explosive, etc. And moving down with Boltyn, great warrior that can tackle KO as well. Quite a decent amount of Uzuris at 17. 17 Levias. Great choice, I would say. It kind of has that burst potential of KO, and it has maybe even like better matchups into decks like Kano, into decks like Prism potentially. You have a lot more poppers. And these bigger kind of defensive warriors like Dorinthia and Kassai, which have shown case that they have the power to take on KOs, but Levia, I feel like, has that extra push. And going down further down, Erica, do you have any kind of dark horses for these road decks for the tournament that you think could do well?
I love to see the Vincent
Yeah.
somewhat well represented. We only see like a couple, like most during these bigger tournaments previously. So
Yeah.
seeing 7 rock up to this event,
Mhm.
almost battling out the Viserai stance that we have here, also
Yeah,
only 7.
yeah, absolutely.
So we have a little bit of a Runeblade pack coming in here, thinking they can actually have a punch. Viserai having some interesting, going back a little bit to the OTK list that we've seen recently, going with those 9th blades, packing up so many rune shots that you can in order to just go 1-turn kill on your opponents. At the same time, you can also play your aggressive plan as well. So into decks like Kayo or something more aggressive like Azalea, for example, you can still play that aggressive plan and do a lot of split damage with those rune shots. But seeing Vincent up here as well, maybe there's something interesting here that people has found tech-wise that brings her interesting here.
Yeah, absolutely. And going down where we left off with like 15 dashes. I know Roman is pretty big on dash. He was telling us before the tournament. We have the deck list for the matchup coming up, and that is kind of on theme of what I wanted to talk about these rogue decks. We know that Kayo was going to be a force in this tournament, and people have been leaning towards Riptide. We even have seen some battle hardens with multiple Riptides in top 8. So I'm actually quite surprised that there isn't more Riptides, because it has a decent matchup into KO. We do have the next up on, we will have a Riptide on, which I'm like super excited.
And not just any Riptide.
Yeah.
It's Daniele Frattarelli from Italy, who is facing none other than Francesco Giorgio. And Francesco, he's on KO, of course.
Yeah.
So this is what you talked about, that Riptide might have a leg up into this KO matchup. So it's going to be an exciting second game in this calling, where we're going to see if Riptide can show us how it's done against these aggressive KO lists.
Absolutely. And you have tools like the collapsing trap, which is just devastating. A lot of, the might tokens every single turn, turning on your traps that care about greater power than base power. Inertia traps, you're shutting down their turns. You're pinging them for 1 a lot of the turns with your defense reactions. So I'm really interested to see how this is gonna play out. How does Riptide actually do in this particular matchup? Because at the end of the day, the output from the KO players is just so high. It's gonna be definitely a fun watch.
Definitely. And I also want to see what Kayo's strategy is looking like going into this matchup. Of course, you don't want to go with all of those go again attacks, because then you will get punished from the traps. At the same time, you don't want to get those might tokens activated, because then you will also get punished by the traps. So there's so many ways for Riptide to punish the things that Kayo would love to do. He likes to go over top, push that extra damage, banish those 6s to get those go agains, to get those bonus damage in and get those might tokens out. So I'm curious to see if Francesco has a plan going into this matchup. It's gonna be a tricky one for sure.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at his list for the Daniele's list over here, and we have fatigue shots. We have some serious spice over here as well in the equipment suite. He's got a Mask of Malicious Manifestations. Now, I'm not sure if we'll be seeing this one in this particular matchup, as he does have Balance of Justice as well. But yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how he plans to kind of, what on hits is he planning to push through. There's a Battering Bolt. Now, this is a great card against these Wild Rides and Bear Fangs.
Are we looking at a more aggressive list, or is it more of a defensive, or is it more of a mid-rangey type of list, do you think?
Honestly, there's a lot of traps.
Of course.
There's a lot of traps. Yeah. So, it's interesting. He also, it does seem quite aggressive as well. Like at first glance, I thought that there isn't that many arrows. You have the Boltyn shots, the endless arrows, some Falcon Wings, and then the traps. You have Frailty, Inertia Trap.
The classics.
Yeah, but he does have all 9 of the laces. He's got some Premeditates as well. So it's,
of course.
Absolutely, of course, 3 Codex of Frailty there. So yeah, we'll see. I think we'll have bit of defensive side, bit of offensive side as well. I think he's going to be definitely trying to put his foot on the gas and try and kind of disrupt through on hits as well as the traps, definitely.
We'll see how that goes. Francesco won the die roll, we hear, so he is deciding who goes first.
He pointed at himself, so maybe that's a sign that he wants to start the game off.
Probably not letting Riptide get that arsenal and have the best start that he can have, probably setting things up and taking that first turn, setting things up for himself. Very interesting choice though, because going second is typically where you want to be in order to get that aggressive stance in. And we see the balance of justice here. Great card against Kayo in this new meta, and you see that helmet in almost every list now. It's so powerful where you can get the 2 blocks off and also get the draw card whenever they get their blood rushes off.
Absolutely, it's just so good in this current metagame. So many decks, you have Tomes of Divinity, even the Blood Rushes. So many decks like to draw multiple cards. Yeah, that's definitely a staple. It's cool to see the one of my favorite cards from outside is actually the Quiver of Abyssal Depths, and we'll see if Daniele finds a window to activate that one.
We see an interesting start here. Francesco opting in to play the scabs. So that is the way we're going to roll today. Playing a 5 on the scabs, getting those 2 action points to kick things off today.
Yeah, I think he's trying to gauge on how much defense Daniele has over here.
Now, Scabskins is very interesting because it gives you the possibility of getting those action points without having to rely on your go again. So you're basically playing around those traps a little bit in order to not get those activated, because you still have your action points and you don't have those go agains in order to activate the traps. So it's a very interesting play around you can do with that Scabskins roll.
Very true, very true. And here we see him coming in for 6, basically attacking for the base power of 6. So as you said, playing around those traps extremely well. And Fatigue Shot. Now this card, I feel like it's amazing against Kayo because he just pumps up these huge attacks, and halving the base power of the attacks can be, it basically turns the attack into 1 cost, 5 power, but basically you're gaining extra value through reducing the attack of their first attack action card. So
yeah, Fatigue Shot is a very much staple into these big attacks decks that like the Victor, like the Bravo, like all the brutes basically. So Fatigue Shot is mostly a mainstay in most of the Ranger decks for that reason. We also see the Seek and Destroy there, and that's a bit of an annoying conundrum because that forces you not to keep your arsenal at the end of your turn, and forces you, or not forces you, but hinders you from being able to set up for your next turn. So Seek and Destroy is also having a great on hit there.
Yeah, and Francesco opting to play. Oh, here we go. No. Here we go. He doesn't get that Might token, but honestly, if there was ever a turn to whiff on KO, I think this is the turn. Here, Francesco only has 1 resource here, so the follow up is quite limited for him. But yeah, pulping, coming in for 6. If anything,
dominate.
Erica, this is good for him to not get that Might token to play around all those traps. But it's interesting to see Francesco play a bit of a slower game, denying that on hit, playing a 2-card hand, and I wonder if this is going to set the tone for the rest of the game as well.
Now, pulping is interesting because even though we didn't discard a 6, the 6 only gives pulping dominate. It still has to go again unless it's defended by 2 non-equipment. So
true.
It's going to see an easy block here coming in from Daniele. He's going to take 1 out of this one, but no go again as he's blocking with 2 cards. So nothing else going to come up here. And the Seek and Destroy is going to say bye-bye to the rest of the cards that Francesco has available.
Yeah. And
or we blocked out the Seek and Destroy, never mind.
Yeah. So it's, and
here's another one.
it is interesting to see if we'll continue to see that kind of back and forth play when both players are trying to defend with a few cards, try and eke a little bit of value here and there with their 2-card hands and trying to set something up. And another powerful on hit, an array of on hits from Daniele here. We've had the Frailty, the Endless Arrow, the Seek and Destroy. Let's see if Francesco continues to just try and prevent those on-hits and try and play a value game.
Now this Endless Arrow on hit, it gets back into his hand, so he has the possibility to bag that into his arsenal for seeing another turn. So not the most positive on hit from Francesco's side of things, probably looking to not let this one through.
Oh wow, he's holding the Blood Rush. It's going in on the defense.
We're absolutely doing it.
Wow, it's so early in the game, and Francesco is really respecting the on-hits here. He's defending with those. He's not afraid to shove that equipment in, and this could be a reason why. He's ready to set up a huge turn with that cast bones.
A bit interesting here because he decided to block with that 5. That doesn't enable the Apex Bondbreaker defensive capability. That doesn't give him a Might token. So,
So you're right. In a way, playing that cast bones was a little bit risky because he didn't have that extra might to secure the agility. But some interesting card choices here from Francesco. We're saying Censor, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how these top level players are adapting to within their KO lists. So cards like Censor, I think it's a cool tech card. I think that it'll be interesting to see what he does with it.
do we think he has a Blood Rush, maybe an Arsenal in hand at this point in time? So maybe that's why he was comfortable blocking with the Blood Rush on the last turn?
True. He is keeping a card in hand, potentially unable to defend with it. Maybe it's a Wild Ride, maybe it's a Bare Fangs. I'd be putting him on something like that.
Very interesting turn here from Francesco, but we still hit perfectly on that cast bone. So we're looking at these 6 might tokens, and with that, also the agility token. So from Danielle's perspective, we're probably looking a little bit scared. Every time I see a cast bones, I am definitely terrified because seeing those huge bonks coming through is really, really intimidating.
Definitely. And the question is, does Daniele have some kind of disruptive, something that can disrupt this cast bones?
I'm trying to think if there's any like on hits that we have available to us.
Yeah, I think a majority of them would come from the pumps, the laces.
Right.
And I think, honestly, with a setup that Francesco has, it's going to be rough. Ooh, Codex getting pitched.
Interesting.
It's still quite early on the game, so there are limited choices for Daniele on what he can get back.
Yeah. Still printing the Premeditate, so we're still going to get the Ponder token. So the Ponder token from the Codex is not relevant. And also Francesco sitting on that Arsenal.
Ooh. And that's why he pitched the Codex, because he had another one. Yeah. And it's a really cool play to see something that Azalea cannot do. With Riptide, you're able to play a Premeditate, use the hero ability to put a card into your arsenal, and then we saw him use the Trench to get rid of it, save it for later, and really utilize the Ponder token that Codex of Frailty generates.
Very interesting way of cycling your hand in order to maybe set up something for later in order to draw up into a full hand at the end of the turn and have... some outs, basically.
Yeah, and the swiftness with which Daniele just kind of whipped that play showcases how comfortable he is playing this hero. Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, fatigue shot coming through again. Once more, we have an 8, and on hit, we're gonna see that base of the first attack being halved, basically nullifying, I would say, the cast bones here with those 8 or 6 might tokens rather. So fatigue shot is probably a very clutchy play here from Daniele.
Absolutely, absolutely. And unfortunately, the Premeditate is probably something that Daniele wasn't after at this particular turn, because he's going to most likely be doubling up on that Ponder token. But Frailty is already down for Francesco. And yeah, let's see if Francesco actually respects this fatigue shot. The agility token does give Francesco a lot of flexibility with how he wants to approach the turn. He can start off with something even with 5 power to just mitigate that fatigue shot's ability. So yeah, probably not as much of a disruptive effect as Daniele was hoping for. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what Francesco has in store for us next here.
Francesco has already used quite a lot of his armor at this point in the game. He hasn't taken a single point of damage so far, but being able to utilize his armor in order to set up these big turns is typically what you're looking at to do. And capitalizing on that sash, of course, like getting those blocks out early in order to be able to play out your sash. It looks like we have a little bit of a discussion going on at the table right now. So
Yeah, one of the angles of this game is something I want to point out is the fact that there's been multiple turns already. You know, we're in turn 3, and both life totals. There's been 1 point of life lost.
exactly.
So, can this game actually go to fatigue? That is going to be quite interesting to see. Francesco does have this huge turn, so I think the end of Francesco's turn will be a great showcase of how the pace of the game is going to work. Now we do have a judge call here.
I hear from our producer that Francesco is curious about knowing details about a specific trap. So that is absolutely something that you can do at a tournament. If you're unsure what a card does, you can absolutely always call a judge and you can tell them, hey, I know this card exists. Can you tell me exactly what this card does in order to get that information that you need in order to play out your turn at the best of your capacity. So as long as you just know what the card name is, or you can at least somewhat describe it, you can absolutely always utilize a judge in order to get that extra information you need. So always remember to call a judge whenever you end up in that situation on these big tournaments.
Absolutely, and it's something great to remember for players out there who are kind of unfamiliar with what you can and can't ask judges. So that's a great tip, Erica, honestly. If you're going to even a pro quest, we have the nationals coming up.
Right.
So don't be afraid to call a judge and double check things. They're definitely there to help.
And it can always give you an edge, because if you're unsure, then giving you that extra knowledge in order to understand further what you can potentially need to play around. For example, Prism can have some really delicate items in her arsenal to flip things on their turn, so to say.
Definitely.
Try to remember what Arclight Sentinel does, for example. Can be quite good to know. Because maybe you don't play this matchup so often. Like Riptide is not a hero we see quite a lot. Like Teklovossen, like the Max, like some of these heroes you don't see a lot. So just having a hunch on what the cards are and just getting that extra information can be super valuable to you.
Definitely. And for me, the thing right now is, what is the trap that Francesco is so worried about? Is it maybe one of the legendary specializations? We have Buzzsaw Trap, Collapsing Trap, Spike Pit Trap, all in Daniele's list.
Some of them can be quite devastating, especially if you have the go against where they can be activated and you can get some frailty tokens sending your way, making your turn a little bit less effective.
Yeah.
You're actually opting in to take this fatigue shot here.
Oof.
So it's halving the base, right? So if I remember correctly, these mic tokens are still going to be able to pump over, and it's not going to be affected effectively by this fatigue shot.
Yeah.
So imagine you're coming in for 6, it's going to be half down to 3, and then you get in the +6 or +6 yes from the mic tokens.
And
We're seeing
Blood Rush
the Blood
Bella.
Rush.
And this is one of these dream plays from the Kayo side, playing out a Blood Rush when you've played Castbones the turn before. So this is going to be definitely a big one.
The big little wombo combo, as we like to call it sometimes.
Yeah.
The Castbones into the Blood Rush, just packing a huge punch into this massive turn that we're going to see here now coming in from Francesco.
Yeah, especially because it's backed up by that agility token. And this is one of these spots where Francesco is going to have to think about whether it's worth it to pop that sash and just create...
There we go.
There we go. There it is. There it is. Absolutely, and he's seeing the 3 cards in his hand. He's got a card in arsenal, so oof, Savage Feast. This looks to me like a dream turn for Kayo, honestly.
Definitely, like getting that sash activation, making all of your attacks or attack action cards rather, having that -1 cost to them actually enables you to go these extra wide turns with the fewer cards you have at your disposal. So you can really go at it with this sash activation and also into this Blood Rush with this agility token. This Savage Feast is coming in for 9.
And there was actually some extra utility there from the Castbones, because it reveals the top 6 cards and you draw 4 of them.
Yeah.
So Francesco was actually after drawing I guess he didn't know he knew exactly what he was going to draw from the Blood Rush Bellow as well. So,
Yep.
um,
Having full information, basically, how to play out your Blood Rush turn and how to capitalize on that sash.
which is really, I think what's at the top level of play. These kinds of edges is what kind of, I think, really helps out the top KO players. And for Daniele's side, he's going to try and probably mitigate as much as he can from this. We saw without that fatigue shot, this Savage Feast would be coming in for 12 the first attack, and then he's got all these extra cards to follow it up with. Yeah. Another interesting... Oh, we have a Buzzsaw Trap. This is pretty exciting. He's going to be... yeah. He's going to be doing... He's going to be coming in for paying. He's reducing the block value from that... that Scowling. And... Yeah, already getting that value from those traps. Now,
awesome to see.
Yeah, and interestingly, also, Daniele has the option of popping that Balance of Justice. This is the perfect card to have in these spots where your opponent tries to go as wide as possible.
So, looking at the Wild Ride here, with the Blood Rush, we're coming in for another 7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's coming from Arsenal, so -1 from the Frailty there.
Mm-hmm.
So Frailty giving the -1 on your weapons, and also from attacks that you play from Arsenal. So quite a good card. Looking at how Francesco having that Arsenal packed for a very, very long time, and now being able to cash it in here.
And will we see... Oof, there's another Savage Feast. Now is he going to consider... Is it the time to scap skins here? He's opting to just play it safe and just play it out.
So blocking with the Balance of Justice there prior, now being able to capitalize on it, going into this Savage Feast, getting that extra card in order to be able to block out further into this turn.
And it's interesting to see how well Daniele has actually been able to mitigate that damage. I mean, he's still up on life. He's probably going to be taking a bit here, but all in all, pretty successful way to stop the Savage Sash, Blood Rush Bellow, Cosbone's turn. I mean, like, this was literally kind of a dream setup turn from Francesco, and yeah, Daniele seems to be in a pretty sweet spot.
How you can see how things are playing out exactly the way you want to, being able to come in with these big turns, even with that fatigue shot pulling up against you going into that turn. It's probably the best play that Daniele could have made. But even if it was still such a huge turn.
And with just 3 cards, Daniele here is able to just keep on pumping these on hits.
Yeah, and with that Codex of Frailty, being able to basically choose whatever arrow is at his disposal. We don't have anything floating though, so we can't pull off another fatigue shot as that's costing 1. So might we see an Endless maybe?
Yeah, the Endless Arrow kind of, again, with the Ponder token, the on-hit effect isn't as useful, but the inertia and the frailties are definitely going to be something that Francesco is going to have to look out for. Now, it's interesting to see previously how early Francesco was defending with those equipment, the Apex Bonebreaker, the Scapskin Leathers, and now it makes so much sense after getting that Buzzsaw trapped. If he wasn't utilizing those equipment early, he wouldn't gain that value because of the way that those counters work on the temper equipment. So very heads-up play there from Francesco.
Exactly, very great heads-up play there from Francesco. We're actually grabbing the drill shot here, and also try to remember which zero-cost arrows he had at his disposal. Misremember that the drill shot was actually blocked with earlier, so that we have available to us. Another nasty on-hit that is going to push -1 counters onto your equipment unless you fully block it out.
He's definitely coming for that equipment suite. And it's interesting to see from Daniele's side that a lot of his arrows are these 0-4s with on-hit. And without the equipment suite, it's going to get so much harder for Francesco to mitigate those on-hits because he's going to have to commit extra cards from hand. So we could see that this is potentially the Riptide strategy, is to strip away that armor and then having that clear pathway to disrupt.
Exactly, and we're also phasing out this inertia token that is going to force you out of that arsenal unless you play it the next turn as well. So looking to block this 10 is probably very much what Francesco would love to do. But as we also know, we have those pulpings, we have those wild rights, not the best blocking cards at your disposal as well. We don't know what is in Francesco's hand, but sometimes that can be very much troublesome in order for you to try and block things out if you would want to. So we'll see what Francesco is going to opt in on.
Absolutely, and because this Riptide deck does have the ability to be quite aggressive as well, he's going to get the Ponder, he's going to get an Arsenal, and he's going to be able to have a 5-card hand coming in the following turn. So if Francesco does opt to defend this out, he might be facing a lot of offensive potential from Daniele here.
We're looking to send the whole shebang, it looks like here. Not even capitalizing on the Scowling Flashback because there's no cards left in Daniel's hand and no follow-up here. So, but still, he's trying to block it out as much as possible, but still gonna see some damage coming through here.
Absolutely, and it's one of these things. It was really cool to see actually the Wrecker Romp making an impact as a 6-power. Kayo doesn't need these 6-power blues, but the Wrecker Romp plus the Apex Bone Breaker does give Francesco that might token.
So yeah, playing around the drill shot there by blocking with all of his equipment is what Francesco opted out to do. So great heads-up play to make sure that he actually can capitalize on some of that armor in order to stay healthy. But looking at his life totals right now, 26 to 27, and with the armor suites basically down to 0 on Francesco's side of things. The blocking capacity, we still have the trench on 1, and so I would say it's very, very equal at this point in time.
Yep, definitely. Let's see. Oof. And now we see why Francesco was in such a kind of decided on how to defend that last turn, because he had the Bear Fangs Wild Rights, cannot defend with them, and unfortunately he is stranded with that card in hand, which is going to be eaten up by that inertia token.
Yeah, very unfortunate there from Francesco, but sometimes that is how things play out, and why we see Riptide being so powerful against these Kayo decks. Really capitalizing on the way that Kayo is trying to play the game and just absolutely countering it from the ground up, basically. Ooh!
Nice little play there. Yeah.
We have the Agile Wind-Up being discarded here, so creating another Agility and Might token, so not being totally dishonored from the Inertia token there. Great heads-up play.
Great setup for the following turn.
Definitely.
Oof.
And this is a big one, though, Carol.
And this is what I was talking about before, is those arrows, 0-cost arrows, they work so well with the pumps. Daniele isn't forced to use his bow. He can play these very efficient 2-card hands, 3-card hands, as we see here. Now, he is going to get the double ponder, but this is just great way to yeah, absolutely getting your opponent down to 16, getting them in that danger zone, and I think I mentioned fatigue before, but I'm pretty sure Daniele here is just happy to just keep on going down on life, take a few hits, and then potentially use that Riptide hero ability of pinging Francesco for one to close out a game.
I mean, Kayo, I know the Brutes have the Reckless Swing available to you, but Riptide also has that little secret spice available to him, being able to capitalize even further on those powerful traps in order to get that extra damage off that is basically unpreventable unless you run. Maybe the No Fear is the only way to play around it at this point.
True.
So we don't see that a whole lot in the Kayo decks these days. It's still a miss on your Wild Rice, your Pulpings, your Blood Rushes. So we don't really love to run those. So haven't seen a lot of those lately. But this Command and Conquer, though, with the Agility token and a Might, a 7 go again up against Daniele here.
And maybe that was the reason that Francesco was so happy to just give those Ponder tokens to Daniele there. He was like, you know what, I'll let you Arsenal whatever you want, and we'll be coming in for 7, which is just, that break point is just so annoying. And maybe it's even extra effective against the Riptide list, which is running all these traps, which just could leave Daniele stranded with all those cards.
Definitely, but we see the Trench activated here. doing a pull on of the card that we have in Arsenal, so quite avoiding the on-hit effect here from the CNC, but still forcing Daniele to abandon that card is still a powerful play, because the one extra resource that we're getting from the transfer is not super useful as a Riptide player, but it's at least saving him his cards for later if we get to the point where we're going into more of a fatigue situation.
That's very true. Yeah. And I wonder if, does Francesco have some kind of follow-up here as well?
The cast bones.
This is the follow-up that he would have been dreaming of.
But this is the last cast bones we've seen, right? Because he discarded one quite early. He played one of them, and this is the second one.
Yeah.
We'll see if the hits. It's a full blood-on hit.
Yeah. And another one of these situations where just one list hit in these top cards could have denied that agility token. But it is cool to see that these power cards are getting played quite early on, and maybe the fatigue kind of angle of this game is not off the table completely, because the cast bones are gone. We have
one blood rush, right?
Yeah, we have seen some blood rushes. We have seen Francesco defend with a blood rush as well. So these power cards are kind of bit of a situation there. I think they're trying to work out who's shuffling the cards. But yeah, Castbone's great card. I'm interested to see if Daniele can present something here to threaten this Castbone's turn.
Exactly. We're only going to see a 4-card hand pulled into this Castbone, but I think that's fine. With a 4-card hand, you can still pull off a double hitter, basically, with this agility token. And we saw the Swing Big being one of them, one of the biggest cards that Kayo has at its disposal, with a very interesting on-hit, giving that Quicken token if you manage to block it out completely. But still, a 2 for 8 is a very, very powerful card in Kayo lists.
Yeah. Not the hand that Daniele wanted to see. Now, this is where running cards like arrows, pumps, and traps gets a little bit tricky, because there are situations where you do have that opening of having 4, even 5-card hands, but because you have traps and arrows, you're only able to present maybe 1 pump or even no pumps, like in this situation.
It was a little bit of an iffy there, and Daniele was discarding his endless arrows that actually hit, but it turned out so quickly that he just discarded that card instead of pulling it back into his hand, as it should if it's getting hit. So
yeah, in a way, that on hit maybe was something that Francesco was more happy to take than deny.
Back,
yeah. Oof. Command and Conquer coming in for 12.
Yeah, Daniele saw that from the Castbone, so there's no real surprise, but still, CNC for 6 is annoying. CNC for 7 is even more annoying. CNC for 12? My God, that is an impossible outlook for Daniele here.
Absolutely. And this wild ride, this is one of those like great ways to curve out with double blues, where you're going for attack, that 2-cost attack with the Command and Conquer into the wild ride. And then he still has the resources to be able to claw to follow that up with.
And all this Frailty Trap is coming in clutch here, with the Torpid Trap also on the follow-up. But the Frailty Trap, creating that Frailty token, -1ing the Mandible Claw, and Daniele is just gonna shovel up and take it.
Yeah. And the Riptide effect is able to ping down Francesco's life total a little bit, which is a great way to kind of stay on par against the powerful Castbone's turn.
Very interesting turn here. They're playing so quickly, so you have to speak twice as fast as I typically do in order to keep up. And I think I already speak too fast, so trying to keep things up here. Francesco looking at 13, Daniele at 10. We're going into that end stage of the game where things are starting to play more.
Scabskins
roll.
Ooh,
a 5! That's going to be 2 action points there for Francesco, going in with a 4-card hand and a Might token.
Yeah. He was putting it all on the line. Hitting a 1 there would have been very, very risky. And as you mentioned before, there's that No Fear. It was in the deck.
He has it. Interesting also to add it into this matchup, actually paying some respect to
Absolutely.
the Riptide's capability in order to ping you for one, maybe to clutch in with that no fear in case of need. So
Yeah.
very heads up play here from Francesco to add that in.
Yeah, and I want to point out the way that Francesco's pitched that no fear alongside to deny the potential whiff for the Bear Fangs.
Yeah, very great play there in order to capitalize on that Bear Fang fully coming in for 9 with that extra action point remaining from the scab skin rolls. Francesco is literally on a roll.
Yeah. 2 resources, 9 damage, and an extra action point. This is so tough for Daniele to deal with here. He only has 1 card, and Francesco is able to follow that up with a claw or potentially another attack.
Yeah, let's see what Francesco has left at his disposal. Sometimes with his draw discards, you never know what you're going to end up with. But still having that 2 floating from his previous pitch, he's able to just go in with the Mandible Claw and pack the bag with whatever he has left. But Danielle sitting on only 1 card, I think he's very much enticed to play this one out.
And this is one of the new cards from the Kayo Armory deck, Run Roughshod, which is just that perfect blue for Kayo to be able to present. You know, any other blue, a lot of the blues cost 3.
Yeah.
So in this situation, most other blues would not be able to have played and kind of created that awkward situation, which is, it's not a card you want to arsenal.
No.
It's not a card you just kind of, a lot of the time, have to keep in hand. So great card to be left with for Francesco there.
And what a great pull-up here from Francesco. We're seeing both the Wild Rides and the Pulping in hand. We're going to do a draw discard on this Wild Ride to see, do we get to keep the Pulping? We actually do. So this is another huge churn coming in from Francesco here, not letting Danielle have a single breathing moment into these last stages of the game.
Now, the cool thing that Riptide can do against... Oof, there's the Buzzsaw Trap. Wow.
The legendary Riptide specialization.
Yeah. So it is going to be pinging Francesco there, and he's opting to come in with the claw. But what I wanted to say about the pulping was that Riptide has the ability to play a trap from hand, use the second ability to load another trap into Arsenal, and then stop a pulping.
Right.
So it was actually really heads up from Francesco not to lead with that pulping, despite having so little kind of whiffs left in this deck. So, kind of trying to disguise his evasion in the form of dominate for that final attack.
Definitely smart heads-up play. Francesco showing us why he's one of the best players in Europe as we speak. Danielle down to 3. Francesco still sitting quite healthy here on 12. And now Danielle, are you just hoping that Francesco is just going to whiff at this point?
Yeah. So it is another one of these situations for Kayo when he's got a 4-card hand, and the question is, does he have the go again? Now, leading with the Mandible Claw, I think we've seen it in the previous game, with a few cards in hand, chances are he has some form of discard, but it is a great way to chip damage with attacking with that breakpoint for 4 here.
Definitely, the might tokens just showing off how good they are. Getting in those breakpoints like the CNCs for 7, the Mandible Claws for 4. A super annoying thing to have to play around because you don't want to give up 2 cards for this Mandible Claw. You never want to do that. So you're just getting that ship damage in one way or another. And you never know what's going to be follow-up. It could be anything really, but you're probably looking at some type of wind-up here in order to give that Mandible Claw go again for... to push more damage into this turn.
And so assuming one of those cards is a wind-up, that leaves Francesco with a resource and 2 cards left. And a lot of his cards are able to come in for 6, 7, even 8 with swing bid of 2 cards. So, it's just oof. And Daniele here is trenching. So that wasn't a trap that he had going on. So...
looking grim here
it
for
is.
Danielle.
It's not looking great. We're yet to see anything that Daniela is able to do there with that resource. just having a look now on the list, I don't believe he runs things like Feign Death, which would have been a
That would be nice.
that would be pretty sweet there.
Oh wow, we're looking at the double inertia trap here on this Mandible Claw. And we also play down one of the cards down into Arsenal from the Riptide's effect here.
Oh wow.
Getting to capitalize a little bit of damage back on Francesco, but blocking 6 here on this Mandible Claw for 4.
Wow, and now Daniele's in a really rough spot. Is it a trap in his arsenal? Is he going to be taking...
be.
I mean, with the trench, that would put him down to 1.
It's a full trap hand!
Oh!
It's a full trap
And
hand!
now we see Daniele's plan, the pitfall trap, the inertia trap.
Yeah.
He is actually being able to ping Francesco down quite significantly. I believe Francesco was in 15 life, I believe, before
2 turns ago, yeah.
the last time that Daniele was actually presenting an attack.
Exactly.
So he has been able to consistently
Stay on top of it.
yeah. But is it gonna be enough? That is the question. Because Might token, Agility token, 4-card hand from Francesco, 4-card hand for Daniele there. So it's still not looking that great.
Another 4-card handful coming in here from Francesco. Is he going to be able to keep up the tempo he has been holding on to for the past 4-5 turns?
Mm-hmm. And here is an attack that pairs up so nicely with the agility tokens. Runner. This is able to generate another agility token for the following turn for Francesco. So even if he's not able to push through Daniele's defenses here, he has that token set up for the following turn.
Definitely, and I fully admire Francesco's non-respect, basically, for the traps. He is just going with everything he's got. He's not minding the go-against. He is just sending everything he's got with those go-against, with those agility tokens, with those might tokens, also buffing all of his attacks, basically.
Yeah.
Basically giving Riptide all of the windows open for him to capitalize onto his traps. And we see that is shipping off a little bit on Francesco's life here, but still keeping things alive here with that 3 life total still going. I'm very much amazed with how Francesco is just able to keep things moving along and basically forcing Daniele to have those traps available to him in order to stay up.
Oof, 2, that is the collapsing trap. There we go. This is the big Riptide play. Unfortunately, he was forced to defend with his pumps, which only defend for 2.
Indeed, so what is going to happen is going to discard every card he has left at his disposal, draw up every card, -1. So he's going to draw up with that 1 card there and just going to come in with a claw for 3. And Daniele still having to block with all of his cards on that turn, still going to just pass on his turn to get the things back into Francesco, looking at another agility and might token
Yeah, exactly.
yet again.
Oh,
The blood rush is coming in as well.
there is that final power card from Francesco, and what a time to play it. It's just the oof.
There's the Beast Within.
Beast Within.
Into the Wild Ride. Basically, Beast Within giving you that card back that you are forced to discard on this blood rush. So basically going net positive or net equal.
Yeah. Basically,
his turn.
he has a full grip, 4 cards.
Taking 1 damage from the Beast Within, absolutely, but still a very, very good power turn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Daniele's not able to, maybe with a pitfall trap. There is a way to ping Francesco down. I don't believe he's able to put all 7 damage on Francesco here, and I'm going to be amazed if Daniele finds a way out of this one.
Is there a way out, though? We see the 3 block. There's 1 card left in hand. Any 6.
Ooh, and another wild ride just keeps on coming.
Ride. Can we make this have go again?
Yeah.
Daniele is praying. Is it a whiff?
Ooh.
It's another Beast Within.
It's just that one.
You just get the card back. The discard doesn't even do anything at this point in time. Daniele is breathing on his lasts.
Yeah, and there it is. There it is. And honestly, I feel like it was a great showcase to see what Riptide is able to do in these spots if the Kayo gets low on life. But unfortunately, I feel like honestly, great play from both players.
Definitely.
Francesco was, I still have to point out the heads-up play of defending with those equipment early, saving his life total. I feel like he knew exactly what to do in this matchup.
So awesome play here by Francesco, taking in a 2-0 lead here on to this calling Warsaw. Amazing, amazing play, and also all the heads-up play that he was able to push out of this turn, going into the end game with such a high life total, not being scared whatsoever of the trap activation, being able to just pull off all of those go again attacks into those buffs, into those might tokens, creating all of those good synergies that Kayo is known for, and just pulling things through. But still, going down to the wire, 6 life remaining going into the end finishes there. It was still a very, very close game.
Absolutely, and I feel like it did come down to those few turns where Daniele had those openings, was able to keep a full grip, but wasn't able to convert and being able to shoot one arrow. There have been some great turns there with pumps and Codex of Frailty, and I believe a lot of those Ponder tokens were able to kind of sustain that to stay on par with the KO, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough against all those power cards, the Cast Bones, the Blood Rush Bellows, the Sash turn.
That Sash turn was insane. Very, very good heads-up play there. Francesco taking it on. We are gonna cut to a quick interview, cutting back to Bass doing that interview with Francesco to hear more about his thoughts going into the rest of the day. Stay tuned.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the calling in Warsaw. Congratulations, Francesco.
Thank you, Mark.
Fantastic. So fresh off a win on calling Liverpool, you're now calling Warsaw, packing Kayo.
Yeah.
Was that a matchup that you were familiar with, Riptide?
Not at all. In fact, I didn't approach it properly, really, because I diluted. I don't know if he was trying to fatigue me or something. I diluted my deck too much because I played 68 cards.
Okay.
And then I saw it at the start, and my deck was a bit all over the place with the cards I was drawing.
Yeah.
But he played 60, so in the end, you really just want your 60 cards with just normal. You want to draw your Blood Rush, Cast Bones, use your cards. So that was a mistake, but then I survived long enough for that card to finally arrive.
Yeah. Thing is, he started. Daniele hit you with some big attacks. You got the Cast Bones out, and then he played fatigue shots. So it was kind of like halving the damage from that. But I mean, you still had a fantastic sort of but still 9 power off of the Cast Bones instead of 12. So it wasn't too shabby in the end.
Yeah, that turn was rough. I was undecided whether to block, but then I thought, well, it's fine. I'm going to lose 3 damage. I might lose just 2, depending on what I discard with the Blood Rush, because I could play the Run Rough Shot, but I discarded that one. Lost 3 damage. It's not terrible, but I don't really have a block on that fatigue shot. That was a big turn in the game.
He started to crawl like crawl things back. Like it was trap after trap. Were you getting worried? I mean, you went from 15 down to 8 pretty quick.
I did,
with the amount of traps that were coming out. I mean, they come out so fast, I couldn't even pick them quick enough.
yeah. I didn't think he would have it enough. I mean, I don't know his deck, but judging from the amount of like arrows and pumps he played at the start, I didn't think he would have enough traps in general to like kill me just with that. But never know. But I still had 2 CNC in the deck. Well, I discarded one to the collapsing trap. That was another mistake because I should have pitched another red there. But you know, at some point the blood rush have to come. Then he can't just block with with those traps. So that's what happened.
Nice, brilliant. Congratulations. I wish you all the very best for the rest, and hopefully we'll see you back on the table, mate.
All right, thank you.
One. All right, let's get back to round 3. It's coming up soon.
And we are back at Calling Warsaw. I was watching from the sidelines this Riptide versus Kayo match, and it was amazing.
It was great. It was absolutely amazing.
It was
I'm
cool.
so excited to see all of these amazing games we have so far. We're off to
Wow.
a really good start today.
Yeah. And we've chosen the next feature table, and it's an exciting one as well. So we can't tell you about it right now, but yeah, it's going to be a nice one. What did you think about this? The end of this Riptide versus Kayo match. I think it was closer than it seemed, and it could have gone either way in these last few turns. It could have turned like it. It was only a matter of maybe having one less go again from the Kayo side, and it was basically over, because all these traps at the end of the day that matter so much, does so much damage.
Definitely. Like, we see Riptide also being able to pack a little bit of a punch with all of those pumps, with all of those arrows, coming in for 0 for 4 with those pumps, coming in for 10s, 11s, 12s, with nasty on-hits. But Francesco being able to pilot that matchup really, really well, taking care of making sure that his equipment was being used effectively in the beginning, getting those off immediately, looking at the Scowling flashback block and everything, just to make sure that he gets all of that blocking capacity off at the start of things, so he doesn't get that big punishment from those traps and also the drill shots and everything, and losing that blocking capacity, keeping him healthy, like probably was the helpful add-on to make sure that he stayed up healthy in the later stage of that game there. So very, 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 very close game there, showing why Riptide is so powerful in this new meta we're looking at right now.
Yeah, so we're going to go to the matchup screen right now, and you will see why I'm so excited about casting this one, because obviously this is a Boltyn versus Victor matchup, and well, from my experience, and you will probably say the opposite, but from my experience, it's almost impossible to win as Victor when you're playing against Boltyn. I think probably one of the best matchups for Boltyn is Victor. If you can assemble a strong Via of the Vanguard turn with the Spirit of Arena on the board, and you have 1 or 2 Lumina Ascensions, that's devastating for any deck, but especially for a deck that packs so many attack actions like Victor. So we're going to see what plan they're on, and if it's a full combo plan for Gianluigi, or if it's more on the Raiden side of
we've seen both of those combinations popping up a lot a bit lately.
Yeah.
And both going on the Raiden plan that is more mid-rangey. You try to get that much value out of that Raiden as possible. Counter the Centauri Saber plan where you have those double Centauri and you can just pop off with those double and triple Illumina turns and just pack a punch. That's Victor. As you already mentioned, he packs a lot of attack action cards. And compared to his brother-in-arms Bravo, Bravo typically packs a little bit more non-attacks and maybe some auras even at this day and age, which is really, really good against Boltyn, because it doesn't let Boltyn capitalize on that +1 that he gets from charging his card with his Boltyn ability, right? So Victor not having the greatest matchups into Boltyn in this day and age, I would be very, very scared sitting on that Victor side of the table right now.
It is going to be fun to watch in any case. What would be the plan? I mean, we've talked about it earlier. You're a Victor player. So you know how to approach this matchup. What would be the plan for a Victor player right now when you're facing a deck like Boltyn that can put together lots of damage and that can punish you for having attack actions like you just said?
So Victor has that possible capability of just running you over with those clash cards, and Boltyn doesn't.
Oh my God! Sorry, I'm cutting you off. Okay, so let's, guys, we can forget about everything that we just said because it's a Decimator Great Axe Boltyn deck.
Holy moly.
It is very exciting. So the plan is, it plays basically like a Decimator Great Axe Dorinthia deck, obviously. The only difference is that it has access to cards like Soul Shield, and obviously, as you can see on the legs, he has Radiant Flow. So if you don't know what it is a leg piece that can prevent 2 damage as long as you banish a card from your soul to pay for it. Definitely very interesting in this matchup, but it's gonna be a long one. It's not gonna be a combo fest. It will be a grindy matchup.
Definitely, and Victor's plan going into this matchup is essentially how much damage can we pull through, knowing that the Decimator Axe is probably running the whole shebang of D-reacts. You have the Steel Blade Shunts, you have the Fate for Scenes, you have the Sync Belows, you even have the Soul Sheet available to you in this Boltyn deck, so there's so much blocking capacity.
Probably packing the Ozzy's Respite as well, all the healing that you can find in this game.
Sigils,
It's very cool. Yeah.
Sigil we've already seen, so that is already giving him a head start into this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting that so having access to the Titan's Fist is nice because you can just attack with the Titan's Fist as much as possible and try to go long run. I'm very curious. It would be very interesting to see how many cards he put in his deck, if the whole sideboard is in there, if he planned for that possibility, and maybe that he knows that Gianluigi is playing some fatigue plan, but it definitely very exciting to watch.
That would have given him a huge leg up into this matchup, because typically what you want to do as Victor is just rush your Boltyn opponent down before they can get the value out of their Lumina Ascension turns, and that Spirit of Arena to be able to capitalize on those action points from those Lumina Ascensions, being able to play them at instant speed. But what we see here that Ruciński is going for is basically just a pitch stack situation, maybe trying to get to second cycle and knowing what's on top of your deck, then being able to pull out these big turns at the second cycle of the game, where hopefully your opponent doesn't have as many D-reacts at their disposal. So very interesting plan here.
The problem is that, it's very important when you're playing Bravo to pitch stack, because you can assemble these big dominated attacks, but you can't really afford to do that with Victor, because your opponent can just play 3 cards to block, and if he's ahead in the fatigue, if he has more cards than you do, and apparently it looks like the Boltyn player is playing 70 cards in his deck, it might be very difficult to fatigue him. If you can afford to throw cards in front of your big attacks, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. And this Decimator attacks is very good at pushing some damage.
It's so annoying.
Over the course of the game.
It's so annoying. You play this Decimator Axe coming in for 4, but the first non-equipment blocking card that you put in front of it, regardless if it's a defense reaction or not, it's gonna have half the blocking capacity on top of it. So a 3 becomes a 2, a 4 becomes a 2. It's so good in order to capitalize on some bad blocks from your opponent, basically. We see the Righteous Cleansing coming in
cleansing, interesting, because very early Righteous Cleansing. So, and we see, this is interesting because the Steel Blade chance, so 1 damage will leak through, but it's a block for 9, and it came at the perfect moment because he had the resource from the Tunic available. He blocked very cleanly now.
Tunic coming in.
Oh, and the Felling Swing now, so that's a very big Decimator Great Axe coming in for 10. This is very hard to block.
Oh, we see the first test of strength.
Oh.
Let's go.
Yeah, so this usually means a gold for Victor, right? Oh! Well, I guess not.
The double trouble.
Forget I said anything, guys. Yeah.
And we have the things to follow it up. Now, the Test of Strength is amazing. It's a block 4 card. Problem again, the Decimator Axe is going to just half the
it's a block 2,
capacity.
so not that good.
Not great. It's not great at all. But also losing that Clash is very, very frustrating, I would imagine. Another thing I want to discuss is that the equipment suite that we have here going in from Victor's side of things. We have the baby hammer, as we call it, the Titan's Fist, not the Anotos. Question is if it has Anotos available to him in his sideboard at all, because going into this, if you would have known that you would go into a Decimator Great Axe situation, then you would definitely want to have that Anotos available to you, because putting in 2 cards for 6 rather than 2 cards for 4 is much, much better capacity for you in order to try to combat the fatigueness of the Decimator Axe.
And this Aroma Aegis, the shield probably won't matter much in this game.
No.
So it was only a Raging Onslaught for Gianluigi this turn. Does he even care about his arsenal now?
So one of the best ways to combat when you know when your opponent is running a plethora of D-reacts, it's the CNCs. So probably what you want to try to do is set up those CNCs, pad them up with some pummels, try to really punish your opponent for running that many D-reacts, because they are essentially useless into looking down a Command & Conquer.
Definitely. Look at this cool Boltyn hero card. It was included in the pre-constructed Monarch decks.
Wow.
The full art ones. I love this one. And you have two options when you're a serious Boltyn player. You either play with the Coldfold Boltyn or with this one, which is looking very cool as well. Another failing swing now, attacking for 8 with the Great Axe. We've seen Victor block with 3 cards on the previous turn, and that's it. So that's how you get behind in the fatigue. You give away 3 cards, and you still take some damage.
Yeah, halving one of them. We are not sure which one, but it's going to be -1 blocking capacity either way, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, seeing the power of the decimated Great Axe, even if you want to block, the blocking capacity of the things that you push forward is going to be so much worse than they usually are.
He's actually packing all the Döhrer axe. We see the holder line.
Wow.
This is very, very interesting that you go into calling Warsaw and you decide to pick an off the beaten path deck like Boltyn Decimator. We need to talk to this guy. I'm very excited to listen to his interview afterwards. I'm gonna watch this interview by Barry after the game if he wins.
But it's such an
but
effective
if he doesn't,
strategy.
I'll talk to him.
It's
Yeah,
such an effective strategy, especially
definitely.
against the Kayos, who is basically like milling themselves a little bit with all of the draw discards that they have to pull through in order to get those go against, with the pulpings, with the wild rights, like all of these, and the blood rushes, we can't forget about those. Now, being faced against an opponent that is basically milling parts of the deck at the same time, you're forcing Decimator Axe upon them that they can't really effectively block. It's really, really annoying as a Kayo to go into this matchup. So I think this is a really, really powerful meta call going with the Decimator variances. We've seen both the Dorintias and the Boltyns running with this Decimator build a little bit here and there on the ProQuest season, but seeing it now shine, going into this third game with this build is super fun to see.
Very cool. And now that was an attack for 5. Go again with the E-Strike followed by the Healing Balm. So Gianluigi is back to 40. Yeah, there you go.
We're back to baseline.
Yeah. And I was about to say that Civic Steps was a perfect choice in that situation, because usually the Decimator Great Axe player won't be able to profit from the token, the Quicken token. But in this situation, we know now that Gianluigi is packing E-Strikes in his deck, so he can definitely try to go a little wider than usual with maybe an E-Strike followed by the Decimator Great Axe turn, which can be devastating.
Definitely, having that Quicken token on top of your E-Strikes makes you able to draw a card, basically nullifying the effects of having to dismantle a card in order to get that E-Strike out. So, and still having to go again in order to do more things. So, absolutely.
And the sharpened steel, very sharp Decimator Great Axe then.
Oh, it's a last-ditch effort for 4.
Wow.
Oh well, it's not.
It is interesting to you're supposed to pitch stack those last ditch efforts, but I think
we're just gonna pack some
it
punches
doesn't matter.
Victor.
You're down to 23, man. I don't care about the late game. I'm gonna hit you as hard as I can with my big axe.
Oh, the Tumble Pumble pitch stack here. That is not what you want to see.
And especially revealing it like that.
Basically face up saying, hey, you know
look
what's
at that.
coming.
Yeah. It is going to be coming soon, but Gianluigi is at 39. I was about to see 69,
very
but
healthy, definitely.
Using the resource from the tunic to pay for the soul shield, and now he has the Radiant Flow is online.
Online and active.
Yeah, that's probably the only way to charge the soul, by the way. Oh no, we see a Bolt of Courage. Okay, so forget I said anything.
Ways.
Yeah, there are some ways. Definitely an interesting build.
A little bit of a discussion on the life totals here, I imagine, but seems to be sorted. We see the Pulverize run here on Victor's side of things.
Yeah.
But it's not super low in life, but still it's not really the situation you want to be in order to send those.
For sure. And another test of strength that blocks for 4 and that blocks for 2.
Clash.
It is devastating, when nothing goes your way. You face a deck that you didn't expect to face, and then all your clashes go the wrong way.
You haven't even blocked with your RM yet, so you don't
Yeah.
want to cash that in for the gold just to get that card back. It's not.
But even then, I mean, the only reason why you would destroy these... Oh,
Okay.
the pummel is coming now. for 8,
Interesting.
yeah. But he's got...
He knows that he has the Oasis.
Yeah. Gianluigi is extremely ready for that. Doesn't really matter to him. Yeah. Double Oasis Respite to negate the damage there.
And he has the double
Yeah,
Oasis
and
to
the,
follow it up.
and the 2 pummels are on the bottom of the deck now. So they're not coming anytime soon.
I'm a bit curious about that pummel play. Typically, you want to pair that pummel up with something that actually activates.
That has, yeah, maybe a crush effect.
Yeah.
Not really on one of those hammer attacks. The Titan's Fist does nothing. It doesn't even help in the fatigue plan.
No. It's a very unfortunate play. Or turnout, really. But sometimes you draw those hands where you feel like, I need to get some damage in, and then absolutely pummel, having that surprise factor can definitely help. Still, the on-hit effect is what you're trying to go for in order to capitalize a little bit
And
more
look
onto
at
those
every single time there's one of these big attacks.
There's a soul shield.
There's something like a
There's
soul
a steel
shield.
blade
Yeah.
shunt. There's a sink.
It has to be disheartening at some point, you know, when you know that nothing that you do affects your opponent. There you go, another sharpened steel attacking for 7 with the Decimator. Great axe. Very, very sharp axe. That's the second time that it's been sharpened this game.
So many sharpening steels.
Oh my god.
But it's also fun to see that it's not only a full-on block deck that we're looking at here. We still have some of those pumps, some of those non-attack actions that can pump the Decimator axe in order to, if your opponent has an off-turn of some sort, or if you're forcing your opponent to have an off-turn because you can't block effectively.
Yeah, you punish them by attacking for 10 or
Exactly.
7 like that. Yeah, with either the felling swing or the sharpened steel. And then it's always nice to be able to pitch stack them for the late game when they can't afford to leak some damage and they need to block with their cards, and that's how you end the game usually.
One saving grace at least is that your
Fatigued by
equipment
damage.
is not affected rather by the Decimator.
Oh,
is this the quick
there you
progress that we
go,
talked
the
about
progress is
earlier?
coming.
Hello. I missed that completely, that he saved that in his hand. Wow.
It must have been from the Arsenal because he pitched 4 blues, and that's why Bravo is so devastating when you can play that because those 2 resources can be used to give dominate
yeah.
to the Pulverize. Now he'll be able to almost block it cleanly because we saw another soul shield, so that's it will be a block for 12.
Or?
Oh, it's a block for 9. Yeah.
Okay,
it
so we're
blocks
gonna
as well.
take it.
Yeah. So.
Now, Pulverize is interesting because it doesn't have the crush effect, which means basically if you take 4 or more damage, the crush effect is active. It's an
any damage works.
On hit.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you're going to take that -4. So your Decimator axe is basically useless. But we're just going to pass the turn here. So we're deciding to pack that card into the arsenal for a future turn, essentially.
Yeah, but
don't care about the on hits anyway.
For a very long time, Gianluigi didn't even care about his arsenal, it looks like, but now he has one, so he might lean on more of a defensive plan. The Thunderquake, the big Thunderquake coming in for 10.
Is that a Remembrance in hand? We have seen the Remembrance.
Oh, yeah,
He's
but
deciding
he's pitching it away. Yeah.
Or sinking it away. Yes,
yeah, sorry.
that's what it's called. All right. Interesting.
Choosing to take some damage there to come back with the axe, probably.
Maybe he sees that, or he definitely has spotted that his opponent is trying to set up a pitch deck here, so trying to combat that the best way possible by just packing those punches.
You need to be very careful about those Macho Grandes. Yeah, and you know that the Macho Grande is coming now, and that can be devastating because it's a very big dominated attack. Now that you know that it's coming, it's a bit less devastating because you can afford to put one of those bigger defense reactions in your arsenal to negate the
oh, it was the sigil
effect,
in arsenal, that's why.
Yeah. Look at this amazing sigil.
So
from Worlds. The Sagrada Familia sigil.
It's so beautiful.
It is so beautiful.
It's one of the most beautiful cards. So many amazing promos coming out lately throughout these circuits that we have going, like the callings, like the Pro Tours. So many cool.
Yeah. And the Pro Tour Amsterdam, the
the
promos have been
runes.
released yesterday, and are amazing.
So on point. They're so pretty. Seeing the Rouse.
The house, the ancient is coming in for 7 go again, and you know that the Macho Grande, I mean, I guess he knew that it was coming because it came from the top of the deck. It was revealed by the test. But
deciding
now,
not to play it this turn is
no,
interesting.
because he can't, yeah.
But the Rouse is still good. Like,
It's
7 into 4 is still at 13.
It's pretty
Not
good,
helping.
right? Yeah.
What is it? 11. Yeah.
But then you gave the opportunity to for Gianluigi to really prepare for that Macho Grande now.
The Macho Grande is great because paired up with a Tunic, you can basically set up a double blue and a Tunic counter in order to get that Macho Grande off. So it pairs really, really well into the Tunic style of Victor play that we have here.
You still need lots of resources. It's still a 7 cost stack, and it doesn't look like he has enough. Does he have a second blue?
I'm not sure.
If
I
he
saw
has-
one at least.
Yeah. Oh, he probably does because he used. Yeah, you can see the Tunic resource. So
I think there was a CNC that he wants to pack
There's
into
a-
Arsenal there.
Oh, that's 2 blue Macho Grandes used to pitch for the red one. Very cool.
For later, for later.
It's coming. They're coming back.
The question is if we will ever see the second cycle because Gianluigi
He's
is
already
pushing
very,
so
very
much
low, yeah.
damage through. And he is not taking anything.
Oh, yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier. It's devastating when you're coming in
he's taking
the
one, okay.
dominated attack and nothing comes in. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, you're bulletproof, man.
Hold the Line is also such a good card into this meta. Against Kayo on a Blood Rush turn, they're absolutely amazing. Packing a 5 block onto this card is absolutely awesome.
Third sharpen steel. There you go. You can't have a sharper axe than this one now. And this is still pushing some damage.
Yeah. Gianluigi is just pinching through.
Extremely low on Victor's side.
Just forcing damage through with a Decimator. Activated ability. It's so annoying
And
to play
since,
around.
yeah, and since we know that there are many, many cards in Gianluigi's deck, we know that he's not fatiguing himself either, so he can afford to play that way. Like, at which point do you stop blocking when you're Boltyn? You have 30 health. It's just an attack for 7. You know that nothing is coming after this one.
Oh, we're counting the deck.
Do you even block this one?
I mean, you can't really utilize your whole hand, so you probably block something, I would imagine. I mean, with a Sigil, I mean, if you want to send a Raging Onslaught, absolutely.
In this situation, we know that there's a sigil. Yeah, you can afford maybe just to block and keep an arsenal. There's a third steel blade chain, I think. So, yeah, maybe the time when you take all the damage, try to come back with a strong arsenal. Especially it's going to be the Tunic counter turn.
Indeed.
The Tunic resource turn, my bad.
We're looking at...
Yes.
Yeah, he's just gonna take
Yeah, okay. I was afraid I was talking like...
It's like, do I block with this? Do I block with that? Doesn't make any sense. No, we're just gonna send the 7. Raging Onslaught.
Isn't it great
It's not
to see all
decimated,
these
though.
old cards again?
It is.
Look at the art on Raging Onslaught. Back from Welcome to Wraith. Were you playing at that
Old
time?
but gold.
When at the Welcome to Wraith time?
I was joining in Tails, so no, I was very late.
I actually had to play with these cards in actual decks.
And now you see them once again.
Yeah,
You're like,
and they're
maybe they were actually
oh,
good.
Yeah, it's a decent card. Look at that.
Oh, the Golden Sun payoff with the gold.
Yeah. It probably doesn't matter because we know, that the Steel Blade shot is in there.
Great heads up play
there.
there.
Once again, it must be very disheartening for that poor Victor player.
He played so hard to get that gold. He missed 2 of his first clashes on those tests of strength. Finally getting that gold. Finally getting to capitalize on the first Golden Sun. And
nothing
is coming
right.
through. Staring down at 8 life total. This is not where you want to be at.
Oh, look at that. Felling swing. Yeah, giving away his whole hand.
Yeah.
And now he will have to block way more. And that's how you fatigue your opponent by damage, basically.
Definitely.
Your opponent is too low to afford not blocking.
So they just have to block all the way to the bank.
Yeah. Another
Boltyn with
failing
full
swing.
equipment
Oh, it
speed.
might be the same play. Yeah,
Oh,
once again, using his whole hand to pitch for it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, give away your whole hand again, Wojciech. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but I'm trying. I'm trying not to avoid it.
Wojciech?
Wojciech? Wojciech? Wojciech? Okay. Yeah, once again giving away almost his whole hand, attacking with the Titan's Fist back, but that's... And that's a clean block with the sink below. Gianluigi will be able to filter some cards through, yeah. Oh, we might see an Emboldened Blade play. I love this card.
Remind
if you know
me.
That, so it's a 0 non-attack, and you can use it to force your opponent to reveal the card in their arsenal, and if it's a defense reaction, it gets destroyed and you draw a card.
Holy moly.
He needs to read it as well. Oh, so that's fine.
So it
Just
stays
the
up,
CNC.
right? Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't grow, so yeah, you just get +1.
Right. But still.
In my
No?
my mind, it was even better than it is.
Looking through what might be left in the deck at this point.
Yeah, we know that some of the relevant cards are Pummel, Macho Grandes. We know that they're coming back because we pitch stacked them earlier in the game. But yeah, I don't know how close he is to his stack.
Like one of the most powerful plays you can do is those CNC Pummels, especially with the Tunic. Off of 1 blue, it's such a huge play that you really, really want to pay your wave in order to set those things up as Victor. But sometimes they just don't line up. Like you see your Pummels and you don't see your CNCs, or you see your CNCs and you never see your Pummels.
Oh, yeah, the CNC.
Now when I talk about it, I didn't see it.
He probably reached the stack then,
but
yeah.
it's there.
So they must both be there. So he
We
can
reached the stack. That means...
Yeah. But remember that Gianluigi has seen them as well as we did, so
Yeah,
he
so he
probably
knows.
remembers that
He
it's coming.
knows.
Yeah. There's no big mystery
But
there.
it doesn't care about the Pummel on it
Yeah,
here.
I mean, the damage doesn't matter if you don't lose a card through the arsenal, so he'll go down to 14. The health totals are getting closer now, but yeah, discarding his hold the line.
Interesting. He just want to send it home. He just want to send it home.
Yeah.
Could this be it?
Oh.
He doesn't have a
Yeah,
D-React.
because
You typically don't run those in Victor quite a lot. And I wouldn't expect to see... And we haven't seen them at all.
it is going to be a big overpower, and he can keep another one for the next one. Oh, nice play, because
But it's
he's using
blocking
the
3.
gauntlets of Iron Will, which will at least mitigate some of the damage
But is it
on this
enough?
big defense reaction, attack reaction.
So 1 damage is currently coming through,
Yeah.
because -1
And
block
he's-
on the disable.
Yeah, and the blue overpower is
Or debilitate,
only
they
4.
all pick them up.
Mhm.
What do we do here?
Oh, it's
the
a red one!
It's
Oh
the
my
red!
god! So it's +5 because there's the effect of the gauntlets of Iron Will.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's only 9. But
Only.
that's still, yeah, my bad.
Looking at a hero with 6 lives, 9 is nothing to scoff at. But here's the thing!
Oh, he had it.
Wait, I saw the sink. Never
Okay,
mind.
so he's
We have
alive.
it. The counter pitch stacks is just going
I
and
didn't
going.
see the color
I
stripe on that overpower.
I forgot
but yeah.
about that. Wow, we're still in it.
It is, yeah.
And we've crunched back some numbers on the Boltyn side of things.
You remember at the beginning of the game when we said it was going to be a long one? Well, we were wrong because we are very close to the end of the game, and there's still 27 minutes in the round.
They're playing super quickly.
They are playing super quick.
But at the
They're
same
playing
time-
even quicker than the Riptide versus Kayo matchup that we saw previously. It is insane.
But definitely, if you face up with a fatigue possibility, then you absolutely want to make sure that you do not pull that game into a draw. So absolute full respect for the players here and being able to keep tracks on each other's pitch stack in order to set up the perfect counters. And that's what we see, the results ending up here on the second cycle.
Blocking 4, 5, and that's game. Yeah, there you go. We saw the second overpower, so that was a blue one, but that's enough to finish off that victor deck. Yeah, it took so much damage at the beginning of the game, and a very interesting Boltyn build that manages to go all the way and to push it through. Wow.
Amazing.
So
another amazing
not
game.
exactly what we expected to see when we picked that matchup, but that was still very cool. And at least Boltyn won.
And we got a Victor game and a Victor and Boltyn on stream, not another Kayo. There's other heroes out combating, and they have some pretty good score out there on the field. So excited to see some more variants in the rest of the day, and we're gonna give you all of the great action throughout the day.
It will be very exciting. So I've seen a lot of these Decimator Great Axes decks.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting pick for this meta game, and from what I've talked about a lot of French players that are all on the Decimator plan. They're playing Döhrer, they're not playing Boltyn, but still. And they are very comfortable in the matchup against Kayo. What would you think is the situation in these matchups? Would you say that it's favorable for the Decimator Great Axe player as well?
Definitely. Like, as we already talked about, Kayo has to discard some of his cards in order to get the upsides of his go against with the Pulpings, with the Wild Rice, with the Blood Rush Bellows. So packing in this Decimator Axe against that, and also all of these D-reacts, basically nullifying the damage capacity that the Kayo is able to push, and just stay healthy, being able to keep one blue each turn, sending that Decimator Axe, basically punishing your opponent for trying to even block. And as Kayo, you definitely don't want to block. You even have those cards that can't even block in the first place. You don't run those D-reacts, you don't run anything. Exactly. So your only choice is to try to play against that fatigue, maybe try to set up a pitch deck to pack in that last final punch in order to get through at the end of it. But it's a really, really tough matchup for Kayo, and it's much more comfortable sitting on that Decimator Axe with all of those D-reacts and with that Tunic, like capitalizing so much on those D-reacts with that Tunic. And yeah, I would not be super excited to sit with a Kayo deck against a Decimator anything, basically.
Decimator anything, yeah. Anything is bad into Decimator, yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, we will see how many of these Decimator Great Axes game we can cast today, but I'm still not satisfied until I've seen a big V of the Vanguard turn, so we might go back to Boltyn at some point during the day, guys. But yeah, let's see how the day turns out. So yeah, we'll probably be back in a few minutes with an interview from the winner. So we'll talk to Gianluigi with his great so they just told me that he doesn't speak English and won't be available for an interview. So we might go on a break and come back as soon as possible with more information for the next rounds, guys.
Stay tuned.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the calling. I've been joined by Karol Ruszkiewicz.
Hey, Barry. How you doing?
It took me a while to practice, but we're getting there. I'm doing really well. I don't like to say that I'm an old guard player of Fab. I came in at Crew.
Yeah.
Sort of like at the time, like you were well known as being Session Blood podcast, one of the only podcasts there was for Fab at that time. Subsequently, you're now a developer or playtester for from LSS. We've just seen you the latest videos playing part of the Mistveil pre-con decks.
Yeah, that was so much fun, honestly.
It was fantastic. You know, everybody's chomping at the bits looking at these cards.
Yeah.
Are we going to see more videos like this coming out where, you know, I would say as part of a spoiler season, but sort of like, you know, to demonstrate how certain characters are developed and are played?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, you know, shout out to Alex, who's been doing all the production and setting it all up. I think we've got a great setup going at the moment, and I think especially with a set like MSD, where there is a little bit of nuance. There's a lot of new mechanics and things like that. I think it's really important to just kind of lay the foundations for players to be able to just have a look and follow through a gameplay video and kind of like catch it and see it how it's getting played, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, because Heavy Hitters Bright Lights certainly onboarded new players. A fantastic product for new players to come in, and like you said, the complexity for this set is just like unreal. When we saw Enigma being played, it was just like, oh my God, you've got to get really used to sort of like, you know, the instant windows for this. Some of the Prism players are going to know how to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and the Wizard players as well. You know, this is where they play, the realm in which they do it. But obviously, like new. Yeah, she's got some tricks. You know, she's not going to be like Uzuri and the way stealth works, but she uses stealth in a separate way. And, you know, utilizing that. When it comes to, you know, the mainly play testing sets, we'll stick with Mistveil. How does that start as a development team? How do you all get together? You know, you've got a whole fresh load of cards, and how do you guys do it? Do you do it as a team? Let's look at all the characters in a whole, and then you separate, or how does it work?
Yeah, so I think it's just really important for each dev to understand the mechanics in each card inside out. So I think it's very important for us to be aware of all interactions and how each hero functions. And I think as we go along and as we kind of explore the set that is given to us by the design team, the designers, James and Brian, and basically we just look at it, tweak it, make sure everything is on theme, that everything is balanced, that everything functions as it should, that everything is cohesive and actually intuitive. I think having that intuitive feel is really important. Yeah, and those are basically the things we try and make sure that up to scratch. Yeah,
nice. Which hero is your hero from Mistveil? Which one are you more drawn to?
Zen, absolutely. I mean, if you saw the videos, you know, Zen's my boy, and it's definitely the hero that I'm really looking forward to seeing how players pick the cards up and how they build Zen. Because I think that's the cool thing about like the Mystic heroes is you have this balance where a lot of your blues are very playable, but you have a lot of opportunity to kind of play with a lot of blues, some reds, and kind of find your perfect balance of those cards. So there's a lot of room, I feel, for expression when it comes to building each hero, and I just can't wait to see what people do with these.
Nice.
Yeah.
The thing is, as a developer, as a play tester, must be you're in a fishbowl. You know, with your team. So sort of like, you know, you play test as a set, then you kind of like, I suppose, then you have to look at the broader cards. No card actually sort of like rotates out with sort of like, you know, only heroes rotate out. So is there a bit of apprehension when these get released into the world, you know, for players to get? Is it kind of like matching where your play testing you think is leading it to?
Yeah, I think as the dev team, we've been growing quite a bit over the last few years, and I think we're just improving so much in terms of trying to be representative of the real world. And I think we've been doing a good job for the last few sets where there are a lot of kind of moving parts and trying to figure out how the real world is going to play certain heroes, how the strategies are going to look in the real world, and what the metagame looks like. And I think internally we've been kind of really kind of on point on like figuring how, kind of predicting where the metagame's going to go and how to balance the heroes accordingly, for sure. Yeah.
Is there any heroes that you thought probably should have done better than what they did? Like, you know, your prediction for Pro Tour was obviously you went with Rhinar.
Yeah.
Are you just like quite surprised that Rhinar hasn't featured yet and everyone's on the Kayo train?
Honestly, I think it's me personally. I'd always cheer for the underdog, you know, like, and it's something that that's just how I am, and I feel like I've always tried to play underdog heroes and stuff like that. So obviously Rhinar's been my hero from day one. My kind of that's how I really fell in love with the game.
Yeah.
So I was definitely cheering for Rhinar, and I do think that Rhinar can perform well, but it is absolutely not surprising at all to see the top players pick up Kayo as their brute of choice, and Levia. Honestly, Levia has been doing amazing as well. So, yeah, honestly, personally, I'm a brute fan, and seeing Kayo kind of probably the first time ever in the meta game where brutes are leading the pack in a way. So it's honestly an exciting time for a brute fan like myself.
But equally, it must be quite satisfying when you're looking at sort of like you say underdog heroes. So let's look at sort of like, you know, the most underdog hero there's ever been in Azalea. You know, when you are sitting there playtesting, designing Azalea cards, and then, you know, it comes out into the big events, and then Azalea wins something, and it's just like, that must be actually really satisfying.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we were cheering in the office when Azalea won her first calling. I think that was a huge kind of like a tick for us to be like, you know what, we gave her some tools and outsiders, and it worked. So that was really awesome to see, for sure.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Thank you for your time.
No worries.
Let's get back to the show, and we'll see you soon.
See.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
the arena. Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. And test your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you ask it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
We are back in Warsaw, guys, for the calling. Carl is back.
Yeah.
How's your voice?
Voice is getting there. I think I'm going to have to lock into more of an ASMR, smooth talking kind of.
Oh, I'm sure everyone at home is excited about that.
But I'm definitely going to be trying my best.
Everybody will expect that now. We
Yeah.
want the ASMR Carl back. Okay, so we will take a look at the standings right now, guys, because there's lots of interesting things at the top tables. Oh, we don't see the hero faces right now, but we will see in a while. But I can tell you about some of the names that I recognize and I know what they're playing. But Mathieu Gomez at number 3 is playing Kayo, and he's a very strong French player, very adept at pitch stacking with Kayo. You know that kind of player. Very yeah.
I know that Florian Christian is on Victor.
Yeah.
He's been crushing it with Victor today. Honestly, I'm glad to see some Polish flags up there. I hope Team Poland does well in this tournament. I'm hoping for some great representation from the Polish players in the top 8 tomorrow. So yeah, now we have some pictures here.
And everybody expected to see lots of Kayo faces over there, but look at the representation. It's not that many Kayos, actually. I think there are more Boltyns than Kayos.
Yeah, that's true. And
look at that.
Absolutely, and I think it speaks to the fact that players have been prepared for this matchup, and a lot of these choices, like the Dorinthias, the Boltyns even, a lot of these heroes are just great against KO. So, yeah, it's good to see such diversity on top tables.
Yeah, I mean, you can't come to a calling without being prepared for the best deck in the format, and I think that's the consensus best deck in the format right now, KO is. So you need to know how to handle it. Look at Pablo Pintor coming with Victor. He told me that he didn't want to play KO because he expected to face lots of KOs. So he didn't want to play into that mirror game of the KO matchup that can be very variance influenced somehow. So he didn't want to have to play that way. He wanted to be confident in his matchup. So he played something that he felt more confident with in Victor. And look at on the second page, I think we see like 6 or 7 Azalea decks.
Yeah, and it's great to see Michael Feng and Brody both on Azalea.
They agree on
I had a chat with Brody just before. He said that Michael Feng was actually not really that set on Azalea until 8 a.m. this morning, so it was a last-minute decision, and hey, it's paying off. He's 3-0, and hopefully we'll see more of him later on in the day.
Yeah, lots of these Azalea decks. Oh, so here are the guys, and here's the matchup now. It's a throwback to Outsiders a little bit. Azalea versus Uzuri on the left for Christopher Bizau from Germany. And Yorgos Samaras, one of the best European players, is playtesting all the time. He's got lots of experience in this matchup. And I think I've seen him, he's streaming a lot as well. I think I've seen him recently playing Uzuri as well. So he knows the game. I mean, he knows the matchup. He knows the deck as well. So very hard to surprise him, you know?
Absolutely. And it's
very hard to outplay this guy.
Yeah, he's definitely a pillar of the Greek community. Definitely having part in the success that Alexander had in winning the World Championship. So
he even came with Alex yesterday for the interview. He accompanied.
Yeah. Definitely a man of the people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
so,
I believe Yorgos decided to go first here.
Looks like it.
And yeah, the interesting thing here is like every Azalea player wants to see on the very first turn of the game is can he get that dominated arrow. Now cards like Knock to Death Whistle definitely help. So it's definitely one of these decision points where is it worth it to
do it on that first turn rather than wait for the second turn when you know that you need it. Maybe you want to try. Oh, so we know that he'll be able to do it because that's a Boltyn shot on top.
Yeah, so he goes for the scout the periphery in order to see if he can secure a dominated arrow without the need to. Oh, just
he wants another one. Well, yeah, that's not the one that he wanted. So, yeah.
So here we see he's going to have to reload with Knock to Death Whistle, which would leave him with no cards in hand. So the on-head effect of Endless Arrow here is actually quite relevant because he gets to keep an arsenal here.
Very nice. And that's coming for 10 as well with the Frailty, which means that both of these daggers on Christopher's side will attack for nothing.
Absolutely.
So it's very relevant in this matchup.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see? I think it looks like he's playing a Codex of Blood Rot.
Oh, was that coming up in his hand? We'll see that shortly.
It looks like it.
That Frailty was the pump to see for Yorgos. Absolutely great for the very first turn of the game here. Shutting down those pesky daggers. So it really puts the pressure on Christopher to be able to go wide with his 4-card hand here.
Oh, we didn't talk about the fact that Yorgos is playing New Horizon. Very spicy in this situation.
Absolutely.
And it is interesting because you can afford to, you can have 2 arsenal zones, which means that you can build huge arrows.
Absolutely. And it pairs up with cards like Amplifying Arrow quite well, which we saw as Yorgos was looking through his deck there, that you are able to have even 5 pumps, maybe even plus the bullseye braces to push the Amplifying Arrow for some crazy damage. And, I was worried about Christopher there, being able to go wide with Uzuri, but he seems to be able to pressure with that Scar for a Scar, which is honestly a great start for him.
Oh, so I was wrong. It's a Codex of Inertia. I thought it was a Blood, but I always mix those 2 up.
And Codex of Inertia pairs up quite nicely with that New Horizon, because even if you get an extra arrow that you don't want to quite play out with the Inertia effect, you are able to utilize the New Horizon and kind of save it for later.
Now Christopher is coming with an Isolate, with Dominate, of course, so very hard to block, obviously, and using the effect, the Uzuri reaction to use Shakedown, our big specialization, which means that now he needs to choose a color and be able to force his opponent to discard a card.
Yeah, now I'm gonna assume he chooses red here because Azalea just runs so many reds, so it's just statistically likely he'll hit something.
It's impossible to not hit, and if you choose blue or yellow, there's a strong chance that you will miss. Even if you can sometimes target more powerful cards if you choose blue or yellow, but it's in this situation it's always better to nullify some of the damage.
Absolutely. Now, what is more scary?
Which one would you pick? Yeah, this
Red in the
shot
Ledger.
or Red in the Ledger. Yeah, obviously Red in
absolutely,
the Ledger in that
absolutely.
situation.
Yeah, Yorgos did have that yellow to be able to activate the bow potentially and play that Red in the Ledger, so not surprising that that particular specialization is going out there. And now it's interesting to see that Yorgos does have a lot of 0-cost arrows. With the Endless Arrow, he's got the Searing Shot. So now the question is it worthwhile to play out that Codex or to pitch maybe Death Dealer and hope to hit something like a pump and come in for...
Yeah, because if you don't have a pump, your turn doesn't do much. It's too early for the Snapdragon's Chaos, probably. So if it's only an attack for 4, and your turn is a bit underwhelming.
Absolutely. And the thing about this matchup here is we have Uzuri and Azalea both run highly disruptive on-head effects. They both are not that amazing at defending. There's a lot of 2 blocks on each side. We saw the...
Especially when you're playing the more red...
Yeah, so it is
red
actually...
Uzuri.
And, you know, Roman, you're saying this the Snapdragons
well,
won't see him
Yorgos
play.
doesn't agree, but Yorgos is a much better player than I am, so I guess I don't know what I'm talking about.
He absolutely... I think it's, I think it's because the Endless Arrow didn't get defended there, and he thought to himself, I might as well try and just make as much as I can out of that extra arrow here. And honestly, looking at these players, both of them are just happy to be taking all this damage and try and kind of put together turns that just... Let's see this Codex of Inertia.
Yeah, so Let's see what it does. So the inertia token is nice, obviously. He got a lace with blood rot on the top. Is that another pump?
I believe it was a codex.
Wow.
Yeah.
The same one, or is that a
I
codex of
believe
frailty?
for a smidgen of a second there, I believe I saw a codex of frailty there.
It doesn't look like Yorgos
he
wants
is,
to help us.
honestly, him checking the graveyard is a bit of a tell. It's a bit of a tell.
probably.
He's thinking maybe it's a codex angle here because codex of frailty, not only does it bring a card back for Yorgos here, but it does create that frailty token.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw earlier how important it was to negate the effect of these North Scalpel and Spider's Bite. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, and that's what he's playing.
Ooh,
Good eye. Yeah, your voice is shut, but your eyes are still on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's choosing to get a sleep dot there. And very interesting, very interesting. So, under the effect.
Oh, but he's playing, the Searing Shot.
Yeah, and this showcases the kind of a use case of the New Horizon, being able to have those two arsenals and putting together plays like this.
And Christopher comes back with an inertia trap.
So
this is very important in this matchup. Nullifying the ability of Azalea to, especially when you're playing New Horizon, you won't be able to keep anything in your arsenal.
Absolutely. Well, where's the Blood Rat box coming from?
It was a lace with Blood Rat.
True. Very nice. So yeah, the
At
inertia
least
token. See, the thing about that inertia is, unfortunately, Yorgos did have those ponders, so it kind of counteracts the power of inertia. But
you can choose the order in which you're going to resolve the tokens, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, it's Yorgos' second turn, and he already got Christopher down to 24, and he completed the full suite of those outsiders affliction tokens, which is great to see.
And he's even packing the colorful versions of the token, looks like. So yeah, very nice looking. Yeah, absolutely. And the infect is coming in for 6 now, so that's a lot of damage. Not much in terms of unpredictability, but at least some damage pushed through, and the Sigil of Solar is coming back at the end of the turn.
Christopher did do a great job at playing around that frailty. He didn't really need to swing all those daggers or anything. Quite an efficient turn there as well. The infect plus Nimbilism is a 2-card 8 if you do count that Blood Rot box, which is great output.
Which probably counts, because I don't think Yorgos wants to pay for that anyway. He's very happy with the whole hand.
Absolutely.
Didn't block anything there, so he must have a strong turn.
Yeah.
Is that the turn where we're going to see a huge amplifying arrow? I would love to see that. Oh, release the tension coming in from the arsenal.
And that he does have the tunic on 3. Opts to save it for later.
Yeah, that is interesting. Oh, and the red in the ledger, so...
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's filled
with... look at that big red in the ledger. So, what? 12 plus 5 is 17.
Oh, wow. He needs 3 dice
He's taking
for that
as many dice as he can, yeah. Let's give him, like, 6-sided dice.
All
so
the
he can
laces. You know, Christopher just got rid of all those afflictions. And
oh, my God.
Here you go, another set. Plus that red in the ledger, which is just wow. It's, you know, the silver lining for Christopher is that this is not dominated, so he does have a lot of room to defend this, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Still a lot of damage anyway.
Drop that whole hand.
Yeah, but the codex, the lace with blood rot means 2 more damage.
Yeah. So yeah, pushing through 5 damage there with the blood rot, another 2.
Very strong turn.
Yeah. Insanely fast-paced game.
I would be very excited about putting together a turn like that, but it looks like it's business as usual for our friend Yorgos. Like, okay, take that damage, let's go next turn.
Yeah, Yorgos presented 17 damage despite pitching a red pump. Now, if that red in the ledger was a 0-cost arrow, that would have been even more damage, which is just showcases that deck building. It's just feels smooth as butter over here.
It looks like a very strong turn once again. I think I see an amplifying arrow, Rain Razors, and probably a Codex as well.
Yeah, he's got some
Wow.
pumps, which is amazing. And again, I feel like the New Horizon is really being showcased here. He's able to do something like use the Death Dealer, get the arrow into Arsenal, and then Codex, getting some other attack in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, not much in terms of hit effects though, so it will be raw damage apparently, unless he can pick something from the top of his deck.
Absolutely. We're getting to the stage where Christopher is actually lower life total than, he's got less than half life. So it's getting to that point where damage is the best on-hit effect you can ask
Yeah,
for.
probably, yeah.
So it's really, really awesome to see just the pressure that both these players are able to output.
Yeah, I mean, when the on-hit effect is death on your opponent, it's a cool one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scouting the periphery now.
Yeah.
Does he like what he sees on top?
Honestly, I would love for Yorgos, just for the entertainment value, to save that amplifying arrow for the following turn for like a
Try to build
crazy turn, but let's see what he goes for here.
Oh, he knew that it was another pump. So no,
Some extra-
Christopher knows as well. Yeah.
Even Azalea can intimidate, just showcases
No,
what he's
it's
got
okay,
on top.
but it's
anyway.
okay to reveal it now anyway, because he wants to play it, and that's the perfect spot to be able to use that Codex, right? Because dominated.
Yeah, and
you're pushing some damage, and then you can come back with another. So is it gonna be probably an endless arrow, I guess?
Potentially, he does have the critically that one resource, so he could get a one cost arrow here. But
can even be a Radiant Ledger, but it doesn't matter much in this situation. Oh, there you go.
Yes, so Christopher still has 3 cards, so the Radiant Ledger could be a little bit disruptive. Probably, it could just be a case of Yorgos saying, "Hey, it's 5 damage. If the on hit works, it works. Either or, it's just pushing that damage." Christopher on 12. If he's taking this here, he's going to go down to
even 2 damage is a lot in that situation.
Absolutely. So going down to 7, it's just so risky, especially knowing that Yorgos does have that ponder token. He is going to be able to refill his arsenal and have a 5-card hand the following turn.
Looks like Christopher still has a turn because he'll be able to attack with the isolate. We see the command clear in his hand, so with the big attack reaction from Uzuri,
absolutely, he's
he'll
trying to
be able to come back strong somewhat.
Yeah, it's just a case of trying to disrupt Yorgos as much as possible here. But is it gonna be enough? That is the question.
Yeah, so the CNC is coming. Probably expected on Yorgos' side. He's losing his arsenal, but it doesn't matter because he still has a strong hand.
Absolutely, he's just happy to be taking all this damage here. He's on a comfortable 19 here.
This release the tension would have been nice when I see Christopher's hand, but it probably won't matter because he's really ahead now.
And we can see Yorgos is playing a lot of red cards. He's got a very lean cost curve here, and he's happy to even just be pitching these reds to Dev Dealer if the need be.
Now looking at the graveyard again.
Honestly, this is, for any Azalea players, this is a great way to kind of get in your opponent's head. You look through the graveyard and they're like, oh my goodness, is it another Codex? Absolutely. And you know what? This is just beautiful right here. Utilizing that bullseye braces just to maintain not having to pitch a card this turn and just being able to just present all this damage. And now he does have a card left in hand. Let's see if he can do anything.
Reload, maybe. He can attack again. If any damage go through, he'll be able to attack if it's another arrow.
You're right. You're right. Absolutely. 0 cost arrow. Just another way for him to just attack here. And I think
some equipment block. Yeah. Oh, so that's a clean block.
Yeah, Christopher absolutely respecting the reload on the Boltyn shot.
Probably a good decision. I don't remember what the card was in Yorgos' end, but yeah, in any case, if you can afford, and you can definitely afford to block with the Black Tech Whisperers now.
He played out that turn, kind of suggesting that it's either a Codex of Frailty or a zero-cost arrow. But it was a win-win situation for Yorgos because he was able to keep his arsenal, and now he's just got an open window for another 5-card hand.
Yeah, nothing for Christopher on this turn. He's playing very defensively now. Can't really afford to go.
Yeah, Christopher really hoping for Yorgos to, for actually a situation he's in right now, he draws a lot of arrows and kind of is a little bit
Not
stranded.
too many pumps,
Yeah, and it's just so much harder without the Snapdragon Scalers to be able to attack multiple times in a turn.
We've seen when, for the first game of the day, when Arthur was facing the Azalea player, I don't remember his name, sorry, but yeah, sometimes Azalea can have these turns where there's always like all pumps in the hand or all arrows, and it doesn't threaten that much damage, and that's when you can come back.
Oof.
Oh,
what a hit. What a hit.
This is what we call a hit.
Codex of Frailty.
Yeah. So because he has so many arrows in hand, he can afford to lose one.
Absolutely, and a perfect card to get back for Yorgos here, who wants to play attack with multiple times.
Very big.
Yeah.
Discarding the Ridge Rider shot. Interesting choice. Not a card that we see a lot.
Yeah, so we haven't seen any Spire snipings from Yorgos, which previously have been quite popular in the blue pitch and yellow pitch for that utility of looking at the top cards. And Yorgos instead opting for the Ridge Rider shot, which opts one and kind of presents a very similar effect to the Spire sniping.
Whatever happens with this Boltyn shot, he'll be able to attack with the Heatseeker probably next. So that's another very strong turn. And it looks like Christopher expects something.
Yeah, Christopher's wondering, is Yorgos looking to activate that quiver and potentially hit an arrow off the top?
But we know that he doesn't need to, but yeah, he can still do that.
Absolutely.
Look how fast these games are going. We still have 35 minutes in the round. It's the live totals are pretty low.
Yeah, and yeah, it has been frailty after frailty after frailty for Christopher, which is just so unfortunate with those daggers. But hey, he does have a flick knives there. He can still try and push some damage with that. But for now, let's just see if he can survive to see another turn.
Is there a D-React in his arsenal? Looks like it. It's a very difficult situation now because you need to push some damage at some point. You can't really afford to sit back all game long against Azalea. At some point, she will present a big dominated arrow. But it is very annoying to block these Boltyn shots.
Yeah. And the thing is, Christopher does have Leave No Witnesses in his hand, which is the perfect disruption card for him too, because he is able to defend with most of his hand and just with one card present that annoying on-hit for Yorgos to deal with.
He took 5 on that one, getting very low now.
Yeah. I think he is saving his cards to stop a potential on-hit effect. You know, that Boltyn shot didn't really have anything threatening, so he was happy to kind of keep some cards to potentially defend something like this, a Heatseeker, which, thanks to the New Horizon, is actually quite threatening.
It is actually quite threatening, and we saw that it was an amplifying arrow that he drew from the Death Dealer effect, so it can be a huge turn if Christopher has to block, and I think he has to, so...
Yeah. Christopher unable.
Wow. Well, the good thing is, Leave No Witnesses is probably the best one-card hand that you can have.
Yeah.
Again, in this matchup when you're playing Uzuri, so that's
true.
he has a 2-card hand. My bad.
Yeah.
So.
He does have a Sidra as this other card. So, yeah, It's very fortunate for Christopher that he was able to keep this leave no witnesses.
He will probably have to block. Oh, he can afford to lose his arsenal maybe, and because he has the second amplifying arrow in hand.
Definitely, the tunic is on 3.
And the tunic is on 3, so he's gonna have a huge turn. This amplifying arrow will be huge.
Yeah. Definitely keen to see some amplifying arrows in this tournament. I do hope that some Azaleas do make it further down the line.
Easy. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, he had another card.
So he did have the 3 cards. Maybe he just wants to pressure with another leave no witnesses? Or does he have a codex? Which would be a lovely, lovely play from Christopher.
I didn't see the codex.
Yeah, let's have a look. I think it is another leave.
Oh, it's a second leave no witnesses. So that's just damage at this point.
Absolutely, and it's
maybe some silver.
That's actually a very cool interaction. How is he able to use the Black Tech Whisperers? He is able to generate a bunch of silver tokens because both this on this second leave no witnesses, it actually completes the first contract as well.
Oh
so
yeah,
he's a rich man in silver, but
you know
he'll
be able to buy back these legs equipment.
And here we go. There's that tunic counter.
And the amplifier is on the board now. So how many pumps can you put there? He lost less with frailty, I think, from the first leave no witnesses. Still has at least 2 in hand.
I believe it is a rain raises as well.
Yeah.
Which is especially deadly combined with the amplifying arrow because instead of just going +2 as a kind of a combat trick, he is able to go +3, which is just really difficult for Christopher to play around because honestly, the card doesn't present that much threat in terms of the on hits. You do have the seek and destroy, but yeah, a situation like this just really showcases the power of amplifying arrow. There we go.
And the Rainriser, so that's 3 instead of 2, so that's a big Rainriser.
But Christopher did have that defense reaction.
We saw the inertia trap.
Yeah. Crucially able to survive.
Perfect moment for that, yeah. Very nice.
And the inertia, definitely a card that is actually quite relevant here, stripping Yorgos from his arsenal.
He was a pretty strong turn, but not strong enough to pass through the defenses of a well-equipped Uzuri player. Very nice. And now he is able to buy back the Black Tech Whispers. So basically 1 health.
Interesting play.
And nimbles him into Sigil of Solace, so that's not a lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
So what's the situation? You wanted to get rid of the nimblism because of the block 2?
I'm not sure. I think it would have been a perfect card to arsenal there.
Yeah.
Especially when combined with a Codex of Frailty he just drew. But honestly, it's looking quite dire for Christopher. He really needs Yorgos's deck to get a little bit clunky, but time and time again, Yorgos is able to just output threat after threat after threat.
No. This is the issue when you're playing New Horizon instead of the Skullbone Cross Wrap, is that you don't have access to this free opt, basically, where you can look for one of these arrows to be able to dominate and to be sure that you're going to finish off the game, and that may be a little bit longer in that situation. Even a Remorseless with the take aim. Oh, well, knock the Death Whistle helps.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
And it's just been great to see the ability that Yorgos has to weave these plays to really utilize each card in his hand, despite having turns with multiple arrows, and really utilizing the codices very well. We see another codex of inertia in his hand. Yeah, just all around great way to showcase alternate ways of playing Azalea.
So this Boltyn shot will hit And what's the next arrow? Oh.
Yeah. So
that's...
Yeah, so what Yorgos is trying to do here is
Yeah.
he's trying to maintain that remorseless. Getting the Boltyn shot allows him to come in again, and having that one spear resource from pitching that yellow Boltyn shot, he will be able to swing in with the remorseless as well.
Very nice.
Yeah.
This
Very
is what
strong play.
Codex of Inertia allows,
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
the New Horizon.
Really, really cool way of incorporating these cards. These, you know, we've seen the cross wrap lists kind of being the default for Azalea. We've seen combination of New Horizon and Sanskar Great Bows in the past to some success. So it's interesting to see different combination in that Death Dealer, New Horizon, cards like the Codex of Inertia.
Yeah.
You can tell that Yorgos is extremely confident in his sequencing, his ability to play this deck for sure. And I guess it would have that element of surprise as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to be able to find new ways to approach a hero like Azalea that's been around for so long. She has had some help with outsiders last year, but for a long time she was one of the worst heroes in the game for a lot of people. And now being able to find new ways to approach this hero is very interesting. So these Codexes of Inertia, very strong in combination with your Horizons guys. If you want to try out a new flavor of Azalea, there you go. Yorgos is here for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, getting just so low here. And I think Christopher's really struggling to find a window here. He does have a Command and Conquer in his hand.
Any stealth attack works from his arsenal in any case, so that's nice.
That is true. That is true. And he did get a random card from the top of his deck, so keeping a Command and Conquer here really represents some form of a stealth attack. Yeah. And the ability for Christopher to buy back the Black Deck Whisperers really pays dividends here. Being able to cover that attack for 5 so cleanly with the Red Fate for Scene and the Defend for 1, allowing him to do the...
Also, that was an impact.
Yeah, threatening 2-card hand here.
He will most probably have to destroy the Black Tech Whisperers as well if he wants to buy them back next turn, even though he won't be able to use them.
Yeah, and Yorgos here really trying to figure out the range of what Christopher is able to do. Is it a Command and Conquer? Is it a Shakedown? Do I have to respect this card? Yeah, lots of decisions here. And here we see a very heads-up play of checking... Let's just check the graveyard. Let's see how many copies of each one of these threatening cards there are. Because if he notices that there's 3 Command and Conquers in the graveyard, then it's one of the additional cards he doesn't have to worry about. But it's still reasonably early in this game when it comes to how many threats both players have seen. So Yorgos actually, you know what, he's saying, I'm going to respect this. I don't want to be commanded here. And a great heads-up play from Christopher here. Popping the Black Tech Whisperers. Obviously, the Infect will not be hitting, but he does have these 2 silver coins for the following turn just to get that 1 extra defense value from the boots.
Yeah, and when you're at 1, this 1 health total, the 1 health difference can mean a lot.
Absolutely. And we see that, in a way, Yorgos playing around the Command and Conquer combined with the inertia actually allowed him to get rid of the threat in total.
Only a sleep dot for 8 dominated. Is that enough? Is it gonna be enough? Christopher did everything that he could.
Yeah, absolutely.
To try to.
And that's the thing. That's the power of Azalea at this point in the game, to dominate, showcasing its power. Now Christopher
even
needs...
with a siege, he dies, right?
Oof, he will survive on one with Sigil,
Yeah,
but yeah,
there you go.
he was digging. He was trying to do the
yeah.
Arthur. The
Not
Arthur play.
everybody is after Trehet, unfortunately.
Yeah.
This game would be easier if we all were like after Trehet. Everybody would find the sigil on top of that deck at the perfect moment. But yeah,
Absolutely.
that doesn't happen.
What a great showcase from these outsiders heroes, and Yorgos moving on to 4-0 in this tournament with Azalea.
With a very interesting build as well. So I think that's one of the ways to approach this metagame as well. You come into the game with a hero that everybody knows.
Yeah.
You've seen Azalea players since back in the Arcane Rising days, but now you're coming with a totally different build and nobody knows what to expect, how to play against it as well. Like when you're facing a Codex of Inertia, you don't know what you're going to put in your arsenal. Lots of different ways
really
to approach the it is very interesting. And we said that Yorgos came prepared. He plays all the time. You see it online, and he has all these different builds. So when you're facing Yorgos, you never know what he's going to bring. Very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of these innovative lists come out throughout the day, honestly.
Yeah, I think Barry is grabbing Yorgos for an interview, so we might be able to learn more about this decision making when he built the deck. So yeah, let's stick around, guys, and we'll be back with Barry and Yorgos, presumably.
Welcome back to the calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by our round 4 winner, Yorgos Samaras.
Thank you.
Congratulations, mate. Congratulations. You are a well-versed player, sort of like, in the tournament scene. Every European event that sort of like, that I get asked to help out, you're always there. You're always chatty. It's brilliant to have you on. You told me prior to the event, or yesterday, I should say, that you had something spicy. I've got Azalea. I've got something spicy. And I was like, are you just playing Brody Tech? Is that what you're playing? So, New Horizon, not really seen it. It's not a card, a card we saw it with Lexi, but why New Horizon and Azalea?
I mean, the original deck designer was George Melisakis, who used to play a lot of Lexi. And what he did was he tried to adapt the Lexi play style with Rain Razors and setting up big turns, taking on and off turns while playing the deck. And he came up with this list, and that's the list a lot of, team members from Fabio's used here in the Calling Warsaw. Yeah. And it felt that you don't need actually the opt a lot of times. If you get back-to-back, if you get more cards in Arsenal, if you have access to you usually do these huge turns, because having an extra buff sometimes feels meaningless. But with Flesh and Blood being so strict with your hand size and how easy it is for you to extend your turn, getting an extra card, for instance, getting an extra buff most of the time means you get 3 damage more through. If that buff has an effect, even more. If that arrow is an amplifying arrow, even more. So there are so many good synergies if you can just keep playing your hands and setting up these huge turns. And of course, the biggest reason to run this deck has to be something like Codex of Inertia.
Yeah.
Which is a card that really helps you to set up these 6 card hands.
You did that with that Boltyn shot. It was just like, wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, and that's the thing. All of these cards, all these Ranger cards are way more easier to use when you actually have access to 2 slots. So even when you get, let's say, flooded with arrows, you don't have the normal 1 arrow, billion buffs with Azalea, you can still pull off these 11 plus damage turns where you actually force the opponent to block. And if they start blocking, you just keep doing that again and again until they are out of gas.
Yeah, I see. It was a couple of turns where you pulled sort of like all arrow hands, and you managed to work through it. The Codex of Inertia sort of like helped you through one round getting through that. But yeah, it was fantastic watching you play. Michael and Brody are on 4-0 as well. Obviously, they're not on the same tech as you, but it's nice to see Azalea doing so well. How are you feeling sort of like in the Kayo match? Because obviously, predominantly the amount of players here are playing Kayo. I think it's 102 players. How are you feeling about that one?
I like, being on that type of list versus Kayo, because Kayo getting the new chest equipment, he now has access to even more armor, so it's even harder to get through his gear with Simply Dominates. So trying to play a more value-based game versus Kayo was another reason why we chose to bring that type of Azalea instead of the traditional, dominate heavy list.
Yeah, all right, cool. Nice. If you want to check Yorgos out, he has a... you have a Twitch channel, don't you?
Yeah.
Fab Chaos. He's probably played this Azalea list all the time on there. You're on it all the time. It just keeps pinging on my phone. Oh, I'm live. It's just like, all right, cool. So check out the Greek meta. Obviously, sort of like Alex Agiriou, the world champion. He pops on there from time to time. And yeah, you can check out what Alex is doing as well. But good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're on to round 5 shortly, so stay tuned.
a fist bump. The Phoenix rises. What an incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting, celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
To the arena! Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. And test your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you ask it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
back at Calling Warsaw. Welcome back, Erica.
Thank you.
Did you watch the last game?
Absolutely, it was a nail biter. It was nail biter for sure. I was so excited.
So great, yeah. So we have obviously another great one, but first I wanted to take a look, another close look at the metagame breakdown. Look at this, lots of chaos as you mentioned earlier, but from what we've seen so far, they're not running so hard.
Not really. Like when we look at the top tables to try to determine what games we're gonna be watching next, it's not that many Kayo stacking up there. There's a lot of variance in the like top 10, top 20 tables that we're looking at right now. So seeing that makes us really, really interested that so many players have probably packed a lot of sideboard slots to counter the Kayo mirror and practice that matchup quite a lot going into this game.
We've seen lots of Dorintias at the top tables, lots of Azaleas as well. So it looks like so far at least the conversion rates might be better for those decks than for the Kayos. Lots of victors as well, but as you can see, look at the standings now.
There's
not
obviously
a lot. There's a couple of Kayos on that the first 24. First 24 players. We have 2 Kayo players, but we have more. Three Kayo players. Sorry, but we have 2 Italian Boltyn players, presumably on the same plan. I don't know if they are both playing Decimator Boltyn, but that's very exciting to see these 2 decks at the top of the standings after 4 rounds.
It was one of the decks I was looking at for going into this tournament to be probably one of the strongest choices going into this, because running the Decimator Axe is really, really punishing against the chaos that we were expecting to see going into this tournament. So I think it's a great meta call running these Decimator builds and seeing that on Boltyn with the added stuff that he can also pack into that defensive package that he's already got. It's very interesting to see that paying off here.
And we need to know that at least some of these Döhrer players are also playing Decimator Great Axe. I know that the French players are really fond of that deck. So yeah, there's a lot of these Decimators on the field today, in the field.
So a classic also European calling. We have people from every nation being represented here. We have some Americans even populating the field here, coming all the way to play in this calling. So awesome to see the spread of different nations combating. And there's a lot of different names here that aren't as recognizable as we've seen from previous tournaments as well. So it's also cool to see that even if you haven't maybe done so well in the past, and like anything is up for grabs coming into this tournament with the bestest of mindset, the bestest of tactics to combat in the calling.
Arthur Trehet, our recent Pro Tour Los Angeles winner, is at 25. We see a third Italian Boltyn player, maybe also a Decimator Great Axe player at 37, but that's, lots of representation. Not even, maybe a little bit more of these Kayo decks now, but it's a very nice spread.
What we're looking at this Dash.io here on the 46th place was also very, very interesting to see. Thomas Prayer has been on this Dash for quite a bit, as far as I reckon. So awesome to see that the matchup spread that we have, even though Kayo is very, very dominant in the meta as we know it, it's still a very, very open meta. Like any hero is quite viable, and this Dash.io here really proves the point here, being so far up in the leads.
You even see some Bravos at the top tables. Look at Luka Kramaric, a very strong Croatian player, packing Bravo. I know his brother is playing Katsu, but he's been playing Bravo for a long, long time. He actually won a Battle Harden in Italy last year with that hero, and he's been playing Bravo basically forever. So even Bravo, might have fallen out of favor, and most Guardian players prefer to play Victor. You know it better than I do, but some players still prefer to have access to strong cards like Crippling Crush in Bravo.
Exactly. Now the Victor is very much fun to play, at least to me. It's much more variance in terms of the gold generation with the clash cards, and like whether you win the clashes or not is gonna greatly determine how well your turn is going to go. So compared to Bravo, who is basically on a turn-by-turn cycle, you don't really have that much variance to play with. But with Victor, getting to draw those extra cards in order to either be having more blocking capability or being able to punch back with those extra cards to your disposal is very, very cool mechanic.
Very exciting. Yeah, it adds a new layer to that game plan of the Guardians.
Yeah, we see Pablo Pintor on the Victor there on the 6th place.
And we wanted to keep the suspense going for as long as possible, but it is a very exciting matchup now. Sammy Weckx from Belgium playing Prism against Laurin Niehues. Probably you pronounce it like in the worst way possible, but that's Levia on the left side of the screen. Very exciting matchup.
Definitely, and both of these players are 4-0 going into this tournament, so have already shown great potential going into this calling. So should probably be a bit Levia favored in terms of like being able to use those 6s to block out the phantasms, and they also pack some extra 7+ attack cards that can combat the Herald of Triumphs that can nullify your 6s down to -1. So
yeah, and you don't really, when you're playing Prism, you can't really rely on the Arclight Sentinel. To make sure that you can stop your opponent in its tracks when they're playing something like a Blood Rush Below turn. Even with the Sash, it might be very difficult to stop the onslaught of attacks.
Definitely, the only sort of semi-problem. Levia has, of course, access to the Dreadscreamer, who can help you go a little bit wider when you need to, in order to help maybe clear some auras out, so you don't really let Prism populate that big board state that is gonna be absolutely devastating if Prism gets to that point where she can just block out some damage and be able to punch back with these heralds, with these angels, and really be able to put some punish back onto Levia. So it's gonna be an interesting to see how Levia is gonna maintain or take care of the board state at the same time, try to kill off her opponent.
See the Dreamweavers on the Prism side. Sometimes some of these Prism players, they like to play the Gambler's Gloves just to avoid getting slaughtered by a big Scabskins roll. But in that situation, Dreamweavers might be the best option. You can just use it, break it for one of your strong Herald attacks and make sure that it doesn't pop.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward running the double Gambler's Gloves, because what happens is that whenever a die is rolled, both Gambler's Gloves are going to activate on that die roll, and then it's up to the active player to choose which Gambler's Glove is going to be activated first. So, of course, if you're a Levia player or a Brute, then you choose your opponents to choose whether to activate their Gambler's Glove first or not, and then you get to choose if you want to do the reroll or not. So it basically nullifies the effect a little bit, because you can't really choose whether you can activate your Gambler's Glove to a full effect or not. So yeah, I can fully respect the choice of Dreamweavers here from a Prism sides.
So obviously, when you attack with a War Tuner like that, you know that it's probably going to get popped. You have access to one resource, which means that your Phantasmal Footsteps will help you salvage that turn in a way. But the thing is, oh, interesting.
Or you do something like this.
Celestial Reprimand, that means that you will still hit. It doesn't pop. You hit because your opponent thought that it would pop, and he only blocks with a 3 defense card. And that's the inclusion of these cards makes the matchup that much more interesting. You never know what to expect now, and it's on this first attack, it changes the matchup totally. Now you can't really afford to just go to the face. You need to respect the value of these angels.
Definitely, I love these combat tricks that Prism can pull out, and this really helps with the game plan that Prism wants to make sure that these heralds can hit, so that they can get into the soul in order for activating Prism's ability to get these figments out on the board and basically get the board state rolling.
So in this situation, it looks like Sammy chose the Figment of War, which means only the creation of one Courage token. It's usually the one that you can the most easily afford to see get destroyed. You're okay with it being destroyed. It's just used as a ward most of the time. It's not integral to your game plan, but that's still potentially 4 damage that can be warded. Deadwood Rambler on this first attack. Obviously, the agility token popped, so...
Will I go again?
Discarding the swing big.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
and only
that's a bit sad.
this
but that's-
Deadwood Rumbler is only a blue, so it's like only a 6, but like it's still a 6. So it's definitely gonna
Yeah.
pack a punch. And
When
together
you
with the
start
Magic
at
token, it's
32, yeah, all these attacks are very threatening, very fast.
Yeah, Levia with the Shadow Brute cards that are so powerful. It's very, very intimidating to sit in front of a Levia because you never know how much damage they are gonna be able to present.
And these Prism decks sometimes lack the ability to block efficiently. Sometimes you don't even have blocking cards in your hand, or the only card that you can block with is a Herald that you will need to attack with. So it's very challenging sometimes to block these big attacks from Levia.
Definitely. So
Yeah,
we are
7
going to do what
attack.
we do best and use our life as a resource and capitalize on that as much as we can in order to help build that board state as fast as possible, basically.
Yeah, this claw attacking for 3.
So he's not going to be able to do anything else this turn. He's only have
No,
one
he
card left
needs-
and no
yeah.
resources floating. So that's going to be it for this turn.
I think Sammy is pretty happy about the way this turn turned out because
It wasn't too scary.
if he had to, if he had to handle a swing big, that would have been devastating. But that's okay. He's still at 22. He has a full hand. Still already has a Figment of War on the board, so that's nice.
Yeah, knowing you have the extra life to protect yourself with those wards whenever you decide to flip them is super helpful.
So now this is interesting because this Herald of Triumph means that all the cards on Laurin's side will have one less attack. So if he doesn't have at least a 7 attack popper, it won't pop.
No, exactly, and this is a really, really strong herald against the brutes, of course, and the guardians, likewise. And it's very, very annoying to deal with, especially if you sit with a hand that doesn't really have that popper available to you.
And it looks like Laurin has 2 Blood Rush Bellows in hand, so not a
Oh.
lot of poppers maybe. Yeah, and that's it. He has to use the Carrion Husk right now. Very early to use that card. Of course, Levia has a way to turn off the Blood Debt, so it's not that problematic for... Oh, and there you go!
Well, we're just going to go over the top.
Yeah, there you go. That's the kind of thing that Prism can do.
All these party tricks, we're just seeing that
Angelic
popping
Craft,
off.
yeah. And now it hits.
We're going to fetch a Figment. What's it going to be?
And that's what I love. You never know what... you never know what they're going to fetch. This is why this deck is so challenging to learn and to master, but also very interesting to play.
Yeah. But it
there's
opens
always
up
a
so many
solution in you.
avenues.
Yeah, you have lots of options in your deck, and
it's the erudition.
and that's what I was about to say. When are you gonna go fetch that Figment of Erudition that helps you put together these very strong and wide turns? You can draw 2 cards if you decide. If Sammy decides to flip it now, he has 2 cards in his soul, so he can definitely do it. But having the access to the Ponder means that maybe he won't. Yeah,
Yeah, we're going ahead with it.
Yeah. Yeah, take a look at Empyrean Rapture. Very cool card from Dusk Till Dawn. Very strong card that allows you to basically pay nothing for the hero power. For the great Prism hero power. Draw 2 cards. Out of Suraya, the Archangel of Erudition. Still attacking for 4.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's not a 9.
Yeah.
How is it a 9?
Can you imagine that?
An angel for 9.
An angel for 9, yeah.
Yeah, with Angelic Rape,
Crazy.
maybe. A couple of them at least. So yeah, being able to draw those extra cards, being able to extend your turn, maybe you see another Herald coming through here. The new Luminaries that also came with the latest set is also so crucial to this game plan because being able to send a Herald, following up with an Angel, you're just going to pack such a big punch after another.
Yeah, go again on these 2 attacks is huge. And if Laurin doesn't find a way to deal with Suraya as fast as possible,
It's
Oh,
the
yeah, well, I have a
erudition
chance
even.
to do it all the time. Yeah. Well, he probably won't be able to use
No.
a lot of the cards that he might draw from these, but you never want to give him an option, to give your opponent an option to arsenal whatever he wants. You know, we were talking about the fact that sometimes Prism has an issue blocking because you draw a card of full non-blocks. And that's very challenging at that point when you're down to 22. You start at 32, of course, so it can be very difficult. But in that situation, giving him 2 free cards to choose from might be too much. And it's also 5 damage, which doesn't help.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like getting some free in quotations damage in is still a really good turn over here. And so, yeah, as you mentioned, I think the on hit is super, super relevant. It just gives him more access to what cards he's able to arsenal going into his next turn. But yeah, just double checking the Phantasmal Footsteps, seeing if there's no shenanigans there.
Yeah, well, if you pop the Herald of Edition, you can use the Footsteps to get 1 action point back.
Right.
It wouldn't hit, but...
Yeah, you do. You gain an action point. Yeah, okay.
It wouldn't hit, but you get the action point back, and you might do something with it, but that's, you know, the...
So you might want to block.
Yeah.
With a non-6 in that case, just to avoid the pop. We already know that he has double blood rush, so might want to... You probably want to pitch the blood rushes and try to go wide and hope, just hope that Prism doesn't have the instant Arclight Sentinel to answer with that blood rush, because that would be absolutely devastating. Of course, we have access to the Scabskin ladders that we could get that extra action point to walk around the Arclight Sentinel, essentially. And we have the extra Gambler's Club to help us out as well. So there's a lot of decision points.
Just in case there's an issue, yeah. But I think what Laurin is thinking is like, is there an aura, like maybe another Passing Mirage in that hand? Because if you pop it,
you could probably be super punished.
You can definitely be punished. We've seen these lists of Prism run Pierce Reality as well, which can also help push damage and make all these heralds that much threatening, giving two additional attack on these heralds. Is he popping it? Oh, interesting. No.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, it is. It is.
It's the Endless Maw. Yeah, he only has 1 card left, so can't probably not do much with it with only 1 resource floating, right? So, or, yeah, it could be the passing. It could be the passing.
Yeah.
No, we're passing.
No.
Yeah, we popped upon this, so we must be passing the turn now.
Very weird. Why would he activate the Footsteps then?
Maybe he changed his mind.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Presumably, yeah.
Oh well. Going in, seeing the board being established here. Yeah. Levia now faced with the question, do we take care of this or not?
I think he has 2 Blood Rush Bellows in hand, so he might just try to push as much damage as possible. Oh, only using 1 of them. Yeah, well, it's a difficult proposition when you have 2 of them and you're basically 50-50 of not hitting. So.
With Mark of the Beast, that gets instantly banished whenever you get to discard it. So turning off the Blood Depth there for Levia as well. A great card.
Is that an Art of War? Looks like it. Yeah.
And a Recurrump?
Yeah, I think so.
Do we play it? Is the question then.
Okay,
it's
so
the classic
starting
claw
with
for
the claw,
5.
yeah. Is it gonna be claw and turn?
Yeah, it could either be double claw, pitching the Art of War, and whatever. If he has a 2 cost in Arsenal, he could follow that up as well.
Okay, so Suraya is gonna prevent 4 of that damage with the ward effect.
Bye-bye,
Suraya is gone, yeah.
Still was able to pack a good turn, so... Good job, Suraya.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier. You know, having access to 2 of these claws is huge.
Exactly.
Thankfully, Kayo doesn't have access to those. But oh, that's a very
Ooh.
strong turn. Yeah. So the Dart Skimmer is coming. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have go again. Obviously, it still attacks for 8 now.
That's a lot. That's a really good turn.
Well, 8 is basically half of what Sammy has left.
Well, 13 damage turn, you know.
Yeah. Pretty
good.
Yeah.
And rolling.
Rolling.
A die is the hardest
Yeah.
thing you can do today. Yeah.
Okay. That's 2 hits. Probably not the best Blood Rush Bellow turn that you can hope for when you're playing Levia, but still a decent one.
Still decent. 13 is not to scoff at.
So that was indeed an Earth of War, yeah.
But yeah, clearing that Soraya was
Yeah,
was
it's
cool.
it's crucial at this point in the game. You can't afford to let it stay on the board for too long. It will generate so much card advantage.
Definitely.
Even though we don't see that much soul in Prism.
Right.
On Prism side, but still, the threat is there, and you can't really afford to let it hit.
Yeah.
The halo is still there also, by the way, so it's
Don't
very
discount
easy
it.
to charge the soul. I mean, to put cards in soul, you don't charge with the halo, obviously, but it's still a way to fill a soul.
One of your pack of soul free cards that you have
Yeah.
access available to you. But there's so many moving parts in Prism. That's what makes her so hard to play. But it's also so very rewarding when you make all of those engines click, basically. But it's also all about the soul management. It's also about which figment to play when, in which order, when to attack, when to activate which herald. There's so many moving parts into Prism that it's a very intricate deck to play.
Now that Laurin has seen that he's playing either the anti-popper tech or the buffs, it's very hard to block these heralds.
Like, what do you have now?
Yeah. And what happens if he has both, you know? You can't really play around both, so you need to choose. Pick your
poison.
The card that you're going to play around.
Yeah. But I believe right now for Prism, not having access to Soul is the #1 priority in order to get some tempo back. To be able to utilize those angels' activate abilities.
Most of the time when you're playing Levia, you don't really think much about it and you try to pop these heralds, but now, lots more decisions to take, on Laurin's side.
But at the same time, you can't give all of your cards away because you still need to be able to have some kind of punch back in order to get Prism down. But Prism is still at 8. It's very, very
Oh, he's
scary.
taking the damage. So basically, when you're doing that, it means that you're giving 4 health back to your opponent in a way.
Yeah. Is it Herald or Rebirth time, maybe?
I don't even know if it's worth it to try to go with the Arclight Sentinel plan in that matchup, but he needs to find a way to stop the onslaught there.
Having a think.
It is a very hard situation.
It's Ravages.
Yeah, Figment of Ravages, so obviously no Arcane Barrier on Laurin's side. You don't really expect to die from the Arcane damage. So that's 1 free damage. Probably using it just for the ward.
And we're activating it.
There you go.
Most likely. No?
Oh, the other one.
We're going for the wall.
Yeah.
All right. Can I have a read on this card, sir?
Oh, so he's actually playing the Pierce Reality as well.
There you go.
Just an attack for 4, Laurin. Don't think about it. Yeah.
So no cards in Soul. So this angel is not getting a +1, but 4 is still 4.
Yeah. with so many resources now, he has 2 floating. Oh, attacking with the Herald Triumph at the end of the combat chain.
1 card left in hand, so we can still see some combat tricks coming at.
Does he have a 7+ popper in hand is the question now. Because if he doesn't, that's a way for Sammy to fetch maybe a Figment of Protection, get some extra health, thanks to the Spectral Shield that will be created.
Right. Yeah, getting those extra wards out will definitely help Prism to stay alive a little bit further.
You know what this game does?
No?
Makes me want to play Prism right now.
Oh, really?
I love these board states and these decisions. Even if I lose a lot in this situation when I'm playing against Roots, because it's a very hard matchup. It's so interesting, so intricate.
I feel like my brain is on fire already, and I'm just on the sidelines
I love it.
watching. It's a 7.
Oh, yeah, it's hungry.
Do we have the combat trick?
Slaughter Beast.
Do we have the combat trick?
He does!
Do! We absolutely do!
The
That's
reprimand,
big.
yeah! Laurin getting reprimanded there. Yeah, awesome. Very cool. That's what's so fun about this deck. Look at this. So, the Triumph healing. So, I think it's time for protection now, isn't it?
Are those reactions or are they instants?
It's an instant. Which
so
is why they don't
Flashback
block.
does not help.
No, it doesn't.
I was thinking maybe it would have been an opportunity that is Scowling just to make sure that it doesn't do any combat checks, but if it's instant, then it doesn't matter.
This is so cool. And pushing some damage as well.
That must be so annoying.
Yeah. But that's what we were talking about at the beginning of this turn. There's no real way to play around all of that.
No.
So, yeah, there you go. The Figment of Protection is coming in with the Spectral Shield. You know what some of the players in my community are doing with the Spectral Shields?
No.
They're drawing them themselves and putting in names of their loved ones on them.
No.
No, that's very cute.
Oh,
very
sweet.
endearing, yeah.
What a great turn here for Prism.
Yeah, it was
equalizing
great.
things,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He's actually basically, he has 5 more health. So
yeah, with all these wards, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're still not out of it.
Yeah, and still has access to the Halo, still has access to Dreamweaver, so this game is far from over.
Looks like 2 heralds at least, maybe 3, and a Merciful Retribution in hand.
Yeah, the Merciful doesn't help to block, but it can be, at some point when the life totals are very low, it can help.
And absolutely, and Merciful Retribution enabling you to, even if your opponent pops your heralds, they still go into soul.
Oh,
it's very annoying.
It is very annoying.
Hashtag Guardian player, hashtag me.
If Laurin doesn't have go again on that turn, it will basically do nothing. Yeah. So even a Boneyard Marauder doesn't do that much damage.
No. The ward is going to cover up.
Yeah, most of it.
Most of it, yeah.
That's 5 damage prevented by the Spectral Shield and Bellona, Archangel of War.
And we hit.
Maybe that's how you come back.
No, I definitely see Prism still in
Definitely
it.
still very much in this game, yeah. And if there's a way to feed the soul just a little bit, this Figment of Protection will turn into an Archangel of Protection and will create lots of Spectral Shields. I think I see a couple of Herald of Protections as well. Wow.
So
I love Flesh and Blood so much. Like the variety of these games, none of these games play the same. You know, we've had so much variety already. 2 Kayo decks, but still, all of the other decks were so different.
now, do you block this one or no?
I don't think
It looks like you want to block with something.
Oh.
All right. But he's still going to lose his angel, right?
But it keeps.
But it keeps the spectral.
It keeps the spectral, yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember when you were playing the first version of Prism and when you could attack with the spectral shields? how fun it was.
No. I don't remember.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I've extorted that memory from my mind.
To disagree there. Yeah. Okay.
Memories are too painful.
I love that deck so much.
Old but gold. And Herald of Triumph again, -1 on all of your attacks, so you need to present a 7+ in order to pop this one.
I think there was another reprimand though in the hand, so is he gonna respect at least these cards now and try to block with 2 or 3 cards, maybe?
Potentially.
I mean, it has to be in some corner of your brain at this point in the game. You're like, okay, do you have the third one? We've seen both of these players laugh a lot since the beginning of the game, but now Laurin isn't laughing at all.
It's a tough proposition. It is a 7. Do we have tricks? No tricks!
Yeah, it actually looked like he said no tricks.
We're just going to Arsenal that and pass. I believe it was another Herald of Triumph, maybe, that they Arsenal them.
Looks like it.
Oh, time for an outer
yeah.
wall.
Sammy doesn't like that. I don't know Sammy, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't
It's
like
a
that.
slithering shadow pit.
Slithering shadow pit means
Huge.
Yeah, automatic go again and free value.
Being able to play that slithering shadow pit this turn, that's
you can
huge.
banish it instantly and play it from your banished zone, obviously. So that's a free 6 attack for go again. Oh, well, it looks like they're talking.
Sometimes I wish we could hear them. I can only lip read so well.
I'm pretty sure that there's a judge call.
Probably.
Yeah. I just heard a loud judge in the hall.
Yeah, we're quite secluded from the rest of the event hall. We have our players and ourselves inside of these metal boxes for this event to soundproof a little bit, but also make it more comfortable for the players to be on stream and not having people watch them crowded live. So it's a very comfortable environment for them, but it also makes it a little more trickier to call for a judge. So yeah.
Probably, yeah. So it looks, from what we've been told, there's a check on the instant window who has priority now.
Right. Okay, so Art of War, when you play it, you have to choose your modes, and then there's a window for your opponents to do something before you actually resolve the card. But you have to say what the modes are basically when you play it, but then actually resolving the card is the next step. So then there's a window there for your opponent to respond on.
So I guess that's a tell that Sammy has something like
Arclight?
an Arclight Sentinel, maybe?
Maybe. So I think the rollback here is quite easy.
Yeah. Yeah. The other option will be to Halo and to fetch something like a Figment of Judgment to turn. I think you turn it. You turn a card from the banished zone face down, so it can't be used during that turn. So it will mean that this Slithering Shadow Pit wouldn't be able to be played.
Ooh.
And that's one of the cards that you bring in this specific matchup.
Yeah.
It can also help versus Katsu.
What a great anti-tech. Yeah.
It looks like, yeah, it will have to we'll have to take some time to decide what the call is in that situation. But yeah, so in this situation, it's very crucial, and I think that's the right moment to call for a judge, because you're very low on life and you need to know exactly what you're allowed to do and not to disturb the state of the game if you're not allowed to play anything during that small window.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to remember that your opponent can also play instants, right? So whenever you play your cards, you're so used to just resolve them, especially when you play them out, but also like the way that Art of War is phrased, that it's also a little bit tricky to understand exactly when is the priority being passed and how is it actually being resolved. But whenever you play a card, there's always a window for your opponent to respond before the actual resolution of the card. But for Art of War's sake, you still have to remember that the modes has to be chosen as you play it, and then the actual activation is something that comes later. So there's a window there when your opponents can respond before you draw or discard, for example, for one of the modes that you have available there. So it's a little bit of a tricky situation. I completely understand that some of these things can happen. So you play a little bit too fast, and then it's like, oh wait, but I had a window and you just completely ignored me, and now we're in this situation, right? So probably gonna let the judges solve that one out and let the players commence. But it's still super, super cool to me because it looks so poor for Prism for the beginning there. He took so much damage and didn't really was able to establish either board or soul, and was in a really, really tough spot. And now able to equalize together with those combat tricks that we saw. It's really, really cool to see. And I absolutely think that Prism has game in this game.
She has game in this game, indeed, yeah. I want to go back to the game now, so I don't want to force the decision on the judges, but yeah, it would be very cool to see what happens now. I'm on the edge of my seat right now, like literally. I want to see what happens. These Illusionist games are so cool. I mean, we've just lost Dromai, and a lot of players didn't like to face Dromai, but it was so fun to play Dromai as well. It was so interesting, and it's the same with all Illusionists, and I know that everybody that watching us knows that, but there's another Illusionist coming soon, Enigma. Have you checked out the mechanics of these new heroes yet, or were you fully into PQ season mode and yeah?
I watched the developers play out the Blitz games. That was absolutely amazing. I love when LSS creates some extra content for us to devour, especially for me, because every time I wake up in the morning, there's always something new that LSS has published, because it typically happens during my nighttime, because New Zealand is where New Zealand is, right? Yeah. So you always wake up and you see Twitter and there's something new exciting going on and LSS dropping some new content. So it's always amazing to see and fun. And the developer experience that you get, some insights and how they think about turns and how it plays out. It's so cool to see.
Their thought process as well.
Definitely, definitely.
Very interesting. So we're going back to the game now, and looks like it's been a missed opportunity on the trigger. So yeah, Laurin will be able to play unimpeded with the Shadowpede. 6 go again on that Shadowpede.
Huge.
Yeah, it is huge.
And also Art of War enabling that go again. We have the Soul Shield
very
though.
Nice. The Soul Shield is nice in this situation.
Another way for you to help build that soul, because Soul Shield will go into your soul after it has successfully blocked 6 damage off, so...
Hungering Slaughter Beast.
Can't forget to...
And still rolling.
Oh, there we go. Able to hit.
Able to hit, of course.
We already banished the Shadowpede earlier, so the Blood Depth is already off. But
still lots of damage.
Definitely.
Only have 1 Spectral Shield, crucially, so no ward except for that single shield there.
But only 2 cards left in hand, so this 7 is quite intimidating.
Yeah. I don't know. We're not supposed to talk about the deck list in terms of numbers of cards, but you know these brute players, they're always packing some kind of reckless swing. So you need to realize that if you're down to 2 health, you might be already dead, basically.
Already dead. Great card.
Yeah, great card as well, yeah. Only blocking 3 with the Herald of Tenacity. Oh, that's far with the ward. Still going down to 5. And what do you do now as Prism when you have only 2 cards to play with?
Hopefully, Herald of Triumph. So let's see. We're going with the Dreamweavers.
There
so
you
probably
go.
not a Triumph.
This is the time, yeah.
It's
Oh,
the
the Figment of
protection.
Protection, yeah. It's the red one, so it attacks for 7, can't be popped.
Now this one.
Yeah, it goes
is
for
a
go
big
again,
one.
but yeah, probably doesn't matter too much. Still, creates a Spectral Shield. Lots of value on that single card.
Definitely. So the on hit is nothing to scoff at.
When you're at 5, yeah, it's any health, any point is important.
Definitely. Now being at 16 here, do you dare? I think you just want to play out one card, make sure that you get something banished, and
Yeah,
then.
but I think he has a Blood Rush Bellow in Arsenal, which means that he wants to keep as many cards as possible, at least attack with one go again, and then. Oh, yeah, so
We're
he's
respecting the
using
on-hit.
the last. Yeah.
Fully block on that one.
The last armor from the Scab Skin Leathers. Still staying on the board, obviously, but now. And there you go. Blood Rush Bellow as expected.
And the
discarding
beast
the
within.
beast within. Yeah.
Let's go.
This is devastating. Okay.
So Dread Screamer, the blue, is not a 6.
Mm-hmm.
So it's technically a miss. But.
And
yeah.
now drawing 2. Did he draw a blue? Oh no, he drew a yellow.
So the Dread Screamer does not activate Levia, since it's not a 6, right?
Mhm.
So we still need a way to activate Levia in order to deactivate the Blood
Blood
Depth.
Debt.
Exactly.
There are still lots of hits, obviously.
Yep. But does he have
I
it?
think
Does he have something that discards is the question. Or banishes, rather.
it looks like he doesn't.
A scary proposition here for Prism, only at 3 life as well. Can he just close the game on this turn? He's having a think on it. Which you absolutely should. There's plenty of time remaining. But you still have to play at some pace. Yeah, as Prism player, you are not happy to see this.
Yeah, it
You can
is very
tell.
tough. Yeah, look at his face.
Yeah. Not having
Tilting of the
access
head.
to blockable
Yeah.
cards might be what we're looking at here.
This is when Celestial Reprimand hurts a little bit. When you have a couple of them in hand.
Yeah, they don't
You're
do
very
much
happy when
on the
you're on the
defensive.
offensive, but yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of a devastating.
Yeah.
What do we think here, Sammy? We have to block it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Is there a 1 block on Halo? I don't remember. It's a 0, right?
Yeah, it doesn't block at all.
Oh.
You just use it for the instant.
Yep.
Or for the Spell Void, obviously.
Oh, we do
Very strong card when you're playing Boltyn, for example, into Kayo.
It's a merciful retribution, so he only has 2 cards to block with.
Yeah, it looks like it.
In the middle there. Yeah, this could be game.
So he can go down to 1 on this one, and then he dies on the next attack.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way around it. Yeah, that's a
Yeah, it
herald.
doesn't.
2 heralds and a merciful. That is not going to get you there. Is there a way? He could
He
activate.
probably would have found a way if there was a way, but he's still thinking about it. Yeah. Does he even pretend to look at the cards? He's just picking the cards from his
Oh, we're
banished.
popping the Halo. Interesting. Do we hope to draw into something
Probably,
good?
yeah. Trying
Nope.
to find something.
He was
maybe.
not overly excited, but this opens up an opportunity for a Figment.
Yeah, but he still has to pay for it.
Yep.
If he wants to activate it and use the ward, and he doesn't have that many resources, so
Costs
still
2,
in a
right?
very bad spot. I mean, he doesn't know what's coming next, but he has to play to his outs and think that maybe.
Did he draw into another merciful? Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. No.
Well, it is bad. Okay, so
Yeah,
blocking
this
all
is
of it, and then
looking
he's
really
gonna have
gnarly.
only 3 blocks for the next 6 power attack, which is probably incoming.
Like, if Laurin has 2 reds in hand, that doesn't cost 1.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's not the case. We have the
Yeah,
Dread
and there
Screamer.
you
It's
go.
the GG.
Exactly 3 damage on that Dread Screamer. Yeah. It was a pretty close game.
I think so. I mean, Levia had quite a bit of a lead there, but the combat tricks that Prism was able to present was super interesting to see, and it really, really played in his favor, and it really played around everything that Levia tried to do in order to combat, or making sure that he doesn't get the cards into his soul in order to enable him to get the profits off of his angels. So great play by Levia, but getting instantly punished all the time with the combat tricks. It's amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. And no way to use that that Figment of Judgment on the Slithering Shadow Pit was also a big feels bad, yeah. Unfortunately
unfortunate.
for Prism, but that was still a cool display of what
Prism can do.
Yeah, what this deck can do when it's
Definitely.
piloted that well. And all these cards like the Celestial Reprimand, very interesting, interesting and cool stuff to watch.
Yes. So don't sleep on those Prism decks.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of them at the highest table, so we might see another one maybe later today or maybe tomorrow on day 2.
We'll keep an eye out of them.
Yeah.
But as we saw earlier, we have so many different heroes available to us in the top tables, and it's super exciting to watch all of these different heroes doing their best to make it into a good placement tomorrow.
So don't leave, we'll probably be right back with an interview with the winner of this one. Thanks for being here and watching us.
Stay tuned.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to the calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by a round 6 winner, Laurin Niehues. Right, cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's testing my pronunciations this weekend. It's kind of hard where the actual when you're following the match, who's actually winning, because like
Yeah.
Prism takes a heck of a lot of damage,
Yes.
to get a board state, and I know at a certain point you're all smiley. It got really serious, and it was very much touch and go. Like there was that erudition play that came in,
Yeah.
and you really taxed you on what you were supposed to be doing.
Yes. Yeah. There's in the Prism matchup. There's just a lot of things going on. You need to pay attention to, and it just can swing anyway at any point when you make a mistake.
Yeah. How often have you played that match? Did you play test it quite extensively going into this event?
Not too extensively, but like a few times, and I mean, Levia, I think, feels really favored into the matchup in general, but it's still, you really need to pay a lot of attention on what plays you make, where you block, because as you saw on stream, you can get really punished for using your poppers and then get punished by the instant reactions, yes.
Yeah, Celestial Reprimand.
Exactly.
Got you a couple of times. But the thing is, it's like normally, like you see Herald of Triumph do quite a lot of work against people.
Yes.
You know, but I mean, at the time, you had that 7 block. And
Yes.
I thought, oh, right, there we go. And then he got caught again by a Celestial Reprimand.
Yeah.
You can see when you're wary to block.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
He got me good with these reactions, of course. Yeah, especially in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There was that little bit with the Art of War, so he didn't respond to you prior to you resolving it.
Yeah.
So that's why we had the judge.
Exactly.
call.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, you're just like, what's he gonna chuck? Because you're giving him a window for maybe an ALS to stop a potentially huge turn for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Because like the thing is, with the halo up, he can do so many cheeky things, and especially when I banished the Shadow Pete with the Out of War, and I would play another attack, he could just like flip it face down, and I'm not able, because of his Figment. He can search out the deck, and I'm not able to play this anymore. So you really need to pay attention to that. Yeah.
Nice. You seem very comfortable playing Levia. Have you been playing him a long time?
Yes, actually for the last few months, I've been really digging into the deck, and so much fun. Have been testing it for a while now. Also with a teammate of mine, and yeah.
Give him a shout out.
Shout out. Yeah, of course. Shout out to Elias Kramanis, my Levia companion in crime, so to speak.
Nice, brilliant.
And yeah, we've been putting in a lot of work for the deck. He played it at the PT, and yeah, now we're both playing it at this tournament as well, and it's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
How well is he doing compared to you?
He's doing pretty well as well.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So, looking on, sort of like, part of the Misval coming up. Are you planning on sticking with Levia, or are you looking at sort of like one of the three, that have been teased, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I want to continue playing her, because like I don't know if you have seen the new card that's coming out, but this card is just insane. The Shadow Realm Horror.
Okay.
This is like a massive upgrade to the deck. But one thing I'm very worried about is what happens when Kayo LS, which will probably happen soon, and we lose our claws. Then the deck has to be rebuilt again, and yeah, I think there will be a lot of changes following that. But until then, we can have a lot of fun with the new card, I think.
Indeed.
But I also love the new heroes for the new set, especially new.
All right.
Because I always wanted to play Assassin, and really, she's a cool deck, I think. Very interesting ability and stuff.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of people wanting to play her. Righty.
Yes.
So let's get back with let's get back to the next round, and more games to come.
Yes. Thank you.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Calling Warsaw. I'm here again, Erica, as you know, together with Carol.
Yes.
Carol is having a little bit of a mute session today.
Welcome everybody to the first ever ASMR stream. I'm gonna do my best to let you unwind and relax as we join into the next game.
So we have a very exciting game for you to watch in this round number 6. We have 7 rounds total today, so it's the next one and then one more today before we cut into day 2 tomorrow. But we're not gonna let you settle for less. We have a very exciting game coming up where we have a Dash.io making it 4-1 into a Kayo matchup that is gonna be very, very exciting to see. Basically, we're gonna see who is gonna be able to pack the biggest punch or the fastest punch in terms of the boom grenades that we're hopefully going to see on top of the...
And yeah, we have Young Jang from United Kingdom and Thomas Breyer from Germany. Yeah, it's going to be action-packed game with both players throwing all they have at each other. And yeah, Thomas Breyer has quite a unique and exciting list for us that I hope we get to see as the game progresses. And yeah, let's see if those boom grenades get to stick. Now, I think a lot of this game is going to be just presenting damage, one player at each other. It's like seeing if the Dash.io can connect those boom grenades. Equipment suite that Kayo has, and can find those windows to push through against those wild rides and bear fangs. Yeah.
So Kayo has a lot of blocking potential with his armor, but Dash.io also has some tricks up her sleeve where some of her boost attacks basically says that you cannot block with your equipment. So
absolutely,
that's going to be interesting to see how we're going to capitalize on that maybe in this game.
Absolutely, that's very true. But decks have those and the dev team what we call a lot of pearls. We like to refer to cards like Bear Fangs and items that cannot defend as pearls, because if you look at the defense value, it just looks like a pearl. So there's a fun little tidbit for you straight from the dev room.
Getting the insights live and bright here in the Calling Warsaw. We love to hear it. Dash.io has a little bit of a handicap, starts with 36 lives. Do we think that is going to play a huge part going into this main?
Absolutely. I think in this matchup, every single point of life is going to count. And having that deficit is definitely going to play a part in this. Now, on the flip side, Dash has access to that symbiosis shot, which is an amazing way to push through damage without having to spend any resource points. Now, looking at the Dash's equipment suite, it's really interesting to see the Bounce of Justice and Mage Master Boots as the only it's the leg equipment of choice for this matchup.
Definitely. Mage Master Boots paired with a Tome of Yandel is what it's called. Basically gives you that extra action point back, and you can get some life back playing those from your arsenal. And that's basically the game plan here. We see a Dissolving Shield coming from the top here and play it out, getting that Symbiosis shot counters going, and also Dissolving Shield being able to put up some defensive capabilities in order to also be able to put some offensive capabilities to get those Symbiosis shots going. Then so getting to get those off the top is exactly what you want to see as that.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the Dissolving Shield, I think it already showcases how Dash is able to overcome that, life deficit, as you mentioned at the start there. So great start from Thomas, being able to kind of utilize and present some kind of advantage on the very first turn of the game.
Definitely. We see also Yong having the greatest start of his day with his Wild Ride coming in for 6 with the go again, creating that Might token off the back. So great start here for Yong into this matchup, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And also Thomas choosing not to activate his dissolving shield on this first attack, for probably expecting there's more to come. Make sure not to utilize or not lose some value on that. So looking at this pulping here, we have 6 dominate and Dash.io not packing a lot of defense reactions, so this pulping is probably going to have to go again, but it doesn't really matter because we don't have that many cards to spend left over, so we're going to cash in on the balance of justice here and the dissolving shield to protect us from some damage at least. Definitely, we see now the Mage Master boots, as we talked about earlier, coming in through here. Do we see the Tome of Fiendal from Arsenal? Most likely. There we go. Definitely. Definitely, and though getting the life back up to a little bit more healthier situation than we saw previously, getting full capacity of that tome, and also having some extra cards in order to punch back onto this Kayo. So there's all off to the races here on Dash's side of things. Looking at a bias update, going to be boosting something on this Troddle. Whenever bias update is activated, whenever you boost a card this turn, you will be able to play out any items that is getting boosted off of this. So playing Dash.io, Bias Update is an absolutely great card in this add-on.
Update can do... It serves a similar function to what Dash.io do for ability. However, you can also get items that cost 2, which is great when you do pair it up with something like Blood Pounder.
Yeah. Yes, it's Rotto coming in for 9 here. That's absolutely huge. And there's more cards coming with 3 cards left in hand and 2 flush floating. A Zipper hit coming through. Let's see if we can find an item on top. It's not. I'm gonna see Zipper hit coming in for 5 here. Go again. 2 cards left in the pitch deck. We still have the Dash.io's activated ability still to go. So we can still try to dig through for something on the top here. We're going to have a little bit of a switcheroo for you guys. We have Mr. Roman.
Hello.
Back in the booth.
I'm not Carol.
Hashtag not Carol.
But yeah, I'm not as good as Carol, but at least I have a voice. Oh, this is a Dash game. Interesting. So you managed to get the Dash.io game.
You managed to win this last round, so it's 4-1 into this round number 6 today. So we had absolutely get him on the coverage here.
Very cool.
Pulse Wave Harpoon. Basically have to show the amount of cards in hand that you have boosted this turn.
Yeah, you can force your opponent to block with one of these cards.
If they have less blocking capacity than the amount of times you have blocked, yep.
So most of the time you use it at the end of the chain to make sure that your opponent will have to block with one of these cards, and and you usually take a blue to prevent them from doing too much damage on the swing back.
Yeah.
And that's only a Mandible Claw for 4 now.
We saw an absolute huge churn here from Dash.io.
Yeah,
Kayo going down to 28. You missed this because he popped Mage Master boots. He had Tome of Fiendal in Arsenal, and so he got to draw 2 cards, had 5 cards in hand, healed 5 or got 5 health back, and then was able to come in with this tremendous turn. So
and now that's the high octane turn, so you know that it's going to be big as well. This is what this deck does, you know, it does some magical things. Some decks have a clear ceiling of the power of their power turns. This deck, it doesn't look like it does because it can do some crazy things that should be impossible in this game, basically. But it's so cool to watch.
Definitely. A little bit of a side bit is that we don't have that many counters on our Symbiosis shot, because typically what you want to do with your high octanes is that you want to pair it up with those Symbiosis shots in order to get that many action points that you can just then pump in with those Symbiosis shots at the end of your turn. So whenever you boost this turn, you're going to get an additional action points. That why we see 2 action points being displayed here on that /IO's hero, and that is going to be just continue accumulating over the course of this turn. So High Octane being one of the most powerful cards in this deck, basically, to help you push even more damage through. And another Tomo Fiendal.
There you go.
Also
Another
nice
one
pair.
from the arsenal. So yeah, that's more health as well. But the issue is in this situation. So you can use obviously the action point for the Tomo Fiendal, but so far it doesn't have that many counters on the symbiosis shot, so you won't be able to attack that much.
No, hopefully he can dig
Yeah,
more
he
into
needs
his
more
deck
items.
and get those items out
Definitely.
in order to get the symbiosis.
Oh, well, there you go.
That.
That's a way.
That's also a way to get your items
That's a way
out.
to get an item, yeah, definitely. So Spark of Genius, he didn't pitch anything, right? So it will have to be a zero-cost item.
But he doesn't have...
Yeah. Backup Protocol red.
Oh, that's a way to do it. Cranking it and then getting your
Yeah.
action point back. I was a bit before in it. But of course there's a plan.
No, there's always a plan
There's
with
always a
Dash.
plan.
There's always something. There's always a way to get these action points back.
And you get to draw a card as well because we already boosted once this turn. So Spark of Genius coming into full effect here. Absolutely beautiful to see.
And he still hasn't used the zero ability, so he can still manage to get an item from the top. This deck is so fun and so tough to play as well.
Yeah.
Even if you don't know what you're doing, which is what happens to me when I'm playing it, it's still very fun.
Also being able to look at the top of your deck and being able to play an item at instant speed creates so many opportunities.
Yeah.
Like we've seen those boom grenades coming through the top, which is the scariest proposition when you're face down with a boosted attack and you just look at your hero and try to play that little poker game. You see what they see on the top and you try to decipher if there is that boom grenade on top or are they seeing something juicy or not.
Yeah.
It's always an interesting game to play. There's the poker bit added
Right,
on top of
yeah,
everything
trying
else.
to read your opponent's poker face.
Exactly. So what we're gonna look at here, we still have so many cards
So,
left
yeah,
to
he
play.
still has
It's
a full hand.
insane.
Oh, there's the
Oh.
boom grenade.
From hand.
From the hand, so
cranking it.
if he has another one from the top, that'd be huge.
A zipper
This
hit,
is
though.
very hard to block as well, the zipper hit.
Yeah, but we still have so much armor left on the Kayo side of
Yeah.
things, and the Scowling Flashback
Might be
come
the
in
perfect
clutch.
moment to use that Scowling Flashback in combination with the Sand Packing to block for 5. Oh, he decides to use the Sash then.
Sash is also good to get out early,
Yeah.
because then you can always have that option to crack your Sash and not lose that blocking capabilities on it. So absolutely a good choice here, I believe.
But we know that there's also the backup protocol. He has 2 resources floating, so he'll be able to... Oh, is that a second Spark of Genius? Yes, it is.
Gonna
Wow.
lose a little bit of value on that boom grenade. It's gonna be lost on the start of next turn, but I mean...
No, I mean, he can still attack, maybe. He can
yeah,
attack.
he's gonna
Yeah,
draw
he
a
can
card.
use the backup
Never
protocol and
mind.
maybe fetch
Oh,
something.
getting the technical.
Wow.
There you go.
He'll be able to get something like 0 to 60 if he has already used one.
And
I
also able
haven't
to
seen the
pop his-
beginning of the game, obviously, but
But also able to pop his backup protocol here in order to fetch one of the red cards from his graveyard as well.
sure, yeah, yeah. That's what I was
Gonna cost
saying.
him 2 though,
yeah.
but if he finds a 0 to 60 maybe,
Mhm.
that will be an option.
So the card that he just drew looked like a Blood Rush below, which I assume is my
It's
brain
not.
saying, maybe brain being too tired to tell me to
Yeah, we're
send
looking
the
for
right
something.
information. But okay, so oh yeah, he has to use the Teclofan Yard to get 2 more resources, maybe to go to do something like another zipper hit, for example.
Yeah, that's a good catch.
That's an attack for 5, and now even if he blocks with the 2 cards from his hand, it is gonna hit, and you definitely don't want this boom grenade to hit, so he'll have to use his equipment.
All those red T-bones are gone now
And,
for the boost.
and he's
but-
boosting as well. So how many? Yeah, he still
Yeah,
has
because of the
2
high octane.
2 action points because of the
Yeah.
high octane. He can still attack with the 2 symbiosis shot. At
Yeah, we
least.
started this turn without a
is so
single hit
yeah.
on that symbiosis shot, and now we're sitting here with 3 and 2 action points. What an amazing turn
And
here.
for next turn, he also has 2 resources from the Teclo core. I mean, this deck is so
Wow.
crazy.
Gotta love to see it. Kayo or Mr. Yong not as excited.
Probably not.
Looking at these two Idol windups that blocks for 2 each.
And when you see Dash.io perform like that, you feel like, why wouldn't everyone play this deck? You know, it does the most crazy things in his game.
Yes, absolutely. But he has to cash in the armor here in order to not let this one hit, because he doesn't want to see that boom grenade connect, which is absolutely respectful.
But he just lost value on one of these armor points.
Definitely. Getting the My token though, that's crucial. Getting that from the Apex Bonebreaker together with the 6 power wind up there.
Yeah, and I think Thomas will be very happy keeping a card in Arsenal. Maybe it's a third Tom of Yandel, for example, to make it very miserable for his opponent, because he's going to have 2 resources on the next at the beginning of the next turn, which would mean 6 south. He could go up to 41 if there's a Tom.
I love that he has his life pad on the table so we can inspect the life totals live. But what a great turn here from Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm amazed with how good.
It felt like it lasted for 20 minutes.
Maybe it was another Tome of Yandel that I put into Arsenal right now?
I don't know.
If it looked like a Blood Rush spell, that's the closest
yeah,
thing
that's
I can
maybe,
connect
yeah.
to it. Maybe.
Oh, I didn't get it. Yeah.
Show us, Thomas. Yeah, looking
Doesn't
at a
help us.
Mopey Mandible Claw here, and Dash of Thomas basically breaking through some armor here, looking really, really solid right now, and he has gained so much life out of these Tome of Yandal's plays together with the high octanes, just packing so much damage. Amazing to see.
Now, Thomas needs to decide if he wants to cash the value on the adaptive plating by breaking the boom grenade. That might be a nice opportunity to do it if he expects the game to be over one way or the other pretty soon. No, he's taking the damage. He's so ahead now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just give me that 5 damage, that 4 damage, and I'll come back swinging.
Like, is there any reason to give up a card at this
Yeah,
point in
probably
time? I don't
not.
think so. But the boom grenade is gonna go. And we're gonna get 2 resources out of the Technical. And we're off
That's
to the
the
races.
dream, yeah. On turn 3, when you're a Dash player, when you're a Mechanologist player, having this Technocore on the board is the dream.
Playing the fuel injector off the top.
So that's 1 free resource as well.
But this is quite comforting because, not comforting, but like from Kayo's perspective, now he cannot get those boom grenades activated at instant speed from the top anymore because Dash.io has already been activated.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of comfort at least from Kayo.
But there's still a throttle coming in for 6. So the comfort is short-lived.
Yeah, and there's still 3 cards, 2 plus Arsenal. But he has to pitch a red. It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Gonna comfortably block that one out. We have 2 Bear Fangs in hand.
Oh, that's
that is huge.
2 non-blocks. So
it's
yeah,
not
that
huge
might
at
mean
all.
lots of damage.
You
The
can't
0
even
to
play
60 coming in for 4 now.
The foiling
And that's
icon is
only
really
the
good.
beginning of this turn. There's still 2 cards and 2 counters on this symbiosis chart.
Yeah, I'll be scared. There's not a lot we can do about that with 2
This is
zero
what you
blocks.
get when you're playing Kayo. The
You draw
downside
4
of
reds
play,
and
yeah.
you can't even block.
Yeah, you can't even block.
Yeah. I mean, what he can do is play Mandible Claw for free.
That's devastating.
Imagine if one of those were a blue. I could at least have sent the Bear Fangs, but yeah, this is a really sad hand.
Oh, dissolving shield. Okay, so that only means 1 symbiosis shot attack. Only.
Oh no, he didn't crank it.
Oh, it didn't crank it. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. But yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, the only comfort for Yong is that Thomas's turn wasn't that big either. So it was an okay turn, but it could have been huge with a couple of symbiosis shot attacks.
Oh, he used Arsenals.
Oh.
Sure.
Thomas
We're
is
drawing to
very
the
good
blood
at
rush, so that's
hiding
sure.
how happy he must be inside.
Yeah, he is off to a huge lead into this aggro mirror. This is not what you want the aggro matches, or this is not how you typically see the aggro matches to go. There's typically like, you take some damage, I take some damage, and we just go to the races on who can get to 0 first. But Thomas just packing everything he's got.
Another high octane turn, Erika. We're gonna see some action again.
Yeah, and now we are going in with 3 symbiosis shots counter as well. All of those action points are going to pack a punch.
Zipper coming in for 5. There's like barely any non-hit in this deck. We've seen the Tom of Fiendals. I don't know what other cards he can play that wouldn't shoot that boost.
But you can always watch the top, so you can always watch out for those misses,
if there's a need,
that's a good leverage. Do we cash in the Scowling at this point? Yeah, we're looking at it.
Yeah, looks like it's time. You're getting very low on Kayo's side, so you need to do something now to
and this
at
is
least prevent some of that damage. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at that Blood Rush in hand and also having the... Why am I blanking?
Sand packing?
No, in Arsenal.
Oh, it's Bear Fangs.
Yes, thank you. Level having the Bear Fangs in hand and the Bear Fangs in Arsenal with this Blood Rush, this could pack a huge punch, and that's exactly what Yong needs at this point in time in order to catch some air.
Oh, the third Spark of Genius. So probably fetching another Techno Core.
Deck is looking kinda...
But it might be the perfect time for Yong to come back. Oh no! Okay. My mistake. It's a backup protocol thread.
And we're
cranking it. And it is cranked as well, so it will be used right now. Yeah.
1 card left in hand. He's gonna draw 1 from the Spark. Because he has boosted this turn. So 2 action points remaining. Or? Nah, it should be 1, right? Yeah, because Spark of Genius doesn't have go again, so he used 1 of the 2 action points that he got from the Hyagatyn and the boost.
The only thing is, like, look at the size of Thomas's deck. We know that it's a possibility when you're playing a mechanologist that you're gonna get fatigued very soon, and these decks, because they're drawing so much and they're using a lot of resources very efficiently, can go through your deck at an accelerated pace. So he needs to put together lots of strong damage turns now. Okay, Teklo.
Here we go.
It is crazy. So last action point now.
Right.
Still has access to the backup protocol in any case as a failsafe if he doesn't have enough actions. Attack actions, my bad.
Yeah, questioning what we have in hand here. I imagine the Teklo Core came from the top?
Yeah, the Teklo Core came from the top.
So it doesn't use up action points, we still have 1.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing the Teklo Foundry. Hitting 2, go up to 3. Looking at the top, as we always need to do. What can we do?
I saw a slight smile on Thomas's face. I don't know what was up at the top of this deck, but it's... Okay, so the 0 to 60 fetch thanks to the backup protocol.
Okay.
The Hyagatyn is still active. Yeah. Still 2 cards. Okay, Fuel Injector. Oh yeah, he still has the other one, so he has lots of resources available.
Definitely. Yeah.
Oh.
Send packing has been sent to pack. Getting some value out of that Apex Bonebreaker as well, getting the My token back.
And the Symbiosis Shot Attack. Oh, that's it. The Fuel Injector is used for 1 more resource. What can you have? Something like throttle? Oh, the
twin drive.
Wow, he did a very
With the
good job
double
hiding
boost.
it as long as possible.
Oh,
Yeah,
with the
to
high
make sure that he
octane,
couldn't
he's got a
have.
double boost. No, it's a
Wow.
miss. It's a miss.
But it's
But
only
doesn't
one
matter.
miss. It's still one action point in
Yeah.
any case. Yeah.
I don't think it matters because those 3 action points is going to result in 3 symbiosis shots coming his way. 6 more damage out of the symbiosis shot this turn. That's huge.
Yeah, he's down to 12 and to
7.
7 because
Of the
of
twin
the twin
drive.
drive attack. Wow.
Yeah, he's not happy about this turn, but he has to keep this hand going in order
Yeah,
to
the only
have
way
a
to
life.
come back is to have a strong
Yeah.
blood rush below turn now.
This
So
is
he
it.
needs
He
to
must
take.
take it.
Is there
I
another
absolutely
attack
see
in
it.
hand for Thomas? No. Okay. Keeping his arsenal is up to 31.
Even with the Scowling Flashback, you thought that maybe this will put some brakes on this turn, but even still, such a massive turn coming here from
Imagine if,
Thomas.
yeah,
I've lost
if-
count of how
If
many.
the Scully flashback wasn't there,
wow.
we don't know what he intimidated with the Scully flashback, but can you imagine what could have happened with just another boost attack?
Definitely. Here we see the Blood Rush. We're discarding the Bafangs.
I think Thomas can just leave the table now and say, yeah, put as much damage as you can on the table. I'm
I'll
not
come
blocking
back
anyway. Yeah, I'll come back in 2 minutes when you're done. I'm not blocking this
Oh.
one.
Is that a red and a blue smash instinct? No, it must be 2 blues, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't run the red smash instinct, do you? No.
So he doesn't have any Ogre, so it's only
actually
gonna be
does.
Mandible
Interesting.
Claw and the Bear Fangs, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, not enough to worry Thomas in the slightest.
Do we roll scabs here? No, it doesn't
Oh,
matter. Or does
no.
it? A little bit.
Doesn't do that much damage.
No.
And if you miss, you're dead, right?
Right?
Oh, it
Oh,
does!
we're doing it! Can we see a replay?
Oh! Okay, so everybody at the venue heard Erika right now.
Life
That was
achievement.
huge.
Catching a scab skills
Yeah.
roll for a 6 on stream. Lifetime achievement unlocked.
There you go. So that's a sash.
That's the sash.
Yeah, smash
Here
instinct.
we go.
So how much damage is it if you attack with everything?
So there's a 7. There's a Bear Fangs in Arsenal.
that's
for 10. Mandible Claw for 5.
Yeah, that doesn't threaten lethal, but it's
It's
still lots of
22
damage. Yeah,
damage.
at least.
22 damage, that's huge.
But as we said earlier, there's no way that Thomas blocks anything.
Yeah,
There you
and the Bear
go.
Fangs is going to cost 1, so this
Yeah.
blue is absolutely clutch.
Perfect.
Perfect math.
Perfect 6. Perfect roll.
Yeah,
You
and Thomas
have
is just
to
going
know
to
how
take
to
it.
roll
Thomas
dice.
doesn't care. Thomas just
Yeah, like,
send
okay,
it.
go for it. Yeah. So that's a 10.
Wow, what a turn, Roman.
Crazy.
That's what happens when you roll a 6
This is
on
peak flesh and
scabs.
blood. Yeah.
And that's what happens
Roll
when you
sixes.
just take everything in order to keep this Blood Rush Bellow in hand. What a heads-up play also, arsenaling the Bear Fangs on the previous turn, not being baited by trying to attack with a Mandible Claw, especially into this Dissolving Shield. It wouldn't have done anything, so very good play there.
Okay, Thomas, it's your turn now. Show us what you've got.
Can we find lethal this turn?
Well, Yong has had lots of...
It's lethal?
Oh,
It's lethal?
You need to block it. You need to respect the blue 0 to 60. Yeah, definitely.
You have no armor left, so...
Does he have any non-block? Oh, yeah.
It's the boom grenade on the top, but it doesn't matter this turn. But
Oh, yeah,
it's
well,
taken.
any attack is lethal, basically, but it's still, yeah.
It's
It
just a
is pretty
show off
good,
at this
right?
point.
Yeah.
He's just showing up. Like, this is what
I
was
can-
coming.
I can put you down to -10, man.
Oh, a blue throttle.
Okay. Blue throttle coming
Oh, it's a
for...
very blue heavy
Yeah.
hand, but it doesn't matter.
Is there another attack? You know that there can be so many items.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It's game.
perfect. The Pulse Wave Harpoon.
It's
Yeah,
game.
and that's a
It's the
non-block.
popping in
Awesome.
hand. What a game!
What a game, what a deck.
Wow!
Oh,
Absolutely
yeah,
amazing
Thomas
show.
has to be so happy with himself because he managed to display exactly what you want to do when you're playing this Dashayo deck. Very cool.
Absolutely fantastic showing here. Thomas Breyer going into a 5-1 into this calling Warsaw. Amazing show display. You
Yeah.
don't need to play Kayo, guys. Just hang on to Dashayo now. It's done.
It's the best. Yeah, it makes a case at least for the best aggro deck in the game.
I'd say so.
Right now, yeah.
I'd say so. Thomas here showing us the way.
Wow.
Awesome stuff. What a great game.
All these non-blocks really hurt Young at the end of the day because there was a
Yeah.
couple of turns where he didn't have any option. Like sometimes you can afford to not block because you know that you have a strong turn, but these non-blocks on the reds was a really bad situation for him.
Definitely. It took so much damage out of that turn, and just being able to Arsenal pass with 2 cards in hand, that was devastating.
Yeah, that's really
But
not
still-
what Kayo has been made for, you know?
Still that Blood Rush turn.
Oh, yeah.
6 on scabs.
You see that, yeah, never out totally.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's why we're here, guys. We have so many great games and we have showed them so much. So if you have any time where you missed those early games, absolutely have a watch back and look at those games. It was absolutely amazing. We have one more game to round off the day, so stay tuned for that. We're also going to have an interview, obviously, with the man himself, Mr. Thomas Dashayo Main. So we're going to get that
Awesome.
interview for you guys as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. We'll get right back at you.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw. I've been joined by our winner, Thomas Prayer.
Thank you, Beth.
Oh, it was amazing. That was amazing. We've been trying to get you on for a while, you know, seeing how you were doing. Because Dash.io is she's not a popular hero. You know, we know she's really aggro.
Yeah.
But sort of like she has kind of like the same failing.
You don't block a lot, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Well, when you do, you've got a massive health total like you had. But she kind of like falls in the same Kayo bracket of you could have non-block hands.
Yeah.
It's just like it can get a bit tricky
yeah.
sometimes. How long have you been playing her? Because you were very comfortable.
So I started the hero when it came out. So I built the deck myself. In the beginning, I was like trying all the kinds of things. I love the Tome of Fear and All with extra action points. It's just amazing.
Oh, you had a fantastic hit on that.
So I built the deck myself. I played it on and off like all the time, hundreds of games now. And yeah, now I'm playing the list of Tyler Horsepool.
Okay.
So he brought Mage Master Boots in, and it's a really great addition to the deck. Yeah.
So you watched him on the Arcane Games?
Yeah, he played at the AG event and
yeah.
also top 8 in the last Battle Hard. And so it's like, okay, maybe the metagame is good for her now. And yeah, that's why I brought her.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on. Sort of like past this event. Sort of like we've got nationals coming up. We've got sort of like Pro Tour Amsterdam coming up. Are you practicing like to take Dash sort of like into those events, or are you sort of like maybe looking at sort of like the newer heroes from Miss Vale?
So definitely I'm gonna try Enigma. And yeah, also Levia. I played a lot of Levia in the past few weeks. The new Levia card in the expansion slot looks really promising.
Okay.
And we have I have to shout out my team, Value Vampires. Elias is a really good Levia player, so that maybe one will be one of the choices. So
is he here today?
Yeah, he's here today. I played him actually in round 2. Yeah.
And who got the?
I won. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
I won. Yeah, but.
Well, so where was your loss today?
I lost to Brody on Azalea.
Okay.
That's a tough matchup, yeah. Blocking again, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Are you hoping that they basically just brick, so it gives you a chance to, use the full hand?
Yeah, it's kind of, they don't have to have like red in the ledgers or some like Codex of Frailty early in the game, then you have a chance. So I beat another Azalea the round before, but Brody didn't. So he knows his.
Yeah.
He knows his ranger. Yeah,
he's been around the block with that hero, that's for sure. So, are you going to Pro Tour? Are you
I'm
looking
not qualified, no, but I'm going to play nationals. So,
okay, brilliant. So, when is your nationals?
End of June, I think.
Okay.
German nationals.
Yeah, nice. So, right,
so 2 months ish. Until then, yeah.
It'll come around so fast. It'll be
it's like, when is the nationals?
Thing is, and there's lots of practicing and play testing to do
definitely
prior to that.
Yeah. I
mean, you might find that you don't particularly want to play Enigma and go back to Dash for it. So
we can always go back to Dash.
Yeah, exactly. That's fantastic. So one more round to go.
Yeah.
Who are you hoping to avoid? Which hero do you not want?
Like fatigue decks, I don't know, fatigue guardians, these kind of things, fatigue warriors.
Yeah. There's a few decimator decks out there.
Exactly those.
Well, I hope you dodge them. Let
Thank
the
you.
gem
Thank you,
gods
thank you.
be kind to you.
Yeah, thanks for the interview.
No worries. Thank you very
Have a good
much,
day.
Thomas. You
Thank
too.
you.
Let's get back to round 7. Sorry, round 7. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw. And what player, no better than someone from Team Poland, Jakub Siedlecki.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming on.
Well, thank you for having me.
Team Poland, you've pretty much been a team from the get-go, hitting all the big tournaments. But you're also renowned for the tokens that you provide.
Yes.
This calling you've provided one for everybody to have. It's fantastic. I don't know.
Yeah,
You've got some there. I don't know
I
if you
have
want to
some
show
for
it.
you as well. So
That's very kind of you.
there we go. I don't know if it can be seen. Yeah. So it's a gold token. We figured that since this is the last big event with heavy hitters meta, gold makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's some people actually thought that you were giving away a gold coin.
Not this
the,
time.
The artwork is so good.
Yeah.
But you've given away sort of like frostbite tokens before.
Yes, we've had frostbites in like 3 different pictures. We've done all the diseases from outsiders. We switched from like pictures of Poland for the art. So we've done some amazing paintings from Polish artists from like 100 years ago and so on.
Nice.
I think we've had a copper token at one point, and that's maybe it. And War and Peace in Barcelona. Yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So if you're after all art cards, you like blinging out your deck, it's well worth coming along to one of the big events. Team Poland will always have the extra tokens on hand. And if you're lucky enough to play someone from Poland, hit them up for a token. So talking about teams, sort of like, and we're on home ground today.
Yes.
So when we looked at sort of like Birmingham, calling Liverpool, we were very fortunate that sort of like someone from the UK, won it, a local lad.
Yeah.
So obviously we're in Poland. Which locals, which should we be looking out for?
We've had a lot of good players in the previous events, so I think Bartosz Zięba, Piotr Krzempek, Filip Mikołajczyk are the ones to look after from Liverpool as well.
Yeah.
They've done pretty well back there. But Maciej Janik as well, he was top 8 on the first Pro Tour in New Jersey. We've also had Mateusz Sas, who won the biggest calling up to date. I think it was the New Jersey one.
Okay. That was to get revenge after.
Yes, after I think you actually won the calling in Krakow. So, yeah.
But it was nice. It was nice just to go, right, okay.
That's true.
We'll get you back. When you talk about the callings, you're a team. Obviously we're going to get on to practicing. How do you guys do it? Have you got a team in Krakow? Have you got a team in Warsaw?
Yeah, when most people think about teams in TCGs, they think about like 5 to 6 guys with the same mindset, same time schedule that can really play many games as they can.
Yep.
But it's not possible with such a big team as Team Poland. I think we may be the only bigger team than Wolfpack. maybe, but I'm not sure. So apart from the competitive side, we are also very focused on the community side of things.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of players that cannot commit enough time to actually properly prepare to Pro Tour or calling, but they can always make suggestions, play some test games, also take part in the token like the whole series, and of course represent with the shirts. So
yeah, absolutely.
we've had some smaller teams playing and testing very intensively. We communicate from time to time. We exchange ideas, but it is not possible right now to test in like 40, 50 people on one Discord. It's not possible at all.
Do you find that with your testing that afterwards the team will come with one particular deck? Or
it depends. In the previous tournaments, when the team was much smaller, on the first Pro Tour and the second one, I think as well, we've had like the list that most people played, and then of course some people wanted to try their decks or play a different hero and maybe try to counter the meta as well.
Yeah.
But right now the meta is so wide. I don't think there is a right answer, like the one answer for that.
Yeah.
So I know that some players are very heavy on Kayo and Warriors, but we also have some amazing Victor players, some Kano players that we'll see or not, depends on tomorrow. I'm not really actually sure if our best Kano player will bring Kano or switch to Kayo, so we'll see how that goes.
The thing is, we're expecting Kayo, we're expecting Döhrer, we're expecting Victor to be like the big 3.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's just like, hopefully we'll have had the meta breakdown, prior to this interview. So it's just like, that's what everybody's expecting in the room. How do you feel with the Mistveil heroes being spoiled? How do you see playtesting coming through? Where are you expecting sort of like these new heroes to feature in
This is
you
a
know, in
very
the
broad
coming
question,
meta?
and
It
I
is, yeah.
think we will be able to answer that after the weekend when we see more
Sure.
of the spoilers. But yeah, there are many very interesting mechanics. I think that after Heavy Hitters, which was very down to earth set with a lot of calculating value play, we've seen Dory finally almost take a Proter, if not a one particular sigil.
Max is here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen him. The shenanigans with the inner chi and transcending and a lot of auras, instant and so on, is very refreshing. I think it's good that they brought a very simple set and then switched to a very exciting one, like the very flashy. So we'll see how that goes. Heroes look powerful, but I think it's really dependent on the chi mechanic. How often we can get that if the
transcend.
Yeah, the transcend. But if the pitching of the chi will stop your blocking in the second cycle because you are getting a lot of non-blocks.
Yeah.
So it can be a problem. Will they be able to withstand Kayo aggression, for example? So I think it's very exciting. That's for sure. Very flashy set, beautiful art. Of course, Japanese. Alt arts, marvels, and so on will be very, very good. So
the marvels are always one to collect. Is there any particular hero that you're drawing towards, or are you just?
For me, it's Enigma. That's for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I love Illusionist. She's much more Prism than Prism right now. So the Everfest auras likely will see play. Although we see. And she's very, very interesting with the mechanic of actually rebuilding the board, not only losing one. So we'll see how that goes.
Nice, brilliant. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
I wish you all the very best for the calling and for Team Poland.
Thanks.
And let's get back to the rest of the show. All right.
Last round of the day at Calling Warsaw. Upcoming, guys. We are back at the venue with Erika. That's a lot of exciting games, but we have one last game for today to feature. It's going to be a nice one. We'll let you know as soon as possible. But first of all, we wanted to take a look again at the prizes for this event. We are very close to day 2, so some of these players are very close to getting these prizes, obviously. So that's only 7 rounds, as you notice, and not rounds 1 to 8, as you can see on this one, because there are less than 512 players for this event. But that's still
quite a lot of games.
Yeah, still quite a lot of games.
Yeah.
We know about it because we cast lots of them.
We're here all
so
day.
yeah, we understand what these players are feeling.
Yeah.
Somehow, not exactly.
Sitting here and backseat gaming them through the whole day. It's been very fun.
It was very exciting. So first place gets $7,500.
Yeah.
That's very nice already. But of course, you're also getting the Goldful Extended Art Balance of Justice card, which is. Have you seen one?
In the wild?
IRL?
I don't think so.
No, me neither. But I want to see one.
It most likely looks very
Oh,
beautiful. It's
yeah.
fitting very well
Yeah.
with the golden plating on that one.
And the PTI as well. Obviously, for second place, that's $3,500 and a black envelope, legendary Goldful and a PTI. And then you can see the rest, third and fourth, 1,500 and the legendary as well. And 5 to 8, 1,000 and the Goldful and the PTI.
Yeah, but also don't forget that also the top 42 or something is also getting in the money. So even if you don't reach the top 8, there's still a good amount of money on the
Just
display
fight
for
to
top.
the end, definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
There's all
If
to
you're
win.
into day 2, just play all the way.
Definitely. There is of course a battle harden also happening again tomorrow. Another classic constructed event that is going to pop off as well. So yeah.
Oh, here are the standings. You look, Erika. There's a name that I've
It's
seen a
very
lot
familiar.
recently. Brody Spurlock is at 6-0. And there's a couple of names. Look at that flag. So the Italian team brought this Boltyn Decimator Great Axe deck that we featured earlier. And they are doing extremely well. 6-0 for both of these guys. And I think I've seen another one or a couple of the players from the team at 5-1. So definitely a deck to watch for tomorrow. But yeah, in any case, Joachim Ballo, friend of mine, 6-0, playing with Slapdash, Fatigue Dash. Yeah, very, very long games. But he's a very patient guy, so he doesn't mind waiting a long time until we see a resolution for the game.
And probably should be if you're playing that type of deck. But it's so fun to see OG Dash also making his way to the top here. In this event.
Definitely. And I mean, it's a very interesting game to commentate on as well. And I'm excited if we have a chance to watch it tomorrow because it's lots of blocking and lots of difficult decisions for the overall macro game, if you will.
Definitely.
Of course, Arthur Trehet has 6-0 as well. We saw him this morning and he hasn't lost. So,
still going strong.
Yeah, still the chosen one. Michael Feng is at 5-1. I think he just lost versus one of these Italian Boltyn players. There you go. It's a very strong deck. If you can win Michael Feng with it, means that there's something there probably.
Definitely. Michael is a very, very good player, traveling all around the world, playing every single calling plus that he can absolutely get to. And even the Battle Hardens he's also traveling to. So.
Yeah. And look at that. I think there's only a couple of Kayo decks on this first page.
Yeah.
We'll go to the second one to see if we can see more. But yeah, not that many Kayo decks at the top tables at this tournament, which is, I have to admit it, I hope that it wouldn't be a flood of Kayo decks, but I'm very surprised anyway at the number of them that we can see at these 48 top players at the event.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier this morning. We were expecting to see a lot more Kayos coming into this day, basically. We were expecting somewhere between like 30 or 40%, but it ended up only being 22% in the end. So the rest of the stacked field here is showing a great prominence coming up here with a lot of different heroes making its way into the top table. So the Kayos are not looking as hot as we imagined they would be.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to look at the day 2 conversions after this game. We'll have a strong indication of what the best performing decks are. But so far, it doesn't look like Kayo has a very good conversion. So we'll see what happens after this one, of course. Things can change a little bit, but so far this is what we have. And I think we can go to the matchup table now. I think the players are setting up, and there you go. So that's Andrei on Kassai versus Luka Kramaric. I love this guy. He's so good at the game. And yeah, we talked about it earlier. He's a very good Bravo player. He's been playing Bravo for a long time.
Not that many Bravos, but here we are with 1-5-1.
Yeah. And the big question is it going to be a fatigue Bravo or more of a mid-range Bravo that we've seen the last few years? I think the plan of most of these Bravo players was to go maybe more on the fatigue plan, more on the slow side. Yeah, and the Rampart is a strong indication that it's going to be a slow game.
And the pitching a yellow stash, I think we all know what we're up for type of game plan here from the Bravo side of things.
This is not the kind of pitch stack that you expect, but yeah, the staunch response into the Thunderquake on the pitch zone there.
Probably has more D-reacts to go with that,
considering
the pitching there.
Looks like it. So I don't know where I've seen Andrei, but his face is very familiar. Okay. And I've seen him a lot. And well, there are not many opportunities for me to see Flesh and Blood players apart from Flesh and Blood tournaments and at the top table. So he must be one of these very good European players that we don't feature a lot on these other broadcasts.
All right. Hot Streak being a little bit denied here by the buckle block. Hot Streak getting go again if it's blocked by an attack action card, which Bravo typically, or the Guardians typically, packs quite a bit of. So a good head start there with the Hot Streak, but able to recover with the Blade Runner to give it go again and come in with the Centaur Save Burst.
This is a 4-tap, but crucially these Bravo decks now don't run that many attack actions, and it's very easy to block it all out. There you go, Fate Foreseen, blocking cleanly.
So yeah, I think the game plan from Kassai here, looking at this very fatigue style type of Bravo deck, is that he has a little nick up his sleeve called Raise an Army, which basically says if for every gold token you have, you will have a little dude that can fight by your side.
Dude that can fight by your side.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Getting a lot of those gold tokens out early and try to get an Raise an Arm enough to try to go as wide as possible is typically the way to go against these Guardian decks.
Yeah, because like Bravo doesn't really have an efficient way of dealing with these, so they need to invest a lot of resources in just killing one of them. So if you can afford to raise an army with 3 of these Centauri Cell Swords, it's that much damage that you will never see go to your face, and that's almost all the time the tipping point of these games.
Exactly, and there's so much damage that you can pack with those Raise an Army. You just go absolutely wide and then mitigate a little bit of those D-reacts that are on the taller side of things, like the unmovable, like the staunches, so it can be very, very annoying.
It is crucial, and I mean, in any way, I think Andrei can wait until he assembles enough gold to raise an army. He starts with 1 gold thanks to the Crown of Dominion, crucially, so that's very important, obviously. But he can afford to take his time. He won't be threatened very fast by this Bravo deck.
No. The hardest part is building these gold tokens. Of course, Kassai has some tricks up her sleeve, some attack reactions to push things over, but at the same time, Bravo is running a very heavy D-react list, so there's going to be quite hard for Kassai to find those ins, but we already see that happening here with the Blade Flurry. We see no response here from Bravo trying to cover this one up, at least, but...
and in the swing as well, so that's 10 damage, and the staunch response was there.
So going up to 10.
Some damage is leaking.
Definitely.
But Kassai wasn't activated, so no gold created on this one.
I think we need more Jellos in the graveyard there to to start having that role of effects where you activate Kassai almost every turn and start to banish a few cards in order to get that activation on.
Nerves of Steel played by Luka, yeah, and I think Andrea needs to look at it because he doesn't see that card a lot.
This card isn't seeing much play indeed.
Well, this is the type of card that you usually... I mean, I've played it a lot in Blitz because it was pretty cool when you played versus a deck like Benji. Yeah, because you don't trigger Battle 1 if you defend an attack with 2 or less attack.
Right.
So it's perfect to block those Citari Saber attacks.
I used to remember the -1 removal, but yeah, that's absolutely right.
It is a very cool card.
Oh, we see Heart of
It
Vendel.
hasn't seen a lot of play. Oh yeah, Heart of Vendel has, yeah, so we see lots of spice on both sides of the table.
Wow. It's so fun to see all of these new and old decks coming together and finding those cards that not seeing a lot of play typically, just being used here to try to trick your opponents a little bit on what game plans you're on. You're not typically seeing the Fatigue Bravos rock up these type of days in this day and age.
Yeah. Blocking very early with the Crown of Providence.
Trying to fix his hand, maybe?
Oh. Yeah, but usually these Bravo players are very happy just using one of these blues to attack with the Titan's Fist, and that's it. So maybe it meant that he didn't even have a blue.
Maybe. So maybe try to fetch one of those. Quite a big commitment on the block here, but at the same time, if your plan is to just cover things up and swing a hammer for 4 each turn, then absolutely. We're going to see if that is...
Not a big use from these Nerves of Steel.
Yeah, we're going to see if that's the case here. If we're going to arsenal this last card, maybe. Because I believe it's 1 card left in hand. Should be, right?
No, it's... No, he's pitching the last one to attack with Titan's Fist, so he will have no arsenal left. Okay, well...
Interesting.
It is.
But it's another glint in hand, so it was a bit clunky.
Yeah.
Ooh, precision
press, yeah.
With the piercing, so you don't want to really armor block on this one.
He really wants to keep the Nerves of Steel on the board.
Yeah, this hot streak is going to have go again. So no use of the glint in hand here. Except if he wants to dig for a card. With a draw a card effect on the reprise there.
Yeah.
Which we do. And that's going to be it.
It is, yeah. It was a bit of an underwhelming turn.
Very, very much so.
I expected so much more out of this
fireworks.
turn. Yeah.
And now I'm here.
Okay. Well, it's nothing into Titan's Fist, I guess.
We see a Sigil and a Staunch response in hand. So we'll probably see a Sigil activation and a Staunch in Arsenal, maybe? Still...
Yeah, well, it looks like both of these players pack their whole deck into... their whole sideboard into the deck, because you don't usually play... That's all you got into Bravo, you know? That's not the type of card that you expect to see play.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Nourishing Emptiness coming in now. It's the first one, so didn't need to activate Kassai to banish the other ones, and it comes in for 6 dominate. But yeah, that's what happens.
What a clunky
when
hand.
you're playing. Yeah.
2 CNCs and a Nourishing.
Not exactly what you want to see together, you know? All your attack actions at the same time. Oh, he's playing Ripple away in this deck as well.
A bit unfortunate. This Titan Fist is not going to get the +1 since it doesn't cost more than 3.
But it means that he's showing that he's playing these ripples away, so there's a way to deny the gold activation.
Definitely. a little bit of a sneaky.
Yeah, Andrei has to be very careful because if he expends a lot of resources into trying to create those gold tokens, and Luka manages to annihilate the possibility by just discarding a card, it can be devastating.
Ooh, interesting grab on the armor there. Okay.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. When nerves are still on the board,
It doesn't.
you don't activate the battle one of these and the temper on these.
Right.
So
As long as there's a pump.
unless there's a pump.
Unless
So
there's a
if
pump.
there's only he has to use the stroke of foresight on that one, because if it was only a Blade Runner, it wouldn't boost that one, and the temper and battle one wouldn't be activated. But then because of the stroke of foresight, it works now.
Yeah, but that's why also you block with 2 of them, because a +3 gets negated by the grains. So it's only coming in for 4 either way. What a beautiful heads-up play there by Luka. Getting denied though with the Nurse of Steel activation, so still getting the -1 counters on it, but he must have a big plan with his 5-card hand now. Or it's just reds.
It's not a big plan. It's a Titan's Fist attack.
For 3.
Is that 2 Oasis Respites and 1 that all you got? Yeah, that's a very weird pitch stack.
Double Oasis into that all you got. Wow. All right. Now we see the first Outland skirmish. Now it's time to get some gold.
No, this is only copper, but still very important in this game plan, because if you can put together a strong blood on our hands turn, that can be the difference.
But yeah, the staunches come flying.
Yeah, blocking this one cleanly for 5. And no
what
follow-up.
What are these hands?
Yeah.
What's going on?
It looks like Andrei is taking his time. He just wants to find a nice opportunity to create some gold. And I'm pretty sure that now the plan is to raise a big army. The biggest army that he can.
The biggest army that you've ever seen.
Yeah. What's the biggest Kassai army that you've ever seen?
I had an army of 3 against me in the Pro Quest. That was scary.
Most of the time, yeah, when you're playing against a Guardian, 3 is good enough to win, usually.
Yeah.
Unless you're very close to fatigue and you can't really afford to give go again to your sword attacks to be able to attack with the cell swords afterwards. But
yeah, because that's also important, right? Because you need to have activated a sword or a dagger to give it go again in order for the Raisin army dudes to be able to get go again, be able to go that wide that you can with all of the armies that you have.
And this Respite doesn't trigger the hot streak ability, so no go again, no opportunity apparently to give go again. He chose not to use the Spoils of War, so he could have had go again on that one, but he very careful in the way he uses his very important resource cards.
It's a very rough proposition.
Yeah, it is a tough matchup. I don't know how these guys are so patient. I wouldn't be able to be patient like that. Yeah.
Also a bit admirable for these fatigue type of decks, because these games typically takes the whole 55 minutes.
Yeah.
And you don't want to go to a draw, so you still have to play effectively and making sure that you don't go to time. But also playing these long games. Like we're playing 7 rounds today. We could have probably been 8 if we were a little bit more. But playing so many rounds so long, it's definitely mentally fatiguing.
Yeah, it takes a toll. It takes a toll after a while. Yeah, that's why some players would rather play very fast decks and win or lose. Yeah, but win or lose, you still have some time between the rounds to rest and to refocus for your next games.
Exactly.
That's something that's really important during these long tournaments.
It's crucial,
especially
to
because
maintain,
and it's a calling, so it's only classic constructed. You don't have these wind up between the games when you're playing sometimes with a split format with draft, when you have to set up the draft and then you have some time to rest between the draft and the draft games.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider.
Definitely.
If you don't have the mental resilience for these long games.
I remember I played Oldhim back in calling, what was this, Birmingham, and I paid my dues and was very, very tired and very, very sleepy. I didn't get time to eat. I didn't get time to get to the restroom. So when I finally catched a little bit of a break, then I was completely miserable. So if you don't maintain yourself well during these long hours or long days, then yeah, it's going to catch up to you.
And the Nerves of Steel used very well on that one because he could block with the Tectonic Plating and the Gauntlets of Iron Will. There was no buff, crucially, on this hot streak, so no Battle Worn and no Temper activation.
Oh, we're sending at the
It is interesting, yeah.
Huh. Crush -2 on your first.
Yeah, no Arsenal.
No Arsenal,
no problem,
that's the one.
yeah.
I always mix these ones up. Disable and debilitate. Every time. We're on unmovables as well.
Okay.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Well, this macro game is very deep, and that's a lot.
For sure.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't enjoy watching these games, but they're my favorite.
It's a very interesting, like, you can really see how the game plans change and intertwine
And look, again, these Nerves of Steel. Huge work in this game.
It's doing a lot of work indeed.
Yeah.
You're basically forcing your opponents to have that attack reaction, but getting so much value, especially out of the Tectonic Ingrains.
There you go. E-strike into Titan's Fist.
Classic.
I love it.
Very much a
Gotta
classic.
love it.
We got some damage through.
Oh yeah, and I just saw a glimpse of his hand. He's got a probably you won't be able to use it now, but he has got a Crippling Crush, a Starstruck, some of the very strong late game cards that he needs to threaten something.
Oh, it's the stroke.
Yeah, and there's the Stroke of Foresight. So now the Temper Battle On will be activated.
Yep.
You gotta be very careful there. I think I've seen another Nerves of Steel, so maybe you can like remove one of these Battle One tokens. One of these -1 tokens.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. Losing the Gauntlets of Iron Will and the second -1 counter on the armor of the Tectonic Plating. It did a lot, but now he's gone.
Good punch here from Kassai. Really trying to force that Nerves of Steel to get the F out of here.
Wow. Lots of vigor now.
Yeah, overpitching into that Grains on hit. Pitch 1 to make a resource for next turn.
One of the things is that so far Andrei has been unable to generate any gold, but on the other hand, he hasn't even tried to do it. He hasn't used Kassai's ability once.
Exactly. I'm a bit curious about that.
It seems very weird. Maybe he tries to assemble a very hand of very strong attack reactions. He doesn't feel like he has enough yet. Or maybe he thinks that there are still too many defense reactions in Luka's deck.
Yeah, I think that is what he's concerned about, because if you really go for the Kassai activation, then you really want to make sure that those hits are coming through, and you can't really do that as long as Luka is sitting on that arsenal, because it could be literally anything that stops him from creating those crucial goals that he wants.
But there have been several turns where Luka had no arsenal, so it's still a bit puzzling to me. But
yeah, but
I mean, I assume that
you need to have the attack reactions in order to make sure that you get over the top, and you also need to make sure that they don't have the D-Rex. So you need that the perfect storm, basically, in order to comfortably move into the Kassai activation and get that off. Because I think that is absolutely crucial for him to make sure that he gets those goals in order to visualize that game plan of getting that army out.
Andrei took some hits to be able to come back stronger with run through after this first hot streak attack.
Yeah.
Century for 5. No hit. Yeah, and doesn't look like Luka values the CNC that much.
No.
Happy to block with them. Oh yeah, I think the judge asked Luka to put the equipment in the graveyard.
Right. Could be relevant for some effect, so that's definitely where they should go.
Absolutely.
We see
And
the
house,
second race an army in hand now.
Yeah. And no way to profit from it yet, so
No, it's very mopey. Like 1 gold is not an army.
it's just a dude, as you would say.
It's just a guy.
It's just
Aw.
Kassai and the dude.
Yeah.
It's not an army.
It's not an army. At what point does it make an army? How many
I
people
guess
is
I guess
required?
after 3 it is kind of an army.
It's not a party.
It's a small army. It's a squad. I don't know.
Chat, let us know. At what point does it become an
There's
army?
a group of sellsword become an army.
We see the first Kassai activation.
There you go. So is that the perfect storm, as you said, Erika?
Maybe. We still have the arsenal on
It
Luka's
doesn't
side
have
of
a
things.
it doesn't have a very big hand though. Oh, there's.
Lol.
Oh yeah, what is this doing here?
card.
Yeah, maybe because some of those combat chains were very intricate, and some of these cards move.
I can see that happen.
Yeah.
And they also have white-ish sleeves, both of them. So
Is that a problem though? It looks like the judge is reprimanding them and explaining to them that it can't happen again.
maybe it's a warning.
Yeah.
But
Who's at fault there?
I don't know.
Are you supposed to hide other players' cards in your? Are you allowed
I mean,
to
it's
hide
open
other players'
information,
cards in
doesn't
your
really
graveyard?
matter.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh.
And you can't really do anything with them anyway.
No. Oh well, if you had extra cards, you
Yeah,
could
it can be an issue
you
for
could banish
Kassai
them
if
for
she
Kassai.
misses a yellow and if it's
Exactly.
in your opponent's graveyard.
Oh,
it
that's
can
a yellow
be an
fate
issue.
for scene. I'm gonna use that. I also love that he has 2 Kassai heroes, so he is activating one of them to present on board to ensure that the Kassai activation is very visible.
Very cool.
You see that sometimes with the Kanos as well. When they activate Kano, they have an extra Kano that they lay on the stack, so they can keep track of how many Kanos they have on the stack. It's very beautiful.
Usually these players like to have the Marvel versions, so you can flip it to the Marvel side when it's used, or the other way around. That's very
Smart.
cool. Yeah.
Smart. Do we have it? Do we have the reaction?
Yeah, it's the another stroke. Oh, a
It's
yellow
a
one.
yellow stroke. Interesting. So we're pushing one over on this Starstruck
Yeah,
block here.
so far it hits, which would
Unless-
mean a gold. So yeah, but in this situation, Luka has to make a decision. Does he want to overblock? Yeah, and that's a big overblock. You
very
overblock
much
by
so.
3. Yeah. But I guess you need to do it. You can't really afford to let those gold be created and
Big
the
nope.
possibility of this squad or this army to be created.
Oh, he's pitching to raise an army now.
Yeah, you can't really use it now anyway, so you need to
No.
pitch that kit for it later.
Yep.
It is gonna be a big Century attack for 5. Yeah, and cleanly block for 6.
Do we have
is
that-
that in the
Do we have the swing? No, we don't
in the
have the
swing?
swing.
No.
Unfortunate.
I thought he was supposed to have the perfect storm, Erika. I don't understand what's
I'm
going on
sorry,
there.
I was hoping for a perfect storm, but
Yeah.
it was only semi-perfect.
Yeah. It's an okay storm.
It's an okay storm.
There's a couple of in the swings on that one.
I don't know what's Luka's arsenal, so maybe the in the swing wouldn't have helped if there's another Sync of Fate in them.
Oh, this Gargarian Tommy is very interesting. We've seen it disappear from a lot of deck lists, but it's
Right.
very interesting in this new Kassai deck because now all the sword attacks are free, basically. They're reduced by 1 because of the first part of Kassai's ability. And you can attack for 0 with the hot streak. Thanks to the precision press to go again for just one resource. Very cool. But now that Kassai's ability hasn't been activated, don't even need to block for Luka. Very happy just sitting and telling his opponent to come back stronger if he wants to force a block.
Exactly. I can take 2. 2 is fine.
Give me those 2 power attacks, I don't mind.
Are we gonna go with the doubling the swing here? Is that what we're doing?
Looks like it. He might be punished though, because that's only 8 damage.
No.
No, yeah.
He keeps it.
He wants to use it on a Kassai activation for sure.
But why couldn't we Kassai activate there? I don't get it.
Yeah, it would have been the perfect time, right?
I think so.
During
I don't see it. I'm very flustered.
He's very patient.
Yeah. But it's also at the
I
lower
know
life.
at the beginning of the heavy hitter season, especially for the first few drafts or sealed events,
Yeah.
sometimes I forgot that part of Kassai's ability and I was like, okay, I just need to think about it once during the game to win this one. But at this point of the season, I'm pretty sure that Andrei doesn't forget about that. So he has to be patient. Yeah, he wants to wait for the perfect moment to use
Andrei
it.
has a plan.
Yeah.
We just don't know
the
it yet.
Remembrance has been used on the crippling crushes that he blocked with earlier, so they're
Also
coming
going back.
Yeah. And the pitch stack didn't matter ultimately, so we saw that he was very casual about putting cards in his pitch zone. It doesn't matter what he used because he knew that Remembrance was coming anyway.
Exactly. So yeah, we're gonna see a lot of these Titans Fist this game, that's for sure.
Oh yeah! We've seen a lot already. Oh, nice, the Ripple Away is there, so even he can block the gold activation just with that single card.
Okay.
Agile wound up to used to attack? Okay.
Sure.
Is that a way to distract his opponent? To make him think that he's playing against Kayo or something?
I don't know.
Oh.
Blocking
Not
6.
even keeping the Ripple Away to use the effect to block the gold generation. Interesting. I assume the card is there for this reason, but
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, we don't need that.
E-strike for 7, that's it.
E-strike for 7 is quite good. 2 card 7.
In this situation, when you're Andrei, you have only 1 gold.
Hmm.
You're way behind, like almost 10 health behind. And you have no clear path to victory because we haven't seen a remembrance for him at least, but you're probably behind on the fatigue as well. How do you win?
I was hoping we would see a race on army, but at this stage of the game, it's not looking too good.
No. I mean, it doesn't look like Luka wants to allow him to generate any gold, so... Unless, I mean, we've seen lots of defense reactions, so maybe at some point there'll be what you call the perfect storm, but so far it seems very hard to imagine how he could turn this game around and try to assemble a strong... He doesn't even have any copper, so even blood on our hands doesn't do much.
No. But I mean, is there a way for Kassai to fatigue Bravo? Is there a way? Or are we pitch stacking for second cycle in order to get the perfect storm hands that we talked about?
Mm-hmm.
That could be something. Because then we'll pull through most of the D-reacts, hopefully. And maybe that is what we're going for. But we see the Kassai activation though.
There you go. So maybe some gold generation at last.
Let's see.
He does have a lot of attack reactions in hand now.
Yeah, let's see how Luka can combat this to stop the gold.
Did it hit? It looks like it. There
I
you
guess
go.
so.
Second gold token.
And we passed the turn. We're happy there.
Yeah,
We are
Andrei
so
is
happy
very
there.
happy. Yeah, he has 1 gold. That's
And Kassai ended up in the
yeah.
graveyard.
Good job, me.
We're done now.
Yeah. I'll come back later for more gold, but I'm happy with this one.
I hope he sees that later.
Oh, the big crippling crush coming for 11
That's why.
with the crush
That's why we
effect.
allow the gold
Yeah.
generation. He's gonna clap back with the crippling. No
Mhm.
dominate though.
No dominate, only 7 resources
He's getting
available.
some really good attack reactions on that one.
Yeah.
Blade flurry and the stroke. Yeah.
Another Kassai activation.
I hope he sees the Kassai now. Yeah.
Comes back to it right away. With not a lot of cards available to make sure that these cards,
There's not a lot
that
of
these
yellows.
attacks hit. Yeah.
He has to really dig for those yellows. Maybe that's why we haven't seen so many Kassai activation. There hasn't been that many yellows flowing through yet.
Yeah, that must be the reason. Oh, yeah, there you go. So the big blade flurry attack.
Yeah, that's
the
a sink.
defense reaction. Yeah, attack reaction, sorry. And there's the sink. Blocking it cleanly. Yeah,
No go
unfortunately.
again.
Oh, yeah, only 1 attack.
Yeah, he blocked with the buckle and
the
the
value of
react.
this blade flurry, it's not amazing when you can only attack once.
Yeah, unfortunate. He was really banking on him blocking with an attack action card there.
Cranial Crush attacking for 8. Now it looks like Luka is very happy. He's got rid of a lot of the attack defense reaction, and now he can just chain these big Guardian attacks. Oh, well, I just lied because I saw a couple of staunch responses.
All the staunch. He's probably always using the rainbow staunches, so...
So how many? I think there was still only 1 yellow left in his graveyard. So that's probably the last activation for a while, and it
big staunch.
Usually, oh yeah.
But he's just going with the go again. With a Blade Runner.
So it's an attack for 4 now.
Gold on hit.
Gold on hit, yeah. Oh, the Civic Steps used to block this one. Nice quicken token for the next turn. Looks like won't be able to attack with. Yeah, it won't be able to attack with much. Yeah, I was about to say maybe he'll just attack with the Titan's Fist, but not even that. He just kept the card in his arsenal.
Yeah, we're still at a healthy life total, so should be okay. First
Is that the
activation
first Rampart
of
activation?
Rampart?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
There you go. We finally get to see Ram doing some work.
Have we reached a point where Luka maybe is afraid that he'll run out of cards before he manages to finish his opponent off?
Who is?
Luka? I don't know,
Yeah, I
but
was
it
thinking
seems
that
weird
for a
to
little bit
start
because-
to start using Rampart at that point, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just a nice, efficient way to use your 3 resources.
Yeah.
Just use the Rampart on the first attack and the response on the second one.
Yep. Great call. That we see the Heart of Yendal again. We have reached the stack.
Oh, yeah.
So now is the question.
I think,
do we have the Magic Christmas Land pitch stack?
Yeah. We see 2 yellows in Andrei's graveyard, so he can have 1 more activation at least.
Mhm.
I don't know how many yellows he's running, but usually it's not much more than 12, 13, maybe 14 sometimes if you really want to have an even number of yellows.
Yeah. We've been pitching a lot of yellows as well, so...
Mm-hmm.
A little quick judge question there. Into a judge explanation.
Yeah, is...
We're doing
It gives
play-by-play
1
of the
resource,
judges now.
there you go. Don't thank me, it's 1 resource.
Ah, we're ditching the wind-up.
Oh, before. Okay. So now he has the agility token resolving.
Yeah.
He can go hot streak into CNC.
I think that's quite a good play.
Yeah. He revealed accidentally the CNC on the first cycle, and he didn't want to use it because he knew that his opponent knew about it. So he played something else. But
Getting that vigor back.
Yeah.
With Brains of Bloodspell. Into the CNC.
Yeah, and the CNC now.
Yeah. Sometimes you can get a little bit sneaky with that. Going with the go against on these swords into something like a CNC. It's quite good.
But it comes at a point in the game where lots of defense reactions have been used by Luka, so it doesn't threaten that much. It can be particularly devastating in the beginning of the game when there's so many defense reactions in hand that sometimes you can't even block anything. You're just taking 6 and losing your arsenal because you have no way to block it efficiently.
Exactly. It's a bit hard to get these Oasis offs as well with the Tectonic, since Tunic is typically a really good pair with those Oasis respites, but running the Rampart, you can still get some value off of those blue pitches into the Oases.
But I assume that in this matchup anyway, you put your whole deck, your whole sideboard into your deck, so yeah, you're using the Tectonic plating just for the defensive value and putting all your cards, so even the Oasis respites, might not need them, might not be able to use them efficiently, but you still have them to counter your opponent's fatigue plan.
Exactly. Let's go, Kassai. Can we see some gold?
Oh, that's all you got. Yeah. Oh, the first when overpower is pitched to pay for the second overpower. Nice. So that is a hit so far. Yeah.
Good.
That's the third one.
We got the gold.
Erika, are we able to assemble an army, to raise an army? Yeah.
It's available. Are we doing it? Are we doing it?
I think you have to, Andrei.
Oh, drum roll.
You can't be too greedy and try to do more than 4 gold tokens in this situation. Who knows what's going to happen the next time you see one of these raise an army cards. Yeah, so is the chain...
He's passing.
Is it passing?
Is it passing?
No, I think
he's closing the chain.
He's closing the chain, and that's it. Yeah, raise an army is played. So that's 3 dudes. Is that the name? Is that the official name now?
It's an army. I don't care. It's an army. The Centaris are coming in.
Sellsword, yeah. And Kassai is not alone on the battlefield now. Yeah. I love these cards so much. I was so excited. I was so excited when they were revealed at Worlds.
So one Centauri went through, and then a Titan's Fist to knock one of them out.
It went very fast. Didn't even think about it. Yeah, you just keep a blue, attack one of the Sellsword, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, he wants another one. He wants more gold.
Gimme more.
Yeah. Does he have another? No. Oh yeah, no. Is that the Raisin army? No, I think it's a blood on her hands. Oh no, that was okay. That was it. That's all you got.
We're going for a hit and run.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 go again.
He knows that a lot of these defense reactions are gone now, so there's a...
But he hasn't really checked which ones are left either, so...
Yeah.
Either he's really good at keeping track exactly on what his opponent's pitch deck is at this point in time and knows exactly what his hands of his opponent is. That's some next level play, by the way. Being able to keep track of your own pitch deck and simultaneously knowing what's going into your opponent's pitch deck, that is some next level.
Oh, and the CNC to finish the combat chain.
We're gonna take it.
Yeah, taking it, losing a crippling crush. crucially, what does he have in hand? He needs to keep a blue to attack one of the cell swords. There you go,
Yep.
pitching the Thunderquake. Only one of these dudes left.
Not able to create another goal, but
Yeah, but now it might be time to try to create enough copper to attack, to create a strong blood on her hands turn. We see it in his hand now. Or the hit and run is needed to generate some go again.
yeah, we don't trust these hot streaks to get go again automatically, but
I love the colorful hot streak. It looks gorgeous.
very much.
It is such a cool card.
It's very hot.
Yeah. In all senses of the term. Every single sense of the term.
We haven't seen that many Brave Force activations, but I'm here for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect the Centauris though.
No, the...
But the Centauris
yeah,
gonna come in.
but
Not those
so he
Centauris,
can-
but these
yeah.
Centauri.
He
So
doesn't
many
want to
Centauris.
break the chain, so he wanted to attack, to change the
Yeah.
cell sword attack into the Centauri attack.
Yep.
Yeah, that means he has to use the rampart. Okay, so probably that was the last attack for this army. Yeah, there you go. The army has been decimated.
It's gone.
Bye bye army.
Bye bye army. Looking down the barrel of the last cards in these both players' deck. I'm so curious to know.
I would love to know the number of
amount.
cards
Yeah.
left in each player's deck.
We're pitching a sink at this point in time. Crazy. But the life totals are still.
Yeah, but yeah, thanks to this army, at last Andrei is ahead. Only 2 attack on this one, yeah, blocked cleanly with the Macho Grande. Wow. I think if I had to bet, I'd say that Andrei's deck is a little bit smaller now. Obviously, he hasn't played the Remembrance. I don't think we've seen one, so he probably doesn't play one.
No. Are we only going to block with the Valiants on this one? Because this hand can do some crazy things. The question is, if it's too little too late. We have the Blade Runner, we have the Indus Swing. Let's check if we have enough yellows to do some Kassai.
Let's do some Kassai.
Kassai.
I remember at the beginning of the Heavy Hitter season, some of these Kassai decks played Cashin. That was cool.
Yeah.
Maybe too greedy in this metagame, but that was cool. Oh, it looks like Luka's deck is very small also.
Exactly. The question is how big Andrei's deck is to compare.
Oh, and the second attack, the Centauri attack, went through. So that's 2 damage. And the Vigor creation. Oh my god.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to use an attack reaction on that then. So.
But it hits. Oh yeah, there you
what
go.
does
I was
Bravo
about
wanna
to
do?
say he needs 2 coppers now. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
A Cranial Crush.
It's a big one.
Yeah, I mean the crush effect doesn't do anything, but at least it's a lot of damage. It's exactly half of Andrea's
Exactly.
health left. So
Exactly. Nothing to scoff at, but
yeah, you need to block some of it.
yeah, let's count.
Yeah,
Let's go.
that's
14 cards left. Plus the
that's
hand.
not- He's not even asking. Look at, yeah, 14 each, apparently. So nobody's ahead. There you go. Still anyone's game.
Definitely.
Wow. I don't understand why people don't like these games. They're
They
so
are the most
intricate,
interesting.
so
Yeah.
all these small decisions come back at the end of the game, and you realize, okay, I made a mistake 20 turns ago, and that's why I lost.
And that's coming back
yeah,
to haunt me
and
now.
you hate yourself.
Yeah. But like how you
So
pitch
cool.
stack, how you keep track of your
Yeah.
opponent's pitch stack, how you counter pitch stack what your opponent is
Mhm.
stacking, it's a very delicate dance to play.
Oh, it just showed the. Yeah, it just saw the attack reaction. Yeah.
Mm.
Maybe he won't use it then? Yeah. Andrei looks a little disappointed.
I'm trying to think what is Kassai's outs. You can't really generate.
Yeah,
Much
I mean,
at
you
this
can't.
point in the
Yeah,
time.
at this point, yeah, you won't threaten a lot of damage just attacking with one sword. If you want to attack twice, usually you need to spend a card. So that's usually how you lose in this matchup.
Exactly.
He needs to force his opponent to do something to block these cards. Yeah, this is gonna be a big Centauri Saber when he comes swinging.
Well, we're gonna have some pitch left over for the Rams.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Centauri Saber coming in for 5. Oh no, that's the perfect amount to pay for staunch response.
Exactly.
You know that in the swing is in the arsenal because he shot it last turn.
Right.
That's still some damage leaking. Yeah.
But yeah, there's not many combat tricks left in Kassai's deck
yeah.
now. And Luka knows it.
There might be a way with the blood on her hands attack. Of course, it won't be fully powered.
Well, two things are doing a great amount of work. It's this Heart of Yendal
Mhm.
and this Valiant Dynamo.
Yeah.
Holy moly, how much value those two cards have generated over the course of this game alone today.
I love the fact that Valiant Dynamo is popping in all these warrior deck lists now. You know, you've seen it in some, even in some Boltyn combo deck lists. Very
Definitely.
cool to watch these innovations in one of these decks that have been around since Monarch, and people didn't really try to change things around with it. But now it's being played with Valiant Dynamo. It's a very cool deck.
Yeah, so getting them help back from the heart.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a
The quicken, yeah. Do you want to attack again? Yeah, you're wasting the quicken basically, but it doesn't matter. You need to attack again.
Definitely. With the Kassai activation, you absolutely should. To not waste that one.
Oh, the other staunch. So many staunch responses.
It's like you can read it whenever
yeah.
Rams is up, you know, there's two floating. Yeah, there's going to be the staunch. And the CNC. But there's nothing in Arsenal.
Nothing
So the
to
on-hit is
threaten in
not
Arsenal,
relevant,
but yeah.
Keeping some life here.
Only taking 3. He'll probably be able to attack with the Titan's Fist, and yeah,
What a great use of the quicken
no
token
gold has
there
been
for coming
generated
with
now.
With Command and Conquer there.
What an interesting match.
It's 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, they're gonna go down to the wire. Oh, even the blood on our hands has been used, but I assume that he has at least one of them left.
I would assume so.
And you won't be able to use them for much anyway.
But we're not that many hands left to go.
Wow. Okay.
It's quite a bit of an uphill battle for Andrei here. But we're gonna use all we got.
Okay, forcing some blocks with the Kassai activation. You know that there's still... At least... Is there an army yet left in the deck?
Think so.
I think there's one. Is it in
Which
the arsenal,
one?
maybe?
You pitched one previously, I
Yeah.
think.
Luka is getting pretty low. So, one goal is generated, one vigor. And that's it. Yeah, as same thing you did earlier. Oh, the Starstruck dominated. There you go. Only blues and strong attacks now in Bravo's deck, and that's what you get. A big attack that's gonna totally negate your next turn.
Yeah, Starstruck
Whatever you
is so
do,
annoying.
yeah, you won't die, but you won't do anything.
But you can't do anything, no.
7 damage, and the crush effect says that the only attacks that you can play or activate during your next turn are supposed to be more than the damage you took. So, yeah, in Kassai's deck, it doesn't happen really.
No, unfortunately not.
More than 7, yeah, doesn't happen.
And now we're packing in a punch.
It will be E-Strike into Titan's Fist, and now it's very threatening.
Time to hold the line. What fun, the quick follow-up. That's 8.
He can go down to 1 by using the Sing Below. Yeah.
Could block with his armor as well. He still has 1 on the Brave Force.
On the bracers, on the Grains of Blood Spill, but then he would lose the equipment. Wow, that was tough. Was that the last Raisin Army? I think so. Oh, and there you go, the Macho Grande with Dominate.
That
yeah,
seals
for
the
8
deal.
Dominate. Well played. Exceptionally well played by Luka Kramaric from Croatia.
Down
Very
to
cool
the
play.
wire.
Yeah.
Wow.
Once again, I don't understand why people don't like these games. I absolutely have no idea why. Yeah, I have no idea why people wouldn't want to watch these with us for 2 or 3 hours. I wish we have some more of these games in stock for the top 8.
I get fatigued just by looking at it. It's very intricate with how the pitch decks are going to come through at the end, who is going to have the most cards at the end. Am I risking fatigue? Am I pushing enough damage to fatigue my opponent? Am I covering myself up enough to not get killed on the way? And like the way he handled all that Raisin Army and how he handled the gold anti-generation was tremendous. So yeah, great play.
The army was not enough.
The army was
dudes were not enough.
Unfortunate. What are you gonna do?
You go to the next game and try
GG
to come
next.
back stronger tomorrow, because at 5-2, in any case,
It's
Andrei
very
is in
strong.
for day 2.
Definitely.
And you
You still have a good score going into tomorrow, so best of luck to all the players for day 2.
We haven't seen that many Kassai decks at the top tables, but this one, yeah, I think he showed a good mastery of the overall plan of Kassai. Unfortunately, didn't go his way on this game, but yeah, we'll take a closer look at his results tomorrow. So Luka will be coming in for an interview with Barry, and then we will come back with the conversion rates for day 2. More information about what we're gonna see tomorrow. Don't leave. We'll be right back.
3 days of competitive play, 14 rounds of Swiss, and one of the most compelling top 8 flesh and blood play has ever seen have led us to one final match. There's a spilled blood in Maximilian Klein's hand.
Are you kidding me?
You would have to find exactly Sigil of Solace. It's the only out at this point.
What a call out. Sigil of Solace to keep him in the game. Here's the sink. Off the top.
You can't be serious! You cannot be serious!
5 is offered here, block 3. What's the last card? What's the last card in Max's hand? It's
Sigil of Solace. Game 3. Maximilian reaches.
It has to be in the swing. What else can it be? He's got one that's... It has to be an attack reaction.
He's hesitating on it. You don't hesitate if you have it.
And he's alive in this game! Are you kidding?
Burn them all at the ready. Max at 1.
Not a 1 in her hand. Not a 1. It's a grimace. A roof of...
He shows the hand is extended! We're in the House of the Dragon!
And at the head of the table sits Arthur Trehet, your Pro Tour Lost Adjumant champion, with the most incredible cold shot I have ever seen.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by round 7 winner Luka Kramaric. Well done, fantastic. First time we met was Calling Birmingham. You played Bravo then.
Yes.
Have you actually switched heroes at any point in that time?
I played Fi for one ProQuest, which I took like for fun ProQuest, let's not play Bravo. And that was during the Lexi meta, so playing Fi there was a bit risky, but it was fun. Everybody needs to change their decks a bit.
Yeah, to freshen it up.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed. That game, I mean, it's not everybody's flavour, like Fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
You played it so well. I can't do that. You're so calm when you're playing, and I'm getting time checks, and I'm telling you, and you know, both of you are just like, yeah, we're good, and you slowly see it ramp up, sort of like the play. The play was fast anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Do you just approach each match the same? Sort of like Kassai has got multiple attacks. How are you approaching each game?
Well, depends mostly on the opponent.
Yeah.
I wanted to build like a flexible deck, which can kind of switch plans versus the heroes I play. So versus Kassai, the main thing is to not let them get the gold token.
Yeah.
And for her, I played the Nerves of Steel, which was the aura that my opponent had to read because
that was flipping brilliant.
he saw the card for the first time, and that card gave me a big value because I could block with armor a lot, and he had to use his go against and kind of play around it. In the end, he did destroy it, but I think that card gave me a lot of value, and I won a game by this much. So
yeah, exactly. Sort of like the amount of armor that you saved is probably equal to the amount of times you used his dynamo. It was just like that Nerves of Steel was absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
I was just like, I've never seen that card played before. And when Andrei, read it, I had it on the screen going, oh yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Is that your bit of tech for this meta? Or have you always kind of like had it in the back burner?
No, for this meta. Because usually it's a blue 3-block, and in previous metas there was Dromai, so every blue had to be a popper. I don't have all the 6 poppers now, so I have room more for the sort of tech blues like Terra Sunder and Nerves of Steel. And yeah, because Prism isn't as relevant, and poppers aren't that good versus her when you're playing Brawl, because she will usually do aura plan, and then I'm blocking 3 no matter which aura attacks. There are not many heralds being swung. So yeah, I had room for it now, but while Drome was up, there's no chance Nerves of Steel should be in deck.
Yeah. We've kind of got two things at the minute going on. It's just like everyone's gone like full aggro, KO, sort of like, you know, we're in your face. We're getting the job done because we want to basically go and have a drink, and we don't want that mental sort of like fatigue. But there is a heck of a lot of fatigue like players out there today. There's a heck of a lot of decimating decks. How are you faring against that matchup?
It kind of depends. Is it really a true decimator deck, like 70 cards, multiple DRX, unmovables, 3/7s, like if they have like 9 of them, because they also use them for Prism. But it's playable. It's not that bad, but it's unfavored for sure. But it can be won. My only loss was to a decimator deck, so
okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're saying it's unfavourable, okay. Yeah. You just got to hope things go in you swing your way sometimes.
Yes.
How are you looking sort of like post Miss Vale? Are you looking at sort of like the 3 heroes, or are you just like, I'm quite liking where Bravo is?
I really don't like where Bravo is, because with another illusionist that won't use any attack action cards. I don't see a way how Bravo clears all the small ward auras or spectral shields. So it either has to be like multiple Zealous beltings, like reds and even yellows, like I played in World Championships, with E-strikes, or just forfeit the matchup at all, and I don't like that approach that much.
Yeah.
So I'll probably have to look into some other decks.
Okay. Is anything standing out?
Well, Riptide looks fun. I'm not sure how good it will be. But mostly Riptide, and then maybe OG Dash until she goes to Living Legend again. Because I think, even in this meta, I think Dash is good.
Yeah.
And in the next meta, I think it will only be better.
Yeah. I'm not ready for Dash to go, so don't go winning any events with Dash, all right?
Okay.
No, I do want you to win, but
I understand.
yeah, exactly. It's just like, I don't mind like quite a few heroes going, but like I don't want Dash to go. But that's me. I wish you all the very best for the future.
Thank you.
Hopefully we will see you on the tables tomorrow.
Yeah.
And very best of luck. All right, thank you. Stay tuned. We're going to do the wrap up. We're going to show you where everybody's standing and where we fare for tomorrow. So stay tuned.
And it's going to get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises. What an incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. The room is erupting, celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
And we are back one last time at calling Warsaw. Erika, I think we have some more information for our friends at home with the standings, with the metagame breakdown, and with the conversion rates for tomorrow. Not necessarily in that order, but yeah, we have some more information for you guys because I know that you want to take a look at these standings. Look at this. Brody Spurlock is number 1 in these standings.
Yeah.
Totally unexpected. Nobody
Totally
expected this guy to do well at an event. Yeah, very crazy. And then Yorgos Samaras. We've seen this guy earlier today. He was amazing on this Azalea. And as you can see, there's a good number of Azalea. So you will see more on the second page, but you see already 3 of them on this page. 2 of them being Brody Spurlock and Michael Feng, and then Yorgos Samaras. This deck performing very well in the Kayo meta. But you also, one of the stories of the day has also been this Decimator Boltyn deck list by the Italian players. Very interesting, very cool to watch. I was talking earlier to one of the players that designed the deck. Is Daniele Frattarelli that we saw earlier. He's not playing the deck list, but he designed it with a couple of his team members. Yeah, he's more of a 5 player. He used to play 5 at Worlds, and it's not his style of play, but he knows that it's very strong. He told me that it's probably one of the last times that you can play this type of deck in the metagame because probably the Pardon Israel heroes will put a different metagame together, and it will be very hard to play versus Enigma. But in any case, he feels that it's very strong in this metagame. And as you can see, at least 2 of them on this 3 of them on this first page.
There you go.
Yeah, and they're all on exactly the same list, obviously. Some number of victors, at least. At least
that one lonely Bravo player down at the 15th place.
Luka that we just watched.
Yeah.
This amazing Dash.io by Thomas Pryor that we also saw earlier. Some Dory decks as well.
It's so interesting to see because both the Kayos and the Dorinthia, that was the most represented decks going into today, they are not here. Like there's just like a couple of them.
Only 2 of them, yeah.
Exactly. So it's a very interesting how this turned out or shaked out in the end, like reading what you think is going to show up to the meta and what you think is the best counter to that meta. And it's taking a turn on its head in this breakout that we see right here because the Kayos and Dorinthias, they're not converting.
Not really. What is converting a lot though, you can see this flag on the 3rd and 4th place in these standings.
Yep.
This is the French flag. And since Pro Tour Los Angeles, it's been performing very well. So Joachim Ballo and Arthur Trehet. Joachim is on a very defensive dash deck list. And Arthur, we've seen earlier, is on a KO deck. And, well, he's the chosen one. So obviously he's performing well today. Yeah. Let's take a look at the second page of these standings. Some more KOs, but yeah, probably it's basically the same picture, you know, some Kayos, some Azaleas, some Dorinthias, some Victors as well. The first Katsu we see is Nikola Kramaric, Luka's brother, at number 34.
There you go.
5-2, still in a pretty good position for tomorrow. And I think in this metagame, I expected Katsu to do a lot more damage.
Same. I think Katsu can have a pretty big punch with the Mask of Pouncing Links going into that double combo turn-off that can have like 30 plus damage turns. It's really, really nasty. But at the same time, you really need those puzzle pieces to come together in order to have those explosive turns. And if you can't find them, well, you're still Katsu, right? You're still going to pack a punch, but it's about finding those puzzle pieces that fits the best together in order to have the biggest turnouts. So yeah.
I have to be honest, at the start of this season, just after the release of Eviters, I was convinced that Katsu will be the best deck by far. And then things happened. And none of my expectations realized. So I was totally wrong. But it's still, sometimes when you play against it, you feel like there's no way that you can beat it. It presents so much damage, and then at some point, the famous Kodachi lock happens, and then you know that you're gone. Yeah, it's a long, slow goodbye. Nothing that you want to see happen to... sometimes it happens. Let's take a look at the third page now. couple of more French players. There you go, Eric and Mathieu, a Kayo. So yeah, some Kayos that we've seen, but they lost the last 2 rounds, but they were still at the top table somehow. What do you think of the position of this Kayo deck in the meta game?
So there was about 20 plus Kayos coming into today, so finding them at least in the top 50s. I saw a couple of Kayos on the last page as well, so they're absolutely taking some parts of the meta, but out of the 22 that came in, we've also seen a couple here, so I think they might be struggling a little bit against the fast aggressive Kayo decks, but at the same time, the Kayos are not converting either, so they are probably not facing that many Kayos, and then they are preying on whatever is preying on the Kayos. We see the Victors, we see the Dorintias, we see the Kassai, we see the Dashes, and those aren't having the happiest times against Kayo.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow, but in any case, it might be an interesting matchup to watch out for, all those slow matchup into Kayo. Let's look at the 4th page. George Melisakis, amazing Greek player. Valentin Michael, Maxime Dumas, a friend of mine playing a very defensive Bravo deck. He's a master of these long games as well. See a couple of Katsus, I think. Yeah. Oh, Riptide.
Showing up.
Yeah, very good German player.
And Vincent. They're on 87.
Oh!
And then
wow,
on the 90
there's a
as
Vincent
well.
on day 2.
There's more
amazing.
Dash here as well. Awesome.
This is where we see some spice on this
Down
4th
at the
page.
80 bracket, and here's where they are. Interesting. Nice to see that they are doing well well in this open meta. It's so very open. Like any deck or any hero is doing so well.
And let's see the end of the 5-2s. So yeah, you see Gregor Kowalski. He's playing at home. He's one of the best TCG players of all time. So yeah, 5-2 with his dash. Naibo Masir, very strong American player. And yeah, so that's it for the 5-2s. Another Katsu that squeaks in at the last spot of these 5-2 players.
There you go.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the conversion, the meta game breakdown for tomorrow. Oh, so that's the meta for today.
That's what we saw coming in, yeah.
102 Kayos, as we saw this morning. None of these Arachne players managed to go into day 2. None of the Max players either. Unfortunate, because I absolutely love this deck. Oh, there you go. Only 22 Kayos out of 102.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's still like a 20%-ish conversion rate, I think, so it's not the worst, but at the same time. Is this a conversion rate, maybe? We're missing the percentage points,
yeah,
maybe.
the percentage. So 50% of the Dash.io, there were only 8, I think, Dash.io, but that's pretty good. But yeah, you see...
The dashes, wow.
I don't know if you remember, Erika, but this morning, when we were talking, I was saying that if I had to bet on a hero winning this event, apart from Kayo, of course, it would be Dash.
Yeah,
and I think
can totally
Dash,
see that.
yeah, I think Dash has a very strong matchup into Kayo, and it has a better matchup into Kayo's bad matchups than a lot of other decks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more and more Dashes as the game progresses at the top tables tomorrow.
Definitely. So we see a total of 4 Dash.ios coming into this. So 50% of those, that's 2. So half the Dashes that came into this tournament was converted into day 2.
Only 1 Reiner.
I don't remember how many Reiners we had.
Yeah, I don't remember either, but yeah, in any case, that wasn't a lot, but that's, Reiner should... I thought Reiner would be better in this metagame. We only had, we had 7 Reiners and only 1 of them managed to get into day 2. So that's it for the Reiners. Exactly. 2 Vincents, very interesting.
There you go.
I tried to play this deck a lot recently because I'm pretty sure that it will be very strong in the next metagame.
Right.
And I wanted to check it out. And it's one of the most intricate decks and the most complicated decks that I've ever played in Flesh and Blood. It is very interesting to play. It plays on a different axis. It's a very cool deck. And I hope that we can feature one of these decks tomorrow.
That would be awesome.
Vincent is amazing to play and to watch perform.
Yeah, so of the 7 Vincent that we saw coming into today, and also the 7 Viserais, not a single Viserai was able to convert today. That's a bit sad to see, but Vincent at least, 2 of them.
Representing the Runeblade fans,
exactly,
yeah.
Apparently Vincent is the Runeblade to go, so now we know. So if you're planning to play a Runeblade in the future, Vincent is probably the deck to choose now.
Shadow Runeblades are back. Yeah.
Full storm.
Everybody's happy about that.
Interesting to see that the Kayos are still remaining in the top of the most represented decks going into day 2, but we see a little bit of a switch here. Dorinthia was the second most represented deck going into today, now falling down to 3rd, and Victor catching up hard on the Dorinthia players here, as well as Azalea that was still like neck to neck with the Victors. There was as many Victors as there was Azaleas going into today, so quite a few more, not a few more, a little bit more Victors converting more than the Azaleas, but we also see that the Azaleas are, there's a lot of Azaleas in the top 16, so they're definitely having a good time into this meta.
This is interesting, yeah, because the Azalea don't have a very good matchup into Prism usually, and Prism can do lots of damage to some of these decks. Yeah, obviously, they're crushing the Kanos, so it will be a very interesting day too for this for this calling Warsaw. So very excited to be back tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It's been 7 rounds of absolute pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the games we had in the beginning are some of the best games I've ever seen. So super excited to see how what is going to shake out tomorrow, what the matchups we're going to see.
Yeah, and hopefully Carl's voice will come back tomorrow and we'll be able to watch some of these games with him. I know that he has lots of fans in chat.
Yeah, definitely.
And we always try to please chat, obviously. But it would be amazing if we could have Carl back in the booth tomorrow.
So send him your best regards and get him ready for
please.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, flood him with messages on social media because he needs them, today. That's it for us today, I think, Erika. We'll be back tomorrow at 9.
Bright and
Is
early.
that 9? Yeah.
9:30, I think.
Probably 9:30. 9:30 tomorrow. So, be there or be a square. Have a good night. We'll try to sleep. I usually don't manage to sleep before big events, but we'll try anyway, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Take care.